Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. He was careful not to absorb too much blood chi, which caused his progress to slow. However, considering that he was on the verge of a major breakthrough with the blood sword, he could deal with the slight reduction in speed. Another half-month passed. One day, Bazius-hun was sitting there with eyes closed as he cultivated the blood sword, when all of a sudden, he make a breakthrough with the blood annihilation world. His eyes snapped open, and he took a deep breath. Eyes shining brightly, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and he waved his finger out in front of him. Blood annihilation world. As his voice echoed out, the blood chi around him seethed. Blood chi also erupted out from inside of him, transforming into a blood mist that filled the immortal's cave. As it swirled, Bazius-hun's double-handed incantation transformed, and a piercing wind swept through the room, accompanied by cracking sounds. Soon, the mist began to converge together, transforming into the tip of a sword. Blood chi swirled from the tip down, quickly forming the blade, and then the hilt. In the end, it was a complete, blood-colored sword. It was bright red, and seemed strong enough to cut anything in its path. It radiated an ancient pressure that shook the soul. Anyone who looked at it would feel like they were wading in a sea of blood. From what Bazius-hun could tell, its power exceeded that of early Foundation establishment. In fact, he was sure that if he fueled it with Heaven Dao power, even mid-Foundation establishment's cultivators would be shocked at the sight. It worked, he said, laughing out loud. The sight of the enormous blood sword filled him with excitement, and convinced him that his months of hard work were worth it. Bazius-hun. He instantly closed his mouth. Slowly turning his head, his eyes went wide as he looked at something in the corner of the immortal's cave. Then, he began to sweat. Chapter 202, The Rabbit Gets Nervous. Bazius-hun was certain that he had just looked over at that corner and seen nothing, but now, there was a rabbit standing there. Even more frightening was that the rabbit's ears were clearly pointed directly at Bazius-hun as if it had been listening to him just now. Most terrifying of all was that the rabbit was staring directly at him. From the look in its eyes, it was waiting for him to finish his sentence. He and the rabbit stared at each other for a moment, and then the rabbit burst into motion, speeding toward the main entrance of the immortal's cave. Bazius-hun shouted and leaped to block its path, but the rabbit was too fast. Bazius-hun could only stare with wide eyes as it vanished out the door. By this point he felt like he was about to go crazy. He knew that he could very well lose his head over this. If the talking rabbit said the wrong thing, and people found out he was Bazius-hun, he would definitely be killed. Although he'd only spoken half of a sentence, that half sentence was very dangerous, and he didn't even dare to think of what the consequences might be. Sweat began to drip down his face and neck. He almost considered staying inside and just letting the rabbit say what it wanted. He could scarcely believe that, despite how careful he had been, and how often he had checked his surroundings, the rabbit would manage to show up so unexpectedly. He wasn't even sure how much of what he'd said it had heard. "I'm gonna kill you," he cried, bursting out of his immortal's cave. However, even as he emerged, he saw the talking rabbit standing on top of a nearby tree, speaking. "Night Crypt, you two-timer. Did you forget our pledge of undying love? Did you forget our affection for each other? Why did you change so much?" The talking rabbit's voice was quite loud, and echoed out in all directions, causing quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators to look over in shock. Bazius Hun's jaw dropped. He wasn't sure who might have said such a thing, but he was now certain that the rabbit had been following him around for quite a while. Spine tingling in fear, he howled, throwing all caution to the wind. Instantly, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pointed out, causing blood chi to transform into sword chi that sped toward the rabbit. It was no ordinary sword chi, it was Bazius Hun's undying sword chi, and as soon as he unleashed it, the blood chi in the area was thrown into chaos. At the same time, the sword chi sped through the air, slashing into the tree and completely destroying it. In the nick of time, the rabbit flew out of the tree and sped off in the opposite direction. "Outrageous!" the rabbit bellowed as it raced along. "It's just a bit of blood chi, isn't it? I'm a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Bloodstream sect. I can't believe you people are trying to kill me. Are you trying to get me to leave the sect?" Bellowing, Bazius Hun flew after it, unleashing another blast of sword chi, which slammed into a blood cistern that the rabbit was passing, destroying it. HMMPHHH. If I absorb this blood chi secretly, nobody will ever realize it was me. It looks like this immortal's cave is vacant. They're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. The rabbit continued to spit out lines of dialogue as it ran along. At the same time, rumbling sounds echoed out as Bazius Hun chased after it, unleashing one blast of sword chi after another, destroying everything around the rabbit. The plants and trees were slashed to pieces, and even buildings were destroyed. Middle Peak was instantly thrown into chaos. Foundation establishment Dharma protectors poured out, to find Bazius Hun chasing the rabbit and unleashing countless blasts of sword chi. Some of them were slow to react, and when the rabbit ran by them, were hit by the blasts, causing blood to spray from their mouths. "What are you doing, Night Crypt?" ? Damn it. Do you have a death wish, Night Crypt? I let you get away alive all those months ago, and now you dare to show your face. The Foundation establishment cultivators were enraged, and yet, so was Bazius Hun. "Shut the hell up, all of you," he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. By this point, he had decided that he must kill the rabbit no matter what happened. Hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture, he unleashed more blasts of sword chi. The rabbit dodged back and forth, scurrying about in such a fashion that not a single bit of sword chi touched it. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators, they flew up into the air to attack Bazius Hun. Master God Diviner was in the crowd, smiling coldly. As far as he was concerned, Night Crypt was obviously a fool to have gotten so worked up over a mere rabbit. "I like this rabbit," he murmured to himself. "It's very interesting. I wonder whose pet it is?" Some distance away, Sankei was in secluded meditation beneath the blood waterfall. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he frowned. A moment later, though, he simply closed his eyes again and continued meditating. At this point, the rabbit suddenly stopped next to a random immortal's cave and yelled out in a voice even louder than before. Bazius Hun. It almost seemed to roar the words at the top of its lungs. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators looked on in shock, and their pupils constricted. Bazius Hun was quite famous in the Bloodstream sect, and virtually anyone would try to kill him if they got the chance. Killing a chosen from the Spirit Stream sect, especially one who had reached Heavendale Foundation establishment, would count as a huge service to the sect. To hear this rabbit suddenly talking about Bazius Hun caused everyone to look at it eagerly, hoping to hear what it would say next about him. However, the rabbit simply stood there with a blank look on its face, not saying another word. Trembling inwardly, Bazius Hun bellowed, "I, Night Crypt, cannot stand to live under the same sky as Bazius Hun. How dare you mention him in front of me? Tell me this instant where Bazius Hun is." With that, he waved his right hand, causing another blast of sword chi to shoot out. This one was even more powerful than before. As it closed in on the rabbit in a beam of bright light, the rabbit blurred into motion to dodge it. As a result, the immortal's cave behind it was struck by the sword chi and immediately began to collapse. Inside the immortal's cave was a blood bottle and a spell formation. Thanks to the massive blow, the blood bottle immediately shattered. Of course, that immortal's cave belonged to Zumai, and was the location where everyone had recently attacked Bazius Hun. Afterward, Zumai had stabilized the blood bottle to keep it safe, but now it had been destroyed. Bazius Hun, the rabbit bellowed. However, it didn't say anything beyond those 3 words. Blinking, Bazius-hun's mind raced to come up with an idea of what to do. Trying to look as furious as possible, he shouted, "Keep talking." What comes after that? Then he continued to chase the rabbit, unleashing sword chi that slashed into the ground, destroying Immortal's caves, but not harming the rabbit. Bazius-hun, the rabbit was starting to get anxious, and yet, it had nothing else to say. Bazius-hun was starting to relax. "Damn it. Why won't you finish that sentence?" he shouted. All of a sudden, he realized that he had pulled a fast one on the rabbit, who was now unable to say anything other than the first 3 words of the sentence. Bazius-hun, howled the rabbit, its eyes bright red. "Tell me immediately." Bazius-hun raged. "Is Bazius-hun in Bloodstream sect territory? My grudge with him goes all the way back to the fallen sword world. I can't live under the same sky as him. Bazius-hun must die." Inwardly, he was feeling very proud of himself, and he couldn't help but be pleased at how smart he was. With that, he unleashed another blast of sword chi, destroying another Immortal's cave. Tell me right now. What comes after the first part of that sentence?" Bazius-hun had thrown all of Middle Peak into complete chaos. As for the rabbit, it was getting very anxious, and had even started trembling. Finally, it started to say more than the 3 words. Bazius-hun. Zumai, I dreamed of you last night. One of these days, I, Master God Diviner, will definitely make you mine. Bazius-hun. Elder Fang, stop it. People might see us. Bazius-hun. Sankei is in charge here, and the position of Blood Master belongs to me. And I'm in charge of you too, Zumai. The words being spoken by the rabbit caused all of Middle Peak to be rocked with astonishment. The Foundation establishment Dharma protectors and elders looked on with odd expressions, and soon, everyone went completely quiet. Only the voice of the rabbit could be heard, echoing about. Bazius-hun also looked shocked, and suddenly he worried that he had pushed the rabbit too far. Master God Diviner was there in the crowd, and to him, it felt like a cold chill was running up his spine. Suddenly, he also wanted to exterminate the rabbit. Shut up. That's complete nonsense. As soon as Master God Diviner lunged forward, Bazius-hun looked over at him with a strange expression, surprised at the information that the rabbit had just revealed. Did Master God Diviner really fancy the masked shrew Zumai? That's right, he cried, this rabbit is full of crap. Master God Diviner wasn't the only one to leap into action. Everyone who the rabbit mentioned began to tremble, and then flew out to kill it. Even Sankei came speeding out from the blood waterfall, howling at the top of his lungs, looking like a blood-colored god as he unleashed deadly power. Shut up. When Sankei thought about the fact that everyone on Middle Peak had heard what the rabbit just said, he was filled with the desire to rip the thing to pieces. The rabbit actually took advantage of the frenzy to vanish. Even after searching for it for some time, Bazius-hun couldn't find it. Although he was feeling much better than before, he made sure that his expression turned grimmer and grimmer. That rabbit is an abomination, he said loudly. I can't believe it never finished that sentence. Relieved, he was just about to head back to his Immortal's cave when he suddenly got a very uneasy feeling. That was when he realized that all of the Foundation establishment cultivators who had been chasing the rabbit were now staring at him. Sankei's eyes brimmed with murderous intentions. Although he hated the mysterious rabbit, the person he hated more was the one who had obviously forced the rabbit into unleashing a torrent of dialogue, Night Crypt. Master God Diviner had a similar look on his face. Many of the other cultivators present had either been injured or had their Immortal's caves destroyed by Bazius-hun's sword chi. As of this moment, their desire to kill Night Crypt was raging out of control. Night Crypt, you destroyed my Immortal's cave. It's about time we settle accounts. You escaped last time, but now, you're gonna die. Night Crypt. New grievances piled on to old ones. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators unleashed the power of their cultivation bases and prepared to eradicate Bazius-hun. Chapter 203, You really think I'm scared of you people? There weren't even 100 Foundation establishment cultivators surrounding him, only a few dozen. Furthermore, most of them were in early Foundation establishment, although a handful were in mid-Foundation establishment. Thankfully, the mid-Foundation establishment cultivators only had grim looks on their faces, and didn't actually attack. They had a different status than the early Foundation establishment crowd, and for them to join everyone else in trying to attack Bazius-hun would be too much of a loss of face. Even without them, though, there were still dozens of Foundation establishment Dharma protectors and elders, who were powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. Furthermore, in the Bloodstream sect, there was no such thing as debate and discussion, there was only the law of the jungle. Provoke me, and die. It was completely different from the Spirit Stream sect. Here, the only thing that mattered was strength. Bazius-hun's actions had enraged the people from Middle Peak, and now they were attacking him with deadly force that far surpassed anything from the chi condensation stage. Divine abilities burst out, blood chi surged, and blood swords unique to Middle Peak all appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 blasts of sword chi descended directly toward Baziush-hun. Baziush-hun was just calming down from the incident with the rabbit, but now, he began to shiver uncontrollably. It was as if every part of his body were screaming at him that he was in deadly peril. Booms echoed out, shaking everything in the area. The dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators all attacked at once, making it very difficult for Baziush-hun to dodge. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 blasts of sword chi slammed into him. "Let me explain," he said, staggering backward. Because of the blood chi he had absorbed, his undying gold skin emanated blood-colored light. In combination with the undying Heavenly King, he was stronger than ever, and his defenses were even more ridiculously strong than before. The Foundation establishment cultivators gaped in shock, and many eyes went wide. This Night Crypt has been secretly cultivating a body refinement technique. No wonder he was able to survive the fallen sword abyss. It was all thanks to that body refinement technique. His fleshly body defenses are so strong. Even our combined attack couldn't shake him. Their expressions turned very serious, and yet, they showed no signs that they would cease attacking Baziush-hun. The stronger he seemed, the more they wanted to kill him to stave off any problems from cropping up in the future. Cold gleams flickered in their eyes as they once again unleashed a combined attack. More than 10 beams of sword chi slammed into Baziush-hun. No matter how he tried to evade or dodge, the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators stayed hot on his tail, unleashing constant attacks. Booms rang out. Some people even went and destroyed his Immortal's Cave. "Run if you want, Night Crypt, you won't escape this time." Rumbling sounds filled the air as divine abilities and magical techniques slammed down. By this point, Baziush-hun was in a sorry state, having been repeatedly hit by numerous blasts of sword chi. Even with his undying live forever technique, blood still sprayed out of his mouth, until finally, he looked up, eyes bloodshot, expression vicious and even murderous. What people saw was Night Crypt, awe-inspiring, bloodthirsty, merciless, and completely enraged. As of this moment, his blood chi was bursting, and his killing intent surging. "Enough running," he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. "You buffoons have tried to kill me 3 times already. Things have gone too far. Do you really think I'm scared of you people?" His hair was in disarray, and his clothing ripped nearly to shreds. From the moment he had arrived in the bloodstream sect, he had been on edge and nervous, and now, all of that anxiety had reached a bursting point. He was tired of being wound so tight. These people wanted to kill him, and weren't holding anything back. Their intentions were clear. Murder. The intense sensation of deadly crisis caused Baziush-hun to throw his head back and roar at the top of his lungs. Then he took a step forward, appearing directly in front of a young man in the early Foundation establishment stage. Baziush-hun's expression was vicious as he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash. Blood sprayed out of the Foundation establishment cultivator's mouth, along with a miserable shriek as he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. At the same time, 7 or 8 blasts of sword chi shot toward Baziush-hun. However, his own blood chi erupted out, shoving them away. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he blurred into motion toward 2 Middle Peak Dharma protectors. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, he was right in front of them, his arms outstretched. The 2 Dharma protectors' eyes widened, and they immediately unleashed their reserves of blood chi. Their hands flashed with incantations gestures, causing their chi to take form and rush forward to block Baziush-hun. However, his hands were filled with boundless power, and blasted through the blood chi as easily as a hammer smashes through ice. As the chi shattered, Baziush-hun's hands latched onto the arm of each Dharma protector. "Screw the hell off," he shouted. Then he jerked his hands to the side, and the 2 arms exploded into a cloud of blood. Agonized shrieks rang out as the 2 Dharma protectors flew through the air to slam into a nearby Immortal's Cave. Middle Peak was descending into chaos. Meanwhile, the disturbance to the blood chi in the sect caused quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators from Nameless Peak, Corpse Peak, and Lesser Marsh Peak to look over in surprise. Even the Grand Elders turned their heads to see what was happening, as did the Blood Masters, who looked toward Middle Peak from within their temples. On Ancestor Peak, the Prime Elders sent out streams of divine sense to observe Baziush-hun fighting against the crowd on Middle Peak. "Who is that kid? What a devilish personality. Look at how many people he got to attack him. Ha ha ha. Now that's how we do things in the Bloodstream sect. It doesn't matter how young you are, when people try to kill you, you have to fight back." As the cultivators from the other mountain peaks watched the excitement, Baziush-hun crushed one Foundation establishment cultivator after another. All of them were completely shaken, and left coughing up blood. Night Crypt. At that point, A cold snort echoed out as Song K transformed into a blood-colored mountain peak, complete with 3 30-meter-long blood-colored streams of sword chi that caused the entire area to shake. Sword chi? I have some too. Eyes bloodshot, Bazius Hun waved his right hand, unleashing the blood annihilation world technique. A stream of undying blood chi poured out from him, which he sent speeding towards Song K with a wave of a finger. This was no ordinary stream of blood chi. Close examination would reveal that it was laced with a golden color. As soon as it appeared, an indescribable aura erupted out. Massive rumbling sounds filled the air, and all of the blood chi in the area trembled as though a king had appeared, and even raced toward it at top speed. As the local blood chi was sucked into the sword chi, the image of the sword grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it became like a 30-meter-long mountain shooting up into the sky. Compared to this sword chi, all other sword chi was like filth. Only Bazius Hun's sword chi was the true and proper type. A domineering air seemed to fill it, like it was the ruler of all swords in the world. The sky shook, and everyone present felt their hearts pounding in their chests. The sword chi almost seemed impossible to control, as if it could shake everything in existence, even their cultivation bases. Everyone was completely and utterly shocked. What's going on? What kind of sword chi is that? Heavens! This night crypt has also been cultivating the blood annihilation world? When the sword chi appeared, even the mid-foundation establishment elders were shocked. Under the astonished gazes of all the onlookers, the spectacular sword chi shot towards Song K. Song K's face fell, but he had no time to react. Heaven shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds echoed out as his 3 blasts of sword chi were completely destroyed. Even his mountain peak form was destroyed, and he was revealed, blood spraying out of his mouth, a look of astonishment on his face as he was sent tumbling backward. Impossible. Song K's scalp was tingling in astonishment. Bazius Hun's sword chi left him completely and utterly shaken. He had never even seen sword chi like this. It was so mighty that it exceeded anything he could imagine. Even the sword chi he had developed by cultivation in the blood waterfall was completely cowed by it. He wasn't the only one who was shaken. Everyone in the area felt their minds reeling. Bazius Hun's domineering use of sword chi left their eyes wide and their scalps numb from the shock. The crowds on Lesser Marsh Peak, Nameless Peak, and Corpse Peak were also looking on with wide eyes. The Grand Elders of the 3 peaks were left gasping, and the Blood Master's eyes shone with intense light. Cries of astonishment could even be heard on Ancestor Peak. The level of that sword chi. It's blood chi plasma. That kid's name is Night Crypt? What a genius. I can't believe he reached such a level completely under the radar. In the blood annihilation world, everything comes down to refining the blood. The 4 levels are refined blood chi plasma, inverse blood ancestral awakening, and blood chi tribulation. Even more streams of divine sense arrived on Middle Peak to observe the chaotic fighting. The highest echelons of the Bloodstream sect leadership were now observing Bazius Hun's sword chi. It was at this point that Master God Diviner suddenly cried out, "Kill Night Crypt. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely try to get revenge on us in the future." With that, he performed an incantation gesture and attacked. Everyone else seemed to agree, as they all joined forces to attack Bazius Hun. Something's off about this guy. Song K shouted, glaring murderously at Bazius Hun. That's not the Middle Peak's blood annihilation world. He wasn't sure why, but after exchanging blows with this Night Crypt, his heart was filled with deep, profound hatred for him, hatred that seemed completely irreconcilable. It was a sudden and inexplicable feeling, but there it was in his heart. Bazius Hun dodged the attacks, and then looked around at the brutal, vicious expressions on the faces of the people surrounding him. Suddenly, he began to laugh with rage, and his eyes burned with murderous coldness. You think this isn't the blood annihilation world? Well, I think I need to show you people what the blood annihilation world really looks like. With that, he leaped high up into the air. Even as the Foundation establishment cultivators turned into beams of light to follow him, he waved his hand in the direction of Middle Peak. Chapter 204, Inverse Blood Ancestral Awakening. Blood Chi, gather. Bazius Hun threw his head back and roared. As his hand waved through the air, something completely and utterly shocking occurred in the midst of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Throughout the entire lower finger of Middle Peak, countless strands of blood chi seemed to answer Bazius Hun's call, almost as if they were related to him. They almost seemed to possess intelligence as they sped through the air, radiating something like joy. Countless strands of blood chi shot toward Bazius Hun, merging into him. Every plant, every immortal's cave, every blood cistern, every blood waterfall, every inch of the ground emitted blood chi, which then raced toward Bazius Hun. It was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering scene of shocking nature. Everything turned bright red as matchlessly strong blood chi blotted out the sky. A blood mist rapidly formed around Bazius Hun, a mist that rose high into the air above him. It was as if Bazius Hun had become the king of all the blood chi in the area, as if a single word from his mouth would cause it all to rush to his side. All of the blood chi and all of the lower finger of middle peak was churning in response to his words. However, the effect wasn't limited to the lower finger area. Even the blood chi in the upper finger was stirring into motion. A massive column of blood-colored light surrounded Bazius Hun, shaking everything around it as it shot into the sky. All of middle peak was devolving into complete and utter chaos. When the surrounding dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators saw what was happening, they were flabbergasted, and began to shake in terror as they realized that the blood chi in their own bodies was on the verge of bursting out into the open. Even the mid-Foundation establishment cultivators had looks of utter disbelief on their faces. At the same time, beams of light shot up from the upper finger as numerous late Foundation establishment experts appeared. Each and every one seemed completely and utterly taken aback. What kind of freak is this guy? I can't believe the blood chi is heeding his commands. Damn it. How could Night Crypt be so powerful? Why didn't he reach Earthstring Foundation establishment? The cultivators on Lesser Marsh Peak, Nameless Peak, and Corpse Peak were all struck speechless. Even the Grand Elders of the 3 other mountain peaks all had looks of complete awe on their faces as they watched events playing out on Middle Peak. This is the mere sight of it. The Blood Masters from the 3 other mountains had all emerged from their temples to watch what was happening. They were all young men, each of whom radiated enigmatic auras. Serious expressions could be seen on their faces, and their hearts trembled because of the waves of shock which battered them inwardly. On the upper finger of Middle Peak, Grand Elder Song Jung was in the middle of an important meeting with the mountain's 9 Bloodstreak elders. Although they had been aware of the fierce fighting going on in the lower finger area, they hadn't been paying too much attention. But now, the sudden eruption of blood chi left them all completely shocked. That was especially true when the blood chi in the upper finger began to stir into motion. A look of complete incredulity appeared on Song Jung's face. Without even formally adjourning the meeting, she flew out, followed by the 9 astonished Bloodstreak elders. The 10 of them saw all of the blood chi on Middle Peak erupting in an unheard-of fashion, and then saw Bazius Hun hovering in midair, hair flying around him, eyes shining with coldness, surrounded by a boundlessly somber and desolate air. He looked like a blood devil. This. Heavens. All of the blood chi on the whole mountain peak is gathering around him. The Bloodstreak elders were completely shaken, and Song Jung was beginning to pant. At the same time, even more divine sense converged on the area from the Prime Elders on Ancestor Peak. None of them could remain even the least bit calm. Inverse Blood Ancestral Awakening? How is this even possible? I can't believe young Night Crypt has such destiny. He's reached Inverse Blood Ancestral Awakening. Damn it. Who tested this kid's latent talent in the beginning? If we'd known he could pull off Inverse Blood Ancestral Awakening with his blood sword cultivation, we would have definitely made sure he reached Earthstring Foundation establishment. As the Prime Elders reeled in shock, an even stronger stream of divine sense appeared, something which completely surpassed the Prime Elders. It was so powerful that all heaven and earth seemed to distort because of its mere presence. An ancient voice suddenly echoed out into the minds of the Prime Elders. Inverse Blood Ancestral Awakening can be stumbled upon by chance, but can never be pursued directly. Among 100,000 cultivators who practice bloodstream set techniques, it would be difficult to find even one person who can build up the reserves necessary to have such a unique ancestral awakening. An opportunity like this has only presented itself twice in the past. Few people could ever have detected this within him ahead of time. As everyone watched in shock, blood chi surged like mad into the trembling Bazius Hun, who let out a long, piercing cry. The amount of blood chi visible was shocking. Bazius Hun was like a black hole, sucking it all in, and as he did, his undying skin shone with dazzling light. As of this moment, there was nothing golden about that light, it was utterly and thoroughly the color of blood. That blood color was a symbol that anyone could identify as the hallmark of the bloodstream sect. There was no better way for someone to show that they were using the techniques of the bloodstream sect than to do exactly what Bazius Hun was doing. As the blood-colored light spread out in all directions, Bazius Hun threw his head back and bellowed, and an enormous figure appeared behind him, a creature with green skin, vicious-looking facial features, and long, protruding tusks. It had claws sharp enough to tear down all walls, a pointed horn that could rip open the heavens, and a long, scale-covered tail that could sweep across anything and everything. That creature was none other than the legendary Berserk Ghost. The sudden appearance of the Berserk Ghost indicated that Bazius Hun had finally completed the first level of the Undying Heavenly King. The instant the image of the Berserk Ghost appeared, the eyes of Lesser Marsh Peak's Grand Elder went wide. As for the Blood Master from Lesser Marsh Peak, he was shaking visibly, and his eyes were glowing with bright light. Lesser Marsh Peak must have this Night Crypt, shouted the Blood Master. The Grand Elder from Lesser Marsh Peak had the same reaction, and simply couldn't contain his excitement. On Lesser Marsh Peak, They had a secret magic that had come from years of research into the hand of the Blood Ancestor, a secret magic that was based on a totem tattoo that depicted the Berserk Ghost. Shockingly, Bazius Hun's ancestral awakening caused an actual projection of the Berserk Ghost to appear. Everyone on Lesser Marsh Peak was being driven to complete madness. At the same time, Bazius Hun hovered in midair, roaring at the top of his lungs, absorbing all of the blood chi in the area. After flowing into him, the blood chi then emerged behind him to form the shape of an enormous blood sword. At first, only the tip was fully formed. But as he absorbed more blood chi, the blade began to form, and then the hilt. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it was accomplished in only a few breaths worth of time. In the end, an enormous, blood-colored sword appeared. Everyone gasped as Bazius Hun raised both hands and grasped the hilt of the sword. "This is my blood annihilation world," he shouted. "You people want to kill me? Well, what if I kill you first?" Then, he slashed the sword down, sending an arc of blood-colored light shooting toward the dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators below. As the massive sword descended, more blood chi in the area rushed toward it, merging into it, causing it to grow larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it was over 30 meters long, radiating an explosive aura of extermination. The Foundation Establishment cultivators' faces went pale. Howling, they joined forces, unleashing all of the power at their disposal to defend themselves, even their trump cards. Boom! When the sword hit the cultivators in the front line, they screamed, and their bodies began to tremble on the verge of collapse. Apparently, it started a chain reaction which quickly spread to the cultivators behind them. The blood sword attack which they had just sustained was now threatening to destroy them all. Song-K was in the group, and a vicious look appeared on his face for the second time as he prepared to put his life on a line to counterattack. However, it was at this point that a cold snort echoed out. "Enough is enough. Blood chi, disperse." The words echoed out like thunder, causing the blood sword in Bazius Hun's hands to tremble, and then rapidly begin to fall apart and disperse. All of Middle Peak trembled as a powerful force swept over it. At the same time, countless spell formations and magical symbols appeared on the surface of the ground, which had been placed on the hand specifically to control the blood chi. Bazius Hun's eyes widened as he sensed the blood chi responding to the voice which had just spoken. It was no longer under his control, almost as if that voice were its true master, and had a much higher level of control over it than he did. However, moments later, he realized that the truth of the matter was that this person's control over the blood chi was being exerted by outside force, in sharp contrast to himself. After all, he was related to the blood chi. Rage filled Bazius Hun's heart. At the moment, he didn't care who that voice belonged to, he couldn't hold back from saying, "No, enough is not enough. When they tried to kill me, how come you didn't intervene then? Now I'm trying to kill them, and suddenly you say enough is enough? I refuse to accept this." From the moment he'd arrived in the Bloodstream sect, he'd been running around with his tail stuck between his legs. Now he was finally taking some action, only to receive the short end of the stick. At the moment, his desire to kill these Foundation Establishment cultivators only continued to grow. "This is their fault," he cried, eyes bright red. Although he knew what he was doing might not be the best choice, he exerted all his power to call out to the huge hand, all with the intention of throwing the Bloodstream sect into chaos. Even if he had to flee the sect afterward, this was his choice. As the blood chi dispersed, as intense pressure weighed down, as the Foundation Establishment cultivators gasped, he burst into motion. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of one of the Foundation Establishment Dharma protectors, whereupon he clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. That cultivator had just been breathing a sigh of relief. Too slow to react to what was happening, he was struck directly by the fist strike, causing blood to spray out of his mouth as his heart and blood vessels began to explode. His eyes went wide, and before he could say anything more, he was dead. Everyone devolved into chaos and began to flee. Bazius Hun was tired of being wronged, and had thrown caution to the wind. His expression was grim, and his eyes radiated killing intent as he attacked once again. Chapter 205, What a Great Sect. Bazius Hun's eyes were bright red. He had already dealt with people who wanted to kill him back when he was being chased by the Luotian clan. That was when he came to realize that the only option in such a situation was to be more vicious than his opponents. Furthermore, he had to kill them before they killed him. That was the only way to stay alive. He transformed into a beam of light, causing heaven shaking, earth-shattering rumbling to fill the area as he appeared next to another of the Foundation Establishment Dharma protectors who had attacked him moments ago, and directly bashed into him. A boom echoed out, and the Dharma protector screamed miserably as his body shattered into pieces. Bazius Hun shot through the blood and gore, then suddenly sped backward and grabbed a hold of the neck of another cultivator who had been preparing to launch a sneak attack. The man screamed as he was subsequently ripped to shreds. Bazius Hun was already soaked in blood, his breath coming in ragged pants, and his eyes bright red. "Come on!" he bellowed. "What are you running for? Didn't you want to kill me? Bring it on!" He blurred into motion, appearing behind a terrified, fleeing Foundation establishment cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Bazius Hun's hand clasped onto the man's shoulder. Howling, the man tried to perform an incantation gesture, but before he could, Bazius Hun's other hand grabbed his neck and squeezed down hard. A cracking sound echoed out, and the man was dead. As Bazius Hun turned back around, the other Foundation establishment cultivators fled like mad, faces filled with terror. Some dove into their immortals' caves and activated the defensive spell formations, others simply tried to get as far away as possible. Some of them had banded together and were erecting a giant defensive spell formation to prevent Bazius Hun from getting to them. Songke and Master God Diviner were in that group. "You're not even human. I've never seen a fiendish devil like this before. Heavens! Night Crypt is terrifying." Bazius Hun's explosive burst of violence left them completely shaken. To them, he seemed like a fiend, a monster, his clothes soaked in blood, his expression vicious and filled with murder. Such brutality, such madness, left the minds of all cultivators present completely reeling. Even Songke was gasping, and as for Master God Diviner, he was completely scared out of his mind. These were all Bloodstream sect disciples, people who disciples from the other sects viewed as wildly brutal. However, as of this moment, those very disciples were looking at Bazius Hun and thinking that his brutality was beyond description. Surprisingly, whoever had just spoken out to stop Bazius Hun didn't say anything further. Even the Prime Elders and the others were simply watching, clearly moved, and yet doing nothing to intervene. In fact, some of them even approached in person to watch the slaughter unfold. Breathing heavily, Bazius Hun looked over at the group in the spell formation, then grinned coldly as he shot toward a nearby immortal's cave. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he used his fleshly body power alone to batter the cave open. Moments later, he emerged from the cave dragging the corpse of the Foundation establishment cultivator who had been hiding within. He tossed the corpse out in front of the spell formation, then sat down off to the side, exhausted. Wiping the blood off of his face, he looked up at the onlookers hovering in midair. Suddenly, he blinked. Waves of exhaustion spread out through him, wrapping around his muscles and causing them to go slack. At the same time, he felt fear and regret. Although his outburst had allowed him to give vent to his anger, he was now getting nervous. "I didn't use any spirit stream sect techniques," he thought, trembling inwardly, "only stuff from the Bloodstream sect. Technically speaking, my body refinement magic is connected to the Bloodstream sect. Maybe they'll punish me, but they won't kill me. Will they?" Although he thought calling out to the giant hand to try to destroy the Bloodstream sect, he wasn't confident at all in being able to succeed. Middle Peak was completely silent. Even in the Bloodstream sect, slaughter like this was a rarity. To see such a fight left everyone completely shocked, and at the same time, changed their understanding of Night Crypt. The silence was broken by the ancient voice. "Finished killing people?" At the same time, a blurry figure slowly materialized in front of Bazius Hun. It was a middle-aged man wearing a long, blood-colored robe. He had his hands clasped behind his back as he hovered there, looking coldly at Bazius Hun. He radiated a sensation of terrifying blood chi, something that seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, to connect with Middle Peak itself. That blood chi became a mighty pressure that caused even Bazius Hun's spiritual seas to vibrate. When the man looked at Bazius Hun, it felt like he could see right through him, peer into his very depths, see past all illusions. Bazius Hun shivered. Thankfully, the mask he was wearing was a precious treasure from the mysterious sect, and still managed to conceal him. After a moment, the man muttered to himself and retracted his vision. With that, he waved his right hand, sending a small bottle flying toward Bazius Hun. Exceptional innate talent. Inverse blood ancestral awakening. Even better than that, a devilish personality. Sadly, you're only at Mortal Tao Foundation establishment. There are 3 spirit blood pills in that bottle. They should heal your injuries and also make you more sensitive toward blood chi. With that, the man sighed, turned, and took a step forward. A wind blew past, and he was gone. Huh? Bazius Hun looked around in shock. He had been fully prepared to be punished, but instead, the man had gifted him with a bottle of medicinal pills. Up in midair, the Grand Elders of the mountain peaks looked down with shining eyes. The reason none of them had spoken up earlier was because of the arrival of the Patriarch. Night Crypt's transformation had been so monumental that the Patriarch had personally came to inspect the situation. Considering he had found no problems, the Grand Elder's passions now burned even hotter than before. Not only did Night Crypt have incredible natural talent, he had killed several people in very rare fashion. Even the Patriarch said he had a devilish personality. All of the Grand Elders were impressed by Night Crypt's genius. Then they thought back to how domineering he had been in the fight over the Foundation establishment pills, and their admiration grew stronger. Although killing was against sect rules, they didn't really care. In the Bloodstream sect, the law of the jungle prevailed. Not a single one of them could claim to have hands free of blood. When people didn't know what was best for them, and provoked powerful experts, then the fault for their deaths lay at their own hands. When it came to low-level cultivators, the sect rules were more strictly enforced, but that was for their own protection. Foundation establishment cultivators and the powerful experts above them respected strength and strength alone. Furthermore, Bezius Hun's ability to piss people off was quite moving. There was a big difference between making everyone like you, and making everyone hate you, but in the end, the result was the same as far as the leaders of the sect were concerned. When it came to success in those matters, the former would be champions of justice, the latter, devils. Considering he had such a devilish personality, if Nightcrypt could stay alive, then once his cultivation base improved, he would be a champion of the ages. Either he would conquer everything under the heavens, or the heavens would conquer him. The Grand Elder from Lesser Marshpeak, the tall, burly cultivator, flew out with a smile on his face. Junior brother Nightcrypt, come with me to Lesser Marshpeak. With that body refinement technique of yours, it would be a huge waste for you to not come to Lesser Marshpeak. If you agree, I'll let you reside on the upper finger. Come. I guarantee you make incredible, unheard of achievements in body refinement. Bezius Hun was a bit stunned by the sudden outpouring of words from the Grand Elder of Lesser Marshpeak. Before he could even react, though, the Grand Elder from Corpse Peak stepped forward. Ignore him, Nightcrypt. Join us on Corpse Peak. Corpse Peak will be your home for all eternity. Come. You can have your pick of all the colorful corpses we have. Junior brother Nightcrypt, they're not being sincere, cried the dwarf from Nameless Peak, who was ready to go all out to win over Bezius Hun with his inverse blood ancestral awakening. Come to Nameless Peak. I'll let you join the circle of Bloodstreak elders. With the power of Nameless Peak behind you, no one will ever dare to provoke you again. Bezius Hun was at a loss for words. He had caused a huge disaster, killed 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators in a row, caused chaos to Middle Peak's blood chi, and had completely ignored that middle-aged man. Although he didn't know who that man was, he assumed he was a prime elder, or maybe even a patriarch. If he had defied someone like that back in the Spirit Stream sect, and also been responsible for such a disaster, according to the sect rules, he would have been sent to the Hall of Justice to be skinned alive, bereft of his cultivation base, and then destroyed in body and soul. However, in the Bloodstream sect, everything was the opposite. As he stood there stupefied, a flirtatious laugh echoed out as the bewitchingly beautiful Song Jun appeared. A fragrant breeze accompanied her arrival, and a gleam of deep praise could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Bezius Hun as though he were a priceless gem. She came to a stop right in front of him, then turned to face everyone else. This is Middle Peak. Are you people here to openly undermine me? Bezius Hun blinked at the sight of Song Jun standing in front of him. She was dressed as audaciously as usual, her skirt had a long slit up the side, revealing her milky white legs, a sight which caused Bezius Hun's eyes to go wide. Before he realized what was happening, he was staring. The other 3 Grand Elders could see exactly what Song Jun was doing, and they also noticed how Bezius Hun was staring at her. They sighed at Song Jun's trickery, but could do nothing about it. Sighing longingly at Bezius Hun, they turned and left. After they were gone, Song Jun's smile vanished, and her face became very grim as she looked around at the Foundation establishment cultivators of Middle Peak. As her gaze passed over them, they trembled and bowed their heads silently. Song K seemed more scared than anyone, and didn't even dare to look up. From a young age, he had always feared his aunt. You're all dismissed, Song Jun said coolly. Don't forget to come back later and clean this place up. Everyone breathed sighs of relief, and then left respectfully. Soon, the area was silent once again. Song Jun turned her attention back toward Bezius Hun, an enigmatic smile on her face as she leaned forward and lifted his chin with her fair, jade-like hand, forcing him to look her in the eye. Seen enough, little bro Nightcrypt? Blushing, Bezius Hun cleared his throat and stood up straight, then clasped hands and bowed. Greetings, Big Sis Song. You need to be a bit more careful in the future. The Bloodstream sect is a chaotic place, and it always has been. Maybe if things were different, we would be stronger in some ways, but there is nothing that can be done about it. All you can do is continue to find powerful enemies to defeat to impress people. As long as the patriarchs are around, the sect will remain whole. They can suppress the chaos when necessary. For now, stay on Middle Peak. You'll be safe here, and the stronger you get, the more respect you will be shown. She smiled, and it was a smile like a blooming rose, making her somehow more indescribably beautiful than ever. After a moment of hesitation, Bezius Hun asked, Big Sis Song, Was that a patriarch just now? That was Patriarch Limitless. She replied softly. Seeing Bazia's shocked reaction, she covered her smile with her hand and then left in a gust of fragrant wind. Bazia's stood there for a long moment before taking a deep breath. So, that was the consummate chosen from 800 years ago, Master Limitless. Bazia's looked around again, shaken. The more time that passed, the more he marveled at how well the Bloodstream sect treated him. Back in the Spirit Stream sect, he was always punished for causing disasters. Here, they not only withheld punishment, they actually rewarded him. All of the mountain peaks were fighting over him, and to top it off, Grand Elder Songjun was a smoking hot babe. This place was the perfect location to cultivate the undying live forever technique. It was his own personal holy land, filled with blood chi. What a great sect. Shaking his head, he realized he had to adjust his way of thinking. He was from the Spirit Stream sect, an enemy of the Bloodstream sect. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Bloodstream sect was really great. Chapter 206, Dazzlingly Ferocious Reputation. By now, evening had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. Outside the Bloodstream sect, that moon appeared as white as ever, but looking at it from inside the sect, it was crimson. Blood-colored light bathed the sect, making it look even more grim and sinister than before. Disciples from other sects would shake in fear at such a sight, but Bazia's had been in the Bloodstream sect for long enough that he'd grown used to it. He was currently walking along a moonlit mountain path. Everything around him lay in waste. The ground and trees were destroyed, the Immortals' caves collapsed. However, it was very quiet. News about Bazia's battle during the day on Middle Peak had already begun to spread like wildfire through the rest of the sect. In the Bloodstream sect, the law of the jungle prevailed, and people only showed respect to the powerful. During that spectacular fight, Bazia's had showed a brutal strength, a madness, a bloodthirstiness that struck everyone deep into their hearts. He alone had stood up to dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators, and had even killed 7 or 8 of them. It was a rare thing even in the Bloodstream sect, and to many people, Bazia's had already become the stuff of nightmares. Not a single person suspected that he was a Bloodstream sect disciple, and if anyone had dared to make such an accusation, no one would have believed them. I really don't like fighting and killing. Bazia's thought, sighing. After returning to his Immortals' cave and finding that it had been completely destroyed, he sat down off to the side and decided that tomorrow, he would go pick a new Immortals' cave. The night passed uneventfully. However, the cultivators of Middle Peak sat in the darkness, hearts pounding with fear. The events during the day were truly like a nightmare, and all of them feared that Bazia's would come for retribution. They sat restlessly in their Immortals' caves, spell formations active. There were even some who fled Middle Peak altogether. Of course, word rapidly spread about the madness on Middle Peak, and Bazia's violent outburst. Some of the Foundation establishment cultivators on Lesser Marsh Peak, Nameless Peak, and Corpse Peak had personally witnessed the event, whereas others only heard about it after the fact. All of them were shocked. He personally fought back against dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators? He actually defied the orders of a patriarch. Everyone just stood by and watched while he killed 8 people? Question mark. The survivors were forced to hide together behind a spell formation? Word spread like mad through the 4 mountain peaks of the Bloodstream sect. Even the inner sect disciples on the back of the hand soon caught wind of Bazia's actions. All of them were astonished. People had already came to view him as a bloodthirsty fiend, and now, the inner sect disciples could only imagine a variety of terrifying images regarding what had occurred. Night Crypt is incredible. He ripped people apart, then drank their blood as he killed the other bystanders. I heard he's not even a cultivator. He's actually an evil, green-skinned hobgoblin in disguise. He has superhuman strength. A single bump from him can shake an entire mountain. All sorts of rumors began to spread. It only took a single night before countless people in the Bloodstream sect learned about a new person that nobody could provoke, a person named Night Crypt. At dawn, Bazia's opened his eyes and went to take a walk. By the time, word about him had spread throughout the sect. Even the outer sect disciples had heard the stories. In fact, the disciples used various methods to spread the word, and it wasn't long before the cultivator clans in the area had heard the tales. It was easy to imagine how quickly the other major sects would learn of Night Crypt's name. It went without saying that the news spread faster in the Bloodstream sect than it would have in the Spirit Stream sect. After all, the Bloodstream sect disciples always walked around on edge to begin with, and never had much entertainment. Coupled with the fervor they felt toward powerful experts, it ensured that they were always very interested in newly risen chosen. Bazia's almost immediately came to experience that himself. Whenever Foundation establishment cultivators saw him coming, their expressions would flicker. Those who hadn't participated in the fighting the day before would smile broadly and clasp hands in greeting. Bazia's was moved. Now that he had proven himself, he finally got the same feeling he did when he walked around in the Spirit Stream sect. His initial reaction was to smile and nod back to them in greeting. However, in response to his smile, the other Foundation establishment cultivators' eyes would go wide with disbelief. Many of them would even subconsciously take a few steps back, hesitant expressions on their faces. At first, Bazish-hun was shocked. But then he put on a cold demeanor and stared icily at them, and the Foundation establishment cultivators would sigh in relief. To them, that expression seemed much more befitting of Night Crypt. I'm such a good person. Bazish-hun thought to himself, sighing inwardly. Having no other option, he maintained a cold, indifferent expression, glaring here and there. That earned him much more respect. As he walked along, his eyes started to get tired from all the glaring. Eventually, he reached the pavilion where he could select a new Immortal's Cave. The old man who had previously treated him with cool indifference suddenly rushed out and offered greetings. When he realized that Bazish-hun had came to choose an Immortal's Cave, he was at first shocked, but then quickly changed his attitude. Eyes burning with passion, he produced a scroll map and opened it to show Bazish-hun. Junior brother Night Crypt, what do you think about this one? This Immortal's Cave has wonderful surroundings, and the blood chi there is incredible. Or what about this one? A prime elder once lived there. I usually don't point that out to anyone. There's also this place. If I remember, there are a few puppets that come with that one. Although Bazish-hun was moved by the old man's passionate introduction to the Immortal's Cave, his face remained icy and ruthless. Eventually, he frowned. Although the open Immortal's Caves were better than his old destroyed one, they still weren't as good as the ones with a lot of blood chi. Seeing Bazish-hun frowning, the old man seemed like he wanted to say something, then hesitated. He looked at Bazish-hun for another moment, then thought about the fight from the day before. Finally, he gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Junior brother Night Crypt, you don't need to come here to select an Immortal's Cave. Huh? Bazish-hun blinked thoughtfully. Deciding to make things more clear, the old man lowered his voice further. Remember, in the Bloodstream sect, we respect the strong and powerful. Many people don't officially select Immortal's Caves, they just take them. If you see one you like, kick the old owner out, and it becomes yours. Bazish-hun's eyes began to shine brightly. The truth was that he had lived for so long in the Spirit Stream sect that, deep inside, he wasn't at all like the Bloodstream sect people. Sometimes it was hard to think the way they did. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed the old man to remind him. Clearing his throat, he maintained his icy exterior, and nodded coolly to the old man. Then he swished his sleeve and turned to leave. Inside, he was filled with the excitement that came from being able to violate a taboo. The old man watched Bazish-hun leaving, and sighed. As far as he was concerned, it was a big pity that Night Crypt was only in Mortal Tao Foundation establishment. Otherwise, he might have had an extraordinary future. Of course, even though he was merely in Mortal Tao Foundation establishment, he was still a brutal fiend who couldn't be provoked. Bazish-hun walked along, feeling more and more excited, his heart pounding as he looked around. What a feeling. I can just take whatever I like? Nothing matters except that I'm stronger, so I can have whatever I want. He licked his lips in anticipation. This was something that could never happen in the Spirit Stream sect. It was like finally being able to eat forbidden fruit. He scoured Middle Peak for half a day, and around noontime identified an Immortal's Cave he liked. It was rather large, and the grounds around it were covered with blood trees. It was almost like a whole world unto itself. The blood trees all had faces on them, and although their eyes were closed, they seemed completely sinister and bizarre, the type that would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who got near them. In fact, the only path leading to the door had been overrun by the sinister blood trees. Even from a distance, it was possible to see the faint blood mist that filled the area. Just barely visible through the blood trees was a blood cistern with dense blood chi. The area was paved with limestone, and there were some refined corpses wearing suits of armor who stood guard. Next to the cistern was the entrance to the Immortal's Cave, a huge white door that was carved with intricate spell formations. The spell formations were currently active, flickering with bright light that ensured that the entire area was shielded. Looking at the scene, Bazish-hun licked his lips, and his eyes began to shine. What a great location. He had secretly absorbed blood chi from this location in the past, and vaguely remembered that it was Master God Diviner's Immortal's Cave. He had asked Imposter Night Crypt, and learned that Master God Diviner was only in the early Foundation establishment stage, but as he was very adept at divination and augury, he was very important to the sect. In the Lone Hell Pocket realm, he had reached Earthstring Foundation establishment, but had only achieved a few tide flows. Even still, it was enough to set him on the path to fame in the Bloodstream sect. Therefore, it was no surprise that he had occupied such a nice Immortal's Cave for such a long time. Eyes shining, Bazish-hun sped forward toward the Immortal's Cave. As he neared, faces on the blood trees opened their eyes, which shone with killing intent. However, as soon as they recognized Bazius-hun, they began to scream in high-pitched voices. Night Devil is here. It's Night Devil. Heavens. Night Devil is here for revenge. Master, save me. Inside the Immortal's cave, Master God Diviner gritted his teeth. He both hated and feared Bazius-hun, and when he thought about the brutal events from the previous day, he was sure that Bazius-hun had came to get revenge. Then he heard the voices crying out from the outside, and his eyes went wide. Sure enough, he is here. Chapter 207, Night Devil's Name Spreads. Night Devil? When Bazius-hun heard what the blood trees were screaming, his jaw dropped. He had no way of knowing, but because of the brutality of the previous day's events, quite a few people had taken to calling him Night Devil. Annoyed by the shrieking trees, he snorted coldly and said, "Shut up." His voice was accompanied by a brutally murderous air that scared the blood trees so much that they started trembling and lapsed into silence. Terrified, the trees that had planted themselves onto the path leading to the Immortal's cave pulled out their roots and cleared the way. Bazius-hun clasped his hands behind his back, stuck his chin up, and coolly said, "Master God Diviner, get out here." Everyone who heard him was completely shocked. Inside the Immortal's cave, Master God Diviner's face went ashen, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, sweat popping out on his forehead, he cried, "Night Crypt, don't push things too far." Bazius-hun didn't step into the forest of blood trees. The pressure from the spell formation was too threatening. However, in response to Master God Diviner words, he smiled grimly and then unleashed some blood chi. In the blink of an eye, all of the blood chi in the area began to churn, transforming into a dense mist. The faces on the blood trees began to quiver, but they didn't dare to scream. They simply began to huddle together in shock. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the area could sense what was happening, and saw the shocking blood chi building up around Bazius-hun. Inside the Immortal's cave, Master God Diviner sat there with ashen face, chuckling bitterly. The madness in his eyes grew, and just when he was about to jump out and fight to the death, Bazius-hun's cruel voice once again filled the area. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get the hell out of there," he said proudly. "I want this Immortal's cave." With that he flicked his sleeve. Master God Diviner had been ready to unleash the power of the spell formation to fight to the death with Bazius-hun. But when he heard his words, his eyes went wide with surprise. He almost couldn't believe it. "You think I'll risk my life based on your kindness, Night Crypt? What makes you think I'll believe you?" Sticking his chin up, Bazius-hun replied, "Calm down. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'm going to take your Immortal's cave, then I'm going to take your Immortal's cave." Even as the words left his mouth, the door to the Immortal's cave opened, and Master God Diviner flew out at top speed, flying off into the air. As he did, his voice echoed out, "Night Crypt, the Bloodstream sect is a devilish sect, but we keep our promises. If you go back on your word in front of all these fellow Taoists, you'll be hated by everyone. No one will ever believe you again." Master God Diviner was truly afraid. He feared that Bazius-hun was intentionally drawing him out of his Immortal's cave to attack him. Even as he flew off, he tossed down the jade pendant to the Immortal's cave. Never could he have imagined that Bazius-hun really had just come for the Immortal's cave, and not his life. In fact, he still couldn't believe it, and his heart pounded with the feeling of having nearly escaped a deadly catastrophe. As he caught the jade pendant, Bazius-hun stared at the fleeing Master God Diviner. Only then did he understand what was going on. Sighing, he ignored Master God Diviner and then stepped into the blood tree forest. As soon as the blood trees realized they had a new master, they were all smiles, and even began to lavish him with praise. Master Night Devil is mighty and extraordinary, invincible under the heavens. Master Night Devil is a master strategist. He can succeed with even the most difficult tasks. Bazius-hun looked at the fawning blood trees with a somber, cold expression, and yet, a gleam of encouragement could be seen in his eyes. At first, the blood trees had been very nervous, but when they saw the encouraging look, they mustered their courage and heaped more flattery upon him. Bazius-hun sighed and shook his head. "I really am quite outstanding," he murmured. "No matter where I go, people are always trying to flatter me. It's annoying, and yet, I can't really stop them either." His sighs caused the blood tree's flattery to increase. Compared to Night Devil, no other devils exist in the world. With a single glance, Night Devil causes all the female cultivators to swoon. When Night Devil sighs, the heavens turn dim. As the blood trees went all out with their praise, Bazius-hun happily stepped into Master God Diviner's Immortal's cave. The blood chi here didn't seem any less strong than that near Songke's blood waterfall. Bazius-hun felt even more satisfied than before. There were 7 or 8 puppets present which all offered formal greetings. He quickly sent them over to his old collapsed Immortal's cave to bring his belongings over. Soon, the fact that Bazius Hun had occupied Master God Diviner's Immortal's cave spread through all of Middle Peak. Yet again, a whole new set of stories regarding Night Crypt's brutality were told. Half a month went by, during which time the stories of Night Crypt grew more and more wild. All of the cultivator clans in the area already knew about him. Soon, everyone was aware that a new, savage figure had appeared in the Bloodstream sect. He had single-handedly fought an entire group of Foundation establishment experts, and even killed 7 or 8 of them. He had drawn upon all the blood chi of Middle Peak to form an enormous, shocking blood sword. And then there was his inverse blood ancestral awakening, which left everyone completely astonished. He has a strange personality, and is completely unpredictable. One second he'll be slaughtering people left and right, the next, he's calm and lets everyone off the hook. It's impossible to figure him out. I heard that, according to Patriarch Limitless, it was Night Crypt's devilish personality that enabled him to escape alive from the Spirit Stream sect's Bazius Hun. Night Crypt has obviously been extraordinary for some time. Not even Sankei is a match for him. It's too bad he's only at Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Otherwise, he'd be even stronger than he is now. That's nothing. I heard that the Grand Elders of all 4 mountain peaks fought over him. In the end, he chose Grand Elder Songjun of Middle Peak. What a pity. Of course, news leaked from Bloodstream sect territory into the territory of other sects. Eventually, even the warring Profound Stream sect and Pill Stream sect had heard of Night Crypt. The Spirit Stream sect was closer than they were to the Bloodstream sect, so they were privy to more details. Eventually, both the north and south banks of the Spirit Stream sect were abuzz with the topic. Ghost Fang was in secluded meditation, but even he heard some of the stories. Frowning, he thought back to the Fallen Sword Abyss, but couldn't recall a Bloodstream sect disciple with that name. Night Crypt? I don't remember him. Shangwen Tenyu was also in secluded meditation. After thinking the matter over, he couldn't recall any information about the person in question. But that didn't matter. He wasn't happy about anyone being stronger than him. When it came to the chosen of any generation, they knew that the only way to maintain their place was to keep getting stronger and stronger. Night Crypt. Zhu Xingqi took a deep breath. The Spirit Stream sect paid very close attention to the affairs of the Bloodstream sect. Zhu Xingqi was very shocked by the news, especially when she heard that he had fought a battle with an entire group of Foundation establishment experts. Gritting her teeth, she focused even harder on her cultivation. It was the same with Bane Lai, Lu Tanglai, Zhu Song, Gong Sunyun and many other chosen. The stories about Night Crypt spurred them into even greater focus. As for the sect leader and the other high-level leaders, they also took note, but what interested them more was the inverse blood ancestral awakening. If this Night Crypt keeps getting stronger, he could turn into quite the calamity. Put more resources into the search for Bazius Hun. Ever since the kid left, not even a shadow of him has turned up. Even the people we sent to watch over him haven't been able to turn up any clues. The Spirit Stream sect chosen and leadership figures were shaken. As for the ordinary inner sect disciples, most of them weren't very impressed with the stories they heard. What the hell is a Night Crypt? Can he even come close to Sect Uncle Bay? Yeah, exactly. If Sect Uncle Bay fought him, this Night Crypt would be turned to ash in a second. That was what many people were saying, especially Hu Xiaomai and Big Fatty Zhang. Zhu Bekai was especially fervent in his opinions as well. In fact, to confirm her theory that the newly famous Night Crypt would be completely destroyed by the simple wave of Bazius Hun's finger, Hu Xiaomai went to consult with Hu Yunfei, who was in secluded meditation. After a long moment of thought, Hu Yunfei smiled and said, Night Crypt? There were too many people attacking Zish Hun at the same time. I don't really remember them all. I knew that guy was a nobody. Big Bro Zish Hun is the awesomest. At first, Hu Xiaomai was very happy. However, her mood quickly soured. Where do you think Zish Hun is now anyway? How come nobody can find him? I hope he's not in trouble. Hu Yunfei tousled her hair and looked off into the distance. Don't worry about him, he said with a slight smile. No matter where he ends up, the people who'll end up in trouble are the unlucky folks around him. Who knows how many folks he's driven crazy so far. Hu Xiaomai thought back to all of the past events Bazius Hun had been involved with, and smiled. Finally, she took a deep breath. Eyes filled with determination, and cheeks flushed, she decided that she had to work hard at her cultivation. Without doing that, there wasn't any hope at all of anything happening between her and Bazius Hun. As stories of Night Crypt spread, Bazius Hun was sitting by the blood cistern, working on his cultivation. With the help of the strong blood chi in the area, he was already working on the second level of the Undying Heavenly King. By now, more than half of the Heavenspan River water had merged into his first spiritual sea. Before long, the process would be complete. That would signify that he had begun to break through from early Foundation establishment. It would also represent another step of progress with his human-controlling grand magic. At that point, he would be able to experiment in ways that he had only been able to dream about before. Although he hadn't come across an opportunity to use his Heaven's Pandarma Eye, he was confident that when he opened it, it would be even more powerful than before. Then there was his mountain-shaking bash. He continued to practice with it, which caused booming sounds to echo around his immortal's cave as he grew more and more familiar with it. He didn't give up on his work with proto-magnetic power either. Although he hadn't mastered it, he was convinced that it was an extraordinary magic, and his heart thumped with anticipation at being able to use the powers of gravity and repulsion. If I could completely come to understand it, then if someone stronger than me was chasing me, I could just wave my finger, and they wouldn't be able to get close. As for anyone weaker than me, I could just wave my hand, and they would fly toward me. When he thought about that, his eyes glittered like diamonds. Chapter 208, Save Me Big Sis Song. Being able to force people to come and go as I wish. Now that is a level unto itself. The more Baziush-hun thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. He could almost imagine what it would be like when he mastered proto-magnetic power, and could reduce things to ash with a wave of his hand. The swish of his sleeve could send enemies far off into the distance, and simultaneously bring friends close by to protect them. It was such an entrancing idea that Baziush-hun looked at his sleeve for a moment, and then decided to perform some more tests. He worked hard for more than half a month. One night, in the middle of his proto-magnetic power research, a blood-colored palanquin trundled along toward the sect, carried on the shoulders of 8 gargoyles. On either side of the palanquin were hosts of palace maids carrying blood-colored lanterns that caused blood-colored light to spill out in all directions. Inside the palanquin was Zumai, wearing her mask, staring grimly at a jade slip she held in her hand. She had left the sect a few months ago on a mission. After killing some profound stream sect spies in one of the local cultivator clans, she was now on her way back to the sect. Night Crypt. Looking over at the sect, her eyes flickered with killing intent. About a month ago, when she was still in the middle of her mission, she had heard some of the other disciples talking about Night Crypt. She knew about the chaos on Middle Peak, and also knew that her immortal's cave had been destroyed. Now, more killing intent roiled in her eyes than before. In the past, she hadn't thought much about Night Crypt. To her, he was like an ant, someone who could be killed at the drop of a hat. If it weren't for the fact that she had been out on a mission, she would have arranged to have him exterminated. Even the fact that he had been hiding on Corpse Peak wouldn't have mattered. Of course, she wouldn't have done the deed herself. But then Night Crypt had the gall to actually destroy her immortal's cave. After that came the news that he had fought with a whole group of Foundation establishment cultivators, and had even drawn upon the blood chi of all of Middle Peak for his inverse blood ancestral awakening. It was truly a spectacular accomplishment. However, if Zumai wanted him killed, she could still do it. Waving her hand, she said, to Middle Peak. In response to her words, the palace maids and gargoyles changed direction. Instead of heading toward Ancestor Peak, they were now moving through the darkness of night toward Middle Peak. Her arrival caused pressure to spread out that many of the Foundation establishment cultivators could detect, whereupon they saw the blood palanquin. As for the cultivators who had teamed up to fight Baziush-hun, their eyes shone with delight. That was especially true of Master God Diviner. He was now living in a relatively simple and crude immortal's cave, and when he saw Zumai's palanquin flying through the air, he began to tremble with excitement. Let's see how you hide this time, Night Crypt. Everyone else is too scared to attack you. Even Patriarch Limitless approved of you. But young Lady Zumai reached 9 tide flows, and she's Patriarch Limitless' beloved daughter. If she wants to kill you, not even the Patriarch would stop her. You're dead, Night Crypt. Although it was very quiet on Middle Peak, if you listened carefully, you would be able to hear numerous cultivators doing their best to stifle their breathing. It was like the calm before a storm. Soon the blood palanquin was hovering in the air above Zumai's immortal's cave. When Zumai saw the rubble down below, she began to breathe heavily. Transforming into a beam of blood-colored light, she shot down toward the immortal's cave. The wave of her sleeve sent countless rocks and bits of rubble flying away to reveal a destroyed spell formation, and the shattered remnants of her blood bottle. As she stared at her bottle, her murderous aura grew more and more intense, until it formed an explosive energy around her. Astonishingly, 9 vortexes could be seen surrounding her. Those were the manifestations of the 9 tide flows of her Earthstring Foundation establishment. They spun rapidly until they were like 9 enormous tornadoes, causing widespread shock among the cultivators in the area. A moment later, Zumai's voice echoed out, filled with boundless killing intent. Where is Night Crypt? Master God Diviner had been paying close attention to what was happening, and as soon as he heard her words, he burst out into the open and flew over. Clasping hands and bowing deeply, he excitedly said, Young Lady Zumai, please take charge here. Night Crypt is matchlessly vicious, a thug who commits every imaginable misdeed. Not only did he destroy your immortal's cave, he killed many fellow members of the sect. Then he stole my immortal's cave. That's exactly where you can find him right now. I'll lead the way, young lady. Zumai looked at Master God Diviner, and her gaze caused his heart to pound. Averting his gaze, he quickly led her toward Baziash-hun. Quite a few other Foundation establishment cultivators were in the area secretly watching, and they began to follow along. Cruel looks could be seen in their eyes as they anticipated the scene of young Lady Zumai slaughtering Baziash-hun. Night Crypt is dead. Humphrey. Let's see him be arrogant and aggressive this time. He can bully us, but he'll be like an bug in front of young Lady Zumai. Young Lady Zumai reached 9 tide flows, shaking the entire eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. Other than the legendary Baziash-hun, who could possibly be a match for her? They followed along excitedly until they were outside of Baziash-hun's new immortal's cave. Young Lady Zumai, Master God Diviner said through gritted teeth, the hoodlum is right here. After everything that had occurred, Master God Diviner hated Baziash-hun down to his very bones. Zumai looked at the immortal's cave and the blood trees with the vicious faces. The blood trees opened their eyes, and immediately began to tremble. None of them dared to even speak. Apparently they could sense how much more terrifying young Lady Zumai was than Night Crypt. Not only did they not say a word, they uprooted themselves and moved off to the side, revealing the blood cistern and the immortal's cave. Zumai's killing intent slowly transformed into blood chi, which swirled around her as she began to stride forward. It only took a moment for her to be hovering directly above the immortal's cave. There, she lifted her right hand, which turned blood red before she then shoved it downward. All of Middle Peak trembled in response, and the same spell formation appeared that had appeared when the Patriarch made a move not too many days before. Massive amounts of blood chi swirled together, converging beneath Zumai in the form of an enormous, blood-colored plum blossom. Then, the plum blossom began to drop down toward the immortal's cave. The cave spell formation was activated, and attempted to fight back, but the blood-colored plum blossom was too shockingly powerful. It had been converged from all of the blood chi in the area, and seemed capable of completely dominating the spell formation. The spell formation only managed to hold out for a few breaths worth of time before it faded away. Then Zumai's attack continued to descend. Incredible rumbling echoed out in all directions. The crowd looked on excitedly as Baziash-hun's immortal's cave began to collapse, sending rocks and rubble tumbling in all directions. Young Lady Zu is almighty. Ha ha ha. Night Crypt, you're... Although everyone was cheering at first, they quickly discovered that, unexpectedly, the immortal's cave was empty. Zumai snorted coldly, then waved her finger toward the blood cistern. Instantly, blood chi erupted out, slamming into the cistern, which collapsed with a boom. At the same time, someone shot out from inside the cistern, that person being Baziash-hun himself. He had been practicing cultivation happily at the bottom of the cistern when he suddenly heard the commotion up above. Before he could even take the time to check what was happening, the top of the cistern had been destroyed. He wasn't injured, but he was certainly shocked. He also wasn't sure what type of mysterious treasure she was using to create such an overpowering aura. That was the only explanation why he hadn't detected her earlier. Listen, we're all chosen, so please just listen to what Zumai looked over at him calmly. There were some people in life that she didn't view as insects, but Night Crypt wasn't one of those people. She waved her finger again, and Baziash-hun immediately felt a sensation of imminent crisis. It was the explosive power of 9 tide flows. She only waved her finger once, but it contained layer upon layer of power, all of which was bearing down on Baziash-hun. Baziash-hun was angry. In his opinion, they were all chosen, so there was no reason they couldn't sit down and discuss things reasonably. Why did they have to instantly resort to deadly fighting? However, at the moment, he had no choice but to unleash his own blood chi. Raising his hand up over his head, he grabbed the blood sword that formed, and then slashed it out in front of him. A boom echoed out, shaking everything in the area. As the shockwave spread out, Baziash-hun's hair flew about wildly. For the first time, a brilliant light shone in Zumai's eyes, and she snorted coldly. Not bad after all, she said coolly. But external power is nothing more than external power. Blood chi seal. Her right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then she pointed her finger out, and the same thing that had occurred when the Patriarch appeared happened again. All of the blood chi around Baziash-hun began to tremble and disperse. Baziash-hun looked around, and immediately realized that there were the signs of a spell formation in the ground. Although she couldn't control all of Middle Peak like Patriarch Limitless could, she could control a smaller area. As of this moment, she said placidly, you are nothing more than an ant. Then she began to speed toward Baziash-hun. Baziash-hun's face fell. The blood chi in the area had been suppressed, but if he wanted to, he could seize control back, just like he had done before. Unfortunately, if he did that now, It would reveal some secrets that he didn't want other people to know about. A boom rang out as they slammed into each other. Baziush-hun staggered back, his rage growing. As for Zumai, intense killing intent could be seen in her eyes. She once again performed another incantation gesture, summoning a blood-colored plum blossom which shot toward Baziush-hun. A fierce look could be seen in Baziush-hun's eyes. Zumai was far stronger than Song Kei, and was in fact the most powerful enemy he had encountered since reaching Foundation Establishment. Even as he was trying to decide how to deal with her, a flirtatious laugh suddenly echoed out in the area. "What foul wind blew young lady Zumai over here? What's wrong? You don't like my junior brother Night Crypt?" Another casual laugh floated through the area as Middle Peak Grand Elder Song Jun appeared in front of Baziush-hun. She was wearing a different outfit than before, but it was just as incapable of containing her voluptuous physique as the other, almost as if she had to breath out just to fit into it. Curves were visible everywhere, along with milky white skin. She was truly explosively sexy. As soon as the words left her mouth, the blood-colored plum blossom stopped in place in midair. Song Jun's hair floated around her, and a fragrant aroma spread out. She was like a ripe peach that caused all of the other Foundation Establishment cultivators to gasp with desire. Tongue sticking to the roofs of their mouths, they bowed their heads to avoid looking at the fatally attractive image in front of them. Only Baziush-hun dared to stare. Then, he spoke up, sounding wronged and bullied. "Big Sis Song, if you'd been even a bit later, I would have lost my poor little life." Chapter 209, Silenced in Death. "You're always looking at me like that, you lecherous little rascal," Song Jun said with a flirtatious smile. "What exactly do you think you're going to do?" Although she didn't seem to technically be flirting, her spectacular beauty and sparkling eyes would stir the emotions of anyone who saw them. In his heart, Baziush-hun wanted to tell her that she was a vixen. However, if he didn't somehow manage to become Grand Elder himself, then the only way to get the relic of eternal indestructibility would be to sneak in through her bedchamber. Therefore, he looked down shyly, lowered his voice and said, "Big Sis Song, you're peerless and sublime. I don't know why, but I just can't stop myself from staring." With that, he stared at her a bit more. The way he treated her differently was exactly what Song Jun found so amusing. Their flirtatious exchange caused all of the Foundation Establishment cultivators to grumble bitterly inside. In addition to the hatred they felt for Baziush-hun, there was also a bit of envy. That was especially true of Master God Diviner, whose eyes widened into a near glare. Panting, he suddenly wished he could switch places with Baziush-hun. He wanted to be the one standing in front of Song Jun, the Middle Peak Grand Elder who was in fact a rare beauty. He wanted to be the one flirting back and forth with her. Zumai looked at the two of them, and the coldness in her eyes grew more intense. Snorting coldly, she said, "I'm also curious about something. What foul wind was it that brought Song Jun over here? Get out of my way." With that, she waved her hand, and the blood-colored plum blossom suddenly began to move again. Song Jun's smile suddenly turned icy. "Do Zumai, this is Middle Peak. Don't let your presumptuousness get the better of you." She waved her right hand, and the spell formation that covered the area suddenly flared to life. Earlier, Zumai had just barely forced some of it to work, but now, the entire thing was in motion. The blood-colored plum blossom shattered, transforming into massive amounts of blood chi. Most of it scattered, although some of it was absorbed back by Zumai. Zumai stuck her chin up and arrogantly said, "I'm in the middle of something here, why don't you mind your own business?" The expression on her face when she looked at Song Jun was different than when she looked at others. It was one of derision, and even intentional provocation. "This is my business. I dare you to do something tonight, Crypt. Try it, and see what happens." Laughing coldly, Song Jun's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and she waved her finger toward the ground. Instantly, the spell formation expanded, and in the blink of an eye, all of the lower finger was lit up. Song Jun's eyes shone with just as much derision and provocation as Zumai's. Moved, Baziush-hun remained behind Song Jun, glaring hatefully at Zumai. Zumai took a step forward, and her cultivation base erupted with power, becoming a tornado of 9 vortexes that stretched high up into the sky. This was the awe-inspiring power of Earthstring Foundation Establishment and 9 tide flows. I'd originally planned to simply sever his hands to teach him a lesson. But since you're protecting him now, I think I'll end his life. Baziush-hun's eyes flickered, and inwardly, he despised Zumai even more. If he could reveal his Heavendal Foundation establishment, then the snap of his finger would leave her shocked into a daze. "Other people might fear your status, but not Song Jun. I couldn't care less. If you harm a single hair on Night Crypt's head, I'll cut off one of your fingers." Song Jun also took a step forward and unleashed the power of her cultivation base. Although she didn't have the vortexes of 9 tide flows, she was in the great circle of late Foundation establishment, The quality of the power at her disposal couldn't match up to Zumai's, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. Cracking sounds emanated out as the power from the two slammed into each other. Plants and trees in the area were shredded to pieces, and as the shockwaves spread out, the Foundation Establishment cultivators' hearts trembled. Zumai was clearly not a match, and after their initial clash, she staggered backward. Baziush-hun was so shaken then he didn't know what to do or say. He almost couldn't believe that the beautiful Grand Elder was treating him so well. For him, she had offended Zumai and even put herself on the line. Although Baziush-hun was of the opinion that one of his hairs was worth a lot more than a finger, he was still very moved by the Grand Elder's goodwill. She's really treating me too well, he thought. What am I supposed to do? Feeling a headache coming on, he hovered behind Song Jun and stared somberly at Zumai. Zumai gave a cold harumph. Eyes burning with fury and killing intent, she waved her right index finger, causing a white beam of light to shoot out from her bag of holding. It transformed into a little white bell which had a smiling face engraved on its surface. Upon closer examination, however, the face almost seemed to be crying. If you started at it for too long, your scalp would begin to tingle, and your heart would fill with fear. As soon as the bell appeared, a bizarre aura spread out in all directions. As it merged into the 9 tide flow vortexes, the tide flow power erupted, and massive rumbling sounds filled the area. Strangely, the power from the bell seemed to be combining with the 9 tide flow vortexes. Instantly, the energy in the area skyrocketed, and the bell began to grow larger until it was fully 30 meters tall. As it hovered there in midair, it radiated boundless might and pressure. Zumai's eyes flickered. Thanks to the assistance of this magical item, her cultivation base power was rising until it was on the same level as Song Jun's. Apparently, the ringing sound of the bell could influence the emotions of those who heard it. The faces of the onlookers flickered, and even Song Jun's pupils constricted. This was clearly not a magical item designed for Foundation Establishment cultivators. Considering Zumai's status, it was obvious to everyone that this was a precious treasure which had been gifted to her by her father Patriarch Limitless. It was only possible to imagine how powerful of a precious treasure a patriarch would give to his beloved daughter. Song Jun gritted her teeth. She had never gotten along with Zumai, and both of them were currently engaged in a broader struggle for power. Although their mutual dislike had festered for years, Song Jun currently had a far more powerful cultivation base than Zumai. And yet, a precious treasure provided by Patriarch Limitless was enough to fill her heart with fear. However, Zumai's heart also trembled in fear. She might have her precious treasure, but in terms of cultivation base, she wasn't a match for Song Jun. Furthermore, when it came to official status in the sect, she couldn't really compete. The two of them stared at each other, both of them scared, and neither one willing to make the first move. Baziush-hun remained off to the side, shocked, staring in amazement at the precious magical item. The two women stared at each other for a while before Song Jun finally chuckled coldly. Smiling a beautiful smile, she spoke words that cut as deeply as a razor-sharp blade. You wear a mask all day, and a mask carved with a plum flower at that. You might as well carve your own ass on that mask, Zumai. You're obviously so ugly you don't dare to show your face in public. Everyone in the area gasped. It was almost as if they were listening to a stranger, and not the Grand Elder. Baziush-hun's jaw dropped, and he looked over at Zumai, wondering how she would counterattack. Zumai snorted coldly. Completely ignoring Baziush-hun, she glared at Song Jun and said, "Oh yeah? Well, your good looks are probably why you're so easy. The only way you got to be Grand Elder of Middle Peak was by losing your virtue Indiana 10000 affairs. Everybody in the sect knows it. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd sleep with 100,000 people to become a blood master. Wouldn't you?" Countless gasps echoed out, and the cultivators of Middle Peak stared with wide eyes. As of this moment, Zumai also seemed like a complete stranger. Zumai's counterattack struck Baziush-hun mute. Gasping, he couldn't decide which one of them was superior. They actually seemed to be evenly matched. However, something seemed odd about the situation, and suddenly, he wondered if he had felt moved for no reason. By now, the two shrews seemed to be completely ignoring him, and were consumed by hatred for each other. Hey, hold on. He thought. I'm supposed to be the center of attention. Did they forget about me? Blinking, he decided to remind them of what was going on. Listen, ladies. However, before he could finish, both Zumai and Song Jun snapped, "Shut up." Baziush-hun was initially frightened, but then enraged. However, before he could say anything else, Song Jun laughed coldly. "Shut your ass up, do Zumai. I'm not the easy one. The easy one was your mother. She had to do a blood test just to figure out that Patriarch Limitless was your father. That's the truth, and everybody knows it. Other people might not dare to say it out loud, but go ask any of your father's friends. They all know." Song Jun laughed coldly. This time, there were no gasps. Everyone was completely dumbstruck. Considering that a patriarch had just been mentioned, they felt almost like they had been struck by thunder. There were even some who started to slowly edge away. Obviously, in a brutal organization like the Bloodstream sect, a secret the likes of which had just been mentioned was the kind that people got killed for hearing. Song Jung might not be afraid, but that was because one of the Bloodstream sect patriarchs was from her clan. Nobody else present had such a background. Not willing to be outdone, Zumai spat, "Slanderer. You think I don't know the truth about you? Song K is your love child. And Nightcrypt is your secret lover. If that weren't the case, you never would have showed up so quickly. You probably stepped out the back door and then just hurried back, didn't you? You disgusting slut bucket." This second batch of unverifiable news caused the scalps of all onlookers to tingle in fear. Moments ago, people had been edging away quietly, but at this point, they didn't dare to hear anything more. Hearts pounding, they fled, convinced that if they listened any further, they would end up dead. Bezius Hun was also trembling in terror, and was wondering if he would also be silenced in death to keep the news from spreading. He began to carefully sneak away, hoping to put as much distance between himself and these two women as possible. The truth was that, in this moment, he was just as scared as he had been back in the Luotian mountains. Even as he prepared to flee at top speed, Song Jung and Zumai continued to curse each other, revealing even more explosive bits of information. Bezius Hun's skin crawled as he heard all sorts of sordid history regarding the Bloodstream sect. By this point, the Bloodstream sect patriarchs were aware of what was happening. Eventually, it seemed they weren't interested in hearing any more, and one of the patriarchs cleared his throat. The sound transformed into rumbling thunder, and a lightning bolt even split the sky overhead. Song Jung and Zumai knew what that meant. Neither of them wanted to back down, but they had no choice. With a final vicious glare at each other, they snorted coldly and parted ways. One flew up to the upper finger, the other left middle peak. Unexpectedly, neither of them spared a second glance for Bezius Hun. Soon, everything was quiet. Bezius Hun hovered there in shock for a moment before looking around and sighed. There were few things in life as terrifying as two women who hated each other. Chapter 210, Grand Elder, please behave yourself. Bezius Hun sighed and looked down at his Immortal's Cave, pondering his miserable existence. Since arriving in the Bloodstream sect, he'd had 2 Immortals' Caves destroyed. These people are savages. One slip of the tongue and they destroy your Immortal's Cave. Shaking his head, he looked over furiously at the blood trees. The blood trees had been completely useless, they'd been so scared that they didn't even offer a warning. Now that he was glaring at them, they were shivering and attempting to look as ingratiating as possible. Bezius Hun was not in a good mood. After glaring at the trees well and good, he warned them that if something like this happened again, he would tear them up by the roots once and for all. After the trembling trees promised that they would behave better in the future, Bezius Hun finally let them off the hook. It took the rest of the night to clean up the mess that was the remains of his Immortal's Cave. Around dawn, he used spiritual power to repair some of the damage, and then used the rest of the day to recover. As he sat there cross-legged in the Immortal's Cave, he thought about the situation, and came to the conclusion that Zumai probably wouldn't come back for him anytime soon. As long as he stayed on the mountain, he shouldn't have any trouble. Just wait until I get that relic of eternal indestructibility, he said, snorting coldly. Then I'll show that hussy Zumai how awesome I really am. Then he thought about all the secrets he'd heard, and was suddenly worried again. It should be fine, right? He thought, trying to comfort himself. However, 3 days later, he happened to hear that a random disciple had been summoned by the Grand Elder, and had been punished severely for no apparent reason. Bezius Hun immediately started to get more nervous. From what he remembered, that disciple had been one of the group who heard all of the secrets. Another day went by, and Bezius Hun heard about a disciple who had somehow provoked Zumai. Apparently, she had punished him by tossing him into blood prison. Bezius Hun began to pant in shock. I'm finished. Kaput. The shrews are starting to tie up all the loose ends. Bezius Hun anxiously tried to get more information about what was happening. During that time, he heard plenty of rumors about cultivators being imprisoned by Zumai or dispatched by the Grand Elder to the Profound Stream sect or Pill Stream sect on spy missions. Most unbelievable was a tale about one of the cultivators who was summoned to the upper finger for an audience with the Grand Elder, and then was suddenly killed. That cultivator must have been a complete idiot, Bezius Hun thought. After hearing everything that was happening with the cultivators who had heard the secrets, Bezius Hun trembled with fear. He even thought about simply fleeing, but couldn't bring himself to do so. It wasn't my fault that I heard that stuff. He didn't want to hear the secrets of Zumai's past, or know how many people Song Jung had been in relationships with. After a few more days passed, no more stories popped up about people being punished, and Bezius Hun started to relax. The next day, as he was in the middle of cultivating the undying live forever technique, his expression flickered, and he suddenly turned his head. Outside of his immortal's cave, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Night Crypt, the Grand Elder has requested your presence." As soon as Bazius-hun heard that, his heart seized. Trembling in fear, he opened the door a crack to look at the person outside. Beyond the trembling blood trees stood an old man wearing a blood-colored robe decorated with complex golden designs. He had his hands clasped behind his back, and from the fluctuations of his cultivation base, he was in the late foundation establishment stage. When Bazius-hun saw the blood-colored robe and the golden designs, he knew exactly who this person was. He occupied a position second only to the Grand Elder, and definitely much higher than Dharma protectors or regular elders. He was a Bloodstreak Elder. A Bloodstreak Elder. See, could he be here to silence me? Usually there were 10 or so Bloodstreak Elders on every mountain, and they cooperated with the Grand Elder to maintain order. Bazius-hun looked like he was about to cry. His mind replayed all of the stories he'd heard about the cultivators who had been punished over the past weeks, and he got so nervous that his face went pale. What do I do? What do I do? The Bloodstreak Elder was starting to get impatient, and called out, "Night Crypt, what's with the dilly-dallying? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out here." Grimacing, Bazius-hun hesitated for a moment, but finally realized there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, he walked out of the Immortal's cave. The Bloodstreak Elder glared at him, clearly displeased with Bazius-hun's slowness. With a cold snort, he led the way toward the upper finger. Bazius-hun followed along, mind racing with plans for how to deal with the situation. His nervousness only continued to mount as he followed the Bloodstreak Elder to Songjun's Immortal's cave. The grounds were expansive, and covered with blood-red roses that filled the air with a fragrant aroma. 9 blood waterfalls could be seen in the area, which poured into a blood lake. A stone path led across the lake to the area behind the waterfalls, where a mysterious Immortal's cave was located. Only after passing through the waterfalls would one be able to actually see the door of the Immortal's cave, which was pitch black. 4 young attendants stood there silently on guard. Within the waters of the blood lake, it was possible to see strange fish swimming about. When they occasionally leaped out of the water, vicious teeth and spined fins could be seen before they splashed down out of sight. "Go in, the Grand Elder is waiting for you," the Bloodstreak Elder said coolly. Then he sat down cross-legged off to the side. Bazius-hun looked around nervously. Of course, it wasn't lost on him that this location was his ultimate goal in the Bloodstream sect. The relic of eternal indestructibility was located beneath this very Immortal's cave. Sighing, he walked carefully along the path, his heart pounding in his chest. Eventually, he passed through the waterfalls, and was in front of the door. The 4 young attendants looked at him coldly, but didn't say anything. Bazius-hun gritted his teeth, and tried to convince himself that the patriarchs knew who he was, so if Songjun wanted to make a move against him, they would surely intervene. After all, he had already accomplished an inverse blood ancestral awakening. Clearing his throat, he clasped hands and bowed. "Night Crypt is here to offer greetings, Big Sis Song." Songjun's voice drifted out from the Immortal's cave in response. "Come in." Her voice sounded as lovely as ever to Bazius-hun, but there also seemed something vaguely sinister about it. Having no other choice, he braced himself, pushed open the door, and entered. A delicate fragrance met him as he stepped into the luxuriously decorated Immortal's cave. Glowing pearls were inlaid in the ceiling, while the floor was green and scintillated like a gem. There was strong blood chi, as well as abundant spiritual energy, so much so that it made everything a bit hazy. It was impossible to say how many side rooms there were, but the grand hall in the middle had a hot spring, from which steam rose up into the air. Floating there in the water was a woman, her body just barely visible underneath the surface. She almost looked like a mermaid as she swayed back and forth, her curves so prominent that Bazius-hun's tongue immediately stuck to the roof of his mouth. "Vixen," he thought. "Don't even think of making a pass at Bazius-hun, you can't fool me. This is obviously a trap. If I stare at you, you'll accuse me of offending you." Gritting his teeth, he forced his gaze down, refusing to look at her. "Come on in," Songjun said. Bazius-hun walked forward, head bowed, until he was at the edge of the water. At that point, it became impossible to look down, so instead, he looked up to study the glowing pearls overhead. Expression somber, he could just barely see her body out of the corner of his eyes. Heart trembling, he yet again cursed the vixen. Songjun could see what he was doing, and chuckled flirtatiously. Then, the sound of rippling water could be heard as she swam to the edge of the hot spring and stepped out. Draping a blood-red bathrobe over herself, she walked over to Bazius-hun, then reached out with her jade-like finger and tugged his chin down. "What's wrong, little bro Night Crypt? No lewd stare for me today?" Her breath smelled like an orchid, and considering how close she was, it was impossible for him not to see her milky white skin. It was a very enticing scene, something almost impossible to describe with words. Anyone who laid eyes on her in this situation would surely be struck mute. Her eyes sparkled like spring rain, and were both profoundly deep and endlessly charming. It almost seemed like looking into them would leave a man eternally lost within their depths, unable to think, unable to free himself. Song Jun slowly leaned over and blew gently into Bazish Hun's ear, and her hot breath made him shiver all the way down to his bones and even his soul. He almost couldn't take it. He shivered under the intense stimulation, and even started to pant. By this point his eyes were completely bloodshot. Song Jun appeared to be smiling, and yet, there was something disdainful and cold in her eyes. Just when she seemed to be on the verge of saying something else, Bazish Hun took a few steps back. Instead of looking up at the ceiling, he stared directly into her eyes. His own eyes were bloodshot, his face distorted almost as if with pain. "Grand Elder," he said, almost growling, "please behave yourself." A look of disappointment appeared in his eyes, something like bitter heartbreak. He almost seemed like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Song Jun, who had been on the verge of speaking, suddenly stared back at him in shock, and the coldness in her eyes vanished. "Grand Elder, in my heart, you are holy, like the moon in the sky, eternally sacred, so beautiful that even someone who spotted you from afar would be envious." He looked hurt, and although his words were spoken softly, they filled the whole Immortal's cave. Chapter 211, The Ultimate Vixen. "Grand Elder, I refuse to believe the things that Zumai said. Not one little bit. In my heart, you are as holy as a lotus, something the filth of the world can't even come close to touching. You are as beautiful as a sea immortal, completely beyond the sordid dirtiness of the world around you." As he got more emotional, the pain in his eyes grew more intense. "Grand Elder, allow me to tell you what kind of person you are in my heart. I dream of you night and day. You are an eternal safe haven for my soul, the ideal immortal goddess, something pure and sacred that I must protect for my whole life." Bazish Hun's sorrow and despair was making him shake, and the disappointment he felt in his heart was turning into a madness that was exploding out as if it had been suppressed for far too long. He swished his sleeve, and a bit of a murderous aura began to emanate off of him, as if he couldn't suppress it any longer. It was as if he had climbed a mountain of corpses and waded through a sea of blood to get where he was. Even his veins of steel began to show through. "I, Night Crypt, can't even count how many people I've killed in my life. I am as vicious as they get. I've lost touch with my humanity, with my feelings, with my passion. I am like an empty shell filled with nothing but the coldness of slaughter and brutality. However, in the emptiness, there is a spark of light. And that light sparked into being when I first laid eyes on you, Grand Elder." A tremor ran through Song Jun's beautiful frame. She almost seemed to be in a daze as she stared at the disappointment in Bazish Hun's eyes. There was pain and grief there, as if something beautiful and holy which he had been completely attached to had collapsed. It was as if his entire world had fallen apart, and he was now descending into hysteria. "I didn't choose Middle Peak, Grand Elder, I chose you. You talk about my lewd stare, but you are mistaken. I have never looked at you in such a way. Every time I look at you, I just want to protect you." By this point, his bloodshot eyes overflowed with pain as he shouted, "Grand Elder, the person standing in front of me right now is not you. Put on your clothes. Get that look off your face. Enough with the flirting. I want to see the pure and unsullied Song Jun that exists in my heart, the person that I, Night Crypt, wish to protect for my whole life. Return to me that which is the light of my life." From Bazish Hun's twisted expression, he almost seemed to be going insane. His roaring voice echoed about in the Immortal's cave, causing the hot spring waters to vibrate. It almost seemed as if he were giving vent to his deepest emotions. Imposter Night Crypt's soul was shaken as he observed the actions of Bazish Hun, stupefied by how realistic his wording was, and how his emotions seemed so real. The Immortal's cave was quiet for a moment, but then Bazish Hun began to chuckle hoarsely. Sounding disappointed and hurt, he quietly turned away so that he wasn't looking at Song Jun. He was trembling, although the truth was that it was from fear. As soon as he had stepped into the Immortal's cave, he had sensed the intangible coldness inside, and he realized that nothing he had planned on the way over would work. He could only improvise. As soon as Song Jun emerged from the water, he knew that he had to exercise utmost caution, lest he be finished. This stinking shrew is completely nefarious. Bazish Hun really felt as if he'd gotten the short end of the stick. How could he ever have imagined that Song Jun would be so vicious? Clearly she knew that the patriarchs liked him, and that he was also very famous in the sect. That was why she had chosen to use such tactics on him. It's a good thing Bazish Hun is no fool, he thought. Let's see what trick she pulls next. Remaining completely vigilant, he waited for Song Jun to make her next move. Song Jun's mind was spinning, and she was trembling visibly. Bezius Hun's words had stabbed deep into her heart, like the sharpest of blades. Now that she stood there looking at his back, he seemed taller than ever, as though he could support heaven and earth on his shoulders. She wasn't even sure what to say. Night Crypt had completely shaken her to the core. It felt like a mountain had fallen onto her, something that broke down all the barriers in her mind and left her soul exposed. She could only stand there quietly trying to calm the chaos in her heart. Her original intention had been to call Night Crypt over to try to find a reason to punish him. If she could lock him up in blood prison, then she could definitely stop any gossip from spreading. Furthermore, it would make it impossible for Zumai to kill him, which would mean that she would have won the competition between the two of them. Who would have ever thought that the seemingly lewd Night Crypt would fall to pieces because of her clothing and her actions? She was especially moved by his last words, when he asked her to bring back the real Song Jun. That left her thoroughly moved, and suddenly caused something different to appear in her eyes when she looked at him. Song Jun took a deep breath. Slowly, the flirtatious expression she usually wore faded away. She waved her hand, and a more conservative garment flew over and settled onto her. She adjusted her hair and straightened up a bit, and suddenly seemed very different. Instead of looking seductive, she seemed truly dignified and beautiful. She wasn't very old to begin with, but with this attire, she seemed completely different than before. Inside and out, she radiated a natural grace and charm that made her seem dazzling. Her skin was fair and white, and without all the makeup, she seemed like clouds reflected on snow. Her hair was now coiled together into a beautiful bun, and as she looked at Bezius Hun, her eyes glistened like deep pools of pure water. Her teeth were smooth and white, her lips plump and red. Anyone who looked at her would think they were seeing the beauty of humanity personified. "You can turn around now," she said softly. Remaining ever vigilant, Bezius Hun slowly turned around, making sure to keep the disappointed expression on his face. At the same time, his veins of steel were visible as he laid eyes on Song Jun. Almost immediately, he was shaken to the core. He had seen beautiful women before, such as Huziomai, Zhuzinki, or the missing Du Lingfei. They were all exquisitely good-looking. However, there was something graceful and elegant to Song Jun that few women could compare to. Her previous flirtatious look had turned into something very dignified, and the change left Bezius Hun completely taken aback. It was a pure, clean beauty, like a hibiscus flower glistening in the morning dew. Completely and utterly astonishing. Despite being completely tongue-tied and anxious, Bezius Hun's vigilance didn't reduce in the slightest. On the contrary, it grew stronger. This Song Jun, she's the ultimate vixen. Seeing Bezius Hun's reaction, Song Jun covered her smile with her hand. There was nothing coquettish about it this time. It was actually very charming, and the look in her eyes caused Bezius Hun's heart to leap. What's she doing now? He thought, so nervous that his heart was pounding in his chest. For some reason, this latest tactic of hers seemed far more powerful than her opening move. Presumably, she would be making her counterattack at any moment. Was she moving in for the kill? She smiled charmingly, and before he could respond, she continued on in a serious voice, "Very well, I'm giving you back the Song Jun that exists in your heart. Happy now? The reason I asked you here was to tell you something. Go back and pack your bags. We'll meet tomorrow at dawn, at the base of Middle Peak. You'll be joining me as I go with one of my Song clan's patriarchs to visit the Spirit Stream sect. That Song clan patriarch is also one of the 8 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect." Bezius Hun's eyes went wide, and when he heard her mention the Spirit Stream sect, his heart trembled. A diplomatic mission to the Spirit Stream sect? Bezius Hun was taken aback. The idea of going back to the Spirit Stream sect as Night Crypt was strange to say the least. Song Jun looked at him and smiled. "What's wrong? You don't want to go? I didn't originally plan to take you. However, if I leave you behind, that slut Zumai might cause problems. Since I can't stay to protect you, then I'd prefer to take you with me. You need to be very careful whenever you see that whore. She's ruthless, and also reached 9 Earthstring tide flows. Her father is Patriarch Limitless, and she herself is a potential future matriarch of the sect. There's nothing she won't do to reach her goals. She and I have never gotten along. The slut thinks that she can rely on her status to steal my rightful spot as Bloodmaster of Middle Peak. But how could I possibly let her do such a thing?" Almost as soon as Song Jun mentioned Zumai, her eyes flickered with cold light. However, seemingly worried that such a look wouldn't conform with Bezius Hun's image of her, she suddenly felt the need to explain further. From generation to generation, there have always been 4 Bloodmasters. By now, the Bloodmasters of the other 3 mountain peaks have already been selected. Only Middle Peak has none. Bloodmaster is a very high position, similar to that of Prime Elder. After reaching core formation, Bloodmasters become Blood Rippers, which are second only to the Patriarchs. Of course, in order to become a Blood Ripper, you have to first become a Bloodmaster. The position of Middle Peak Blood Master has belonged to the Song clan for many, many years. But this time, Zumai reached 9 tide flows, and thinks she can steal it away. If I fail, then the Song clan's power will weaken in the sect, and I can't let that happen. Having finished her explanation, Song Jung looked at Bazish Hun. Bazish Hun took a deep breath. Then, after a moment of thought, he asked, "Why exactly are we going to the Spirit Stream sect?" Song Jun hesitated for a moment. Before what had just happened, she would never have divulged the secret. But now, after a moment of thought, she waved her hand, activating her cave's spell formation, and sealing the two of them in alone. Then she began to explain. Chapter 212, The Hesitation of the Bloodstream Sect. Song Jun looked at Bazish Hun and said, "You and I won't be the only ones going with the Patriarch on the diplomatic mission to the Spirit Stream sect. There will be others. However, Middle Peak will be in charge. There are 2 purposes to the mission, one primary and one secondary. Let's start with the secondary purpose. We want to get a first-hand look at Bazish Hun." When Song Jun spoke Bazish Hun's name, her eyes flickered with intense coldness. Bazish Hun's nervousness mounted, especially when he saw that cold look. From the way she was looking at him, it seemed as if her killing intent were rising to explosive levels. He gritted his teeth. "Killing intent overflowing," he said. "Back in the Fallen Sword Abyss, Bazish Hun and I sparked the greatest of enmities. My hatred for him runs as deep as the sea. I refuse to live under the same sky as him. You had better not, under any circumstances, allow me to run into him, otherwise I'll do everything in my power to kill him." Of course, he really felt that he was getting the short end of the stick in this situation, and hoped that Song Jun wouldn't be offended. Song Jun nodded. Sighing, she said, "Bazish Hun's Stalkers have Unstring Foundation establishment, and destroyed all of the Song clan's plans. The clan paid a very heavy price to get that chance. We bought the secrets of the Heaven Dao cultivation base from Patriarch Limitless, all for the purpose of Kerr becoming Middle Peak's Blood Master. But now, it's too late for that. Kerr only reached 8 tide flows, and can't possibly fight Zumai. Now I'm the only one who has a chance at the Blood Master spot." As of this moment, she seemed more than ever like she wanted to kill the Spirit Stream sect's Bazish Hun. Bazish Hun blinked a few times, then began to nod deeply as if he approved of what she was saying. "Yeah, that's right," he said, feeling quite proud of himself. If it weren't for Bazish Hun, Kerr would definitely have reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment. He couldn't help but imagine the glorious expression Song K would have on his face if he were present to hear himself called Kerr. Song Jun continued in a soft voice, "The main reason for the diplomatic mission, though, is to see if war is really going to break out between the Bloodstream sect and Spirit Stream sect." As she spoke, it almost seemed as if she could see the future war playing out. Bazish Hun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. Although he had always known that war was likely to break out between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect, he didn't want that to happen. War was a brutal thing, and if it truly occurred, many people would die. The Profound Stream sect and the Pill Stream sect have already been fighting for some time. The Pill Stream sect is weak, and have already begged the Bloodstream sect for help. However, at the same time, it is highly likely that the Profound Stream sect and the Spirit Stream sect have been in secret negotiations regarding an alliance. If they're doing that, then so can we. The most interesting thing of all is that the Profound Stream sect also hinted to us about an alliance in the past. However, that seemed a last-minute thing, something doomed from the beginning to collapse. From all of this, we can see how much scheming and plotting is going on. In the end, the sects can only trust and rely on themselves. Although Song Jun's eyes seemed to contain a bit of cynicism, there was an icy coldness deep within that. Bazish Hun didn't say anything at first. This wasn't the first time he'd heard about the war between the Profound and Pillstream sects. From the rumors he had caught wind of in the sect, the war had already reached a very brutal level, with countless casualties on both sides. It's hard to see where the true battlefield lies. Although the Profound and Pillstream sects are fighting each other, for all we know, they might end up as allies in the end. It's always difficult to tell who your true enemies are. Determining the identity of your true foe is the most critical aspect of war. Considering the importance of what is at stake, the stream sects are going crazy. Night Crypt. War is not too far off. It could break out at any moment. Furthermore, biding time and waiting for the outbreak, waiting until the battle lines are drawn, is not necessarily the best decision. If too much time goes by, it's possible that 2 of the other sects could form an alliance. Maybe even all 3 of them. They might all join forces to defeat the Bloodstream sect. After all, we are the strongest sect. As the saying goes, once you start riding a tiger, it's hard to get off, so we need to take advantage of the moment before true war breaks out to seize the advantage. Song Jun sighed and looked at Bazish Hun. Bazish Hun smiled wryly. From the perspective of the Bloodstream sect, this was exactly the right move. If they let things progress too far along without making a move, the other three sects might form an alliance. In that case, the Bloodstream sect would be at a distinct disadvantage, and might even suffer a bitter loss. This time, there will be a war. And the Bloodstream sect must rise up to become a Middle Reaches sect. At this point, Song Jun went on to explain matters regarding the Sky River Court in the Middle Reaches. For the most part, her explanation matched the explanation given by sect leader Zhenyu Ondong of the Spirit Stream sect. Bezius Hun listened quietly and didn't ask any questions. If war breaks out, she continued, we really have only one option, and that is to fight the Spirit Stream sect. After all, the four great sects are located on the tributaries in the following order: Blood, Spirit, Profound, Pill. The closest to us is the Spirit Stream sect. If we do start fighting, the Bloodstream sect is confident of winning. But that doesn't mean the Spirit Stream sect can be underestimated. They are adept at hiding their resources, and have profound reserves built up. Although we would suffer heavy losses, the Spirit Stream sect would be destroyed in the end. But then we would have to face the advance of the Profound Stream sect. Even if we came out victorious against them, there wouldn't be many survivors. If all of the sects ended up suffering heavy casualties, there would be no hope of being powerful enough to take out the Sky River Court. Any chance of rising up to a higher position would be dashed. Song Jun frowned. By now, she was divulging information that an ordinary Dharma protector would never have access to. Only the higher echelons in the leadership of the Bloodstream sect would be privy to such matters. Bezius Hun's heart trembled. After coming to the Bloodstream sect, he had become very familiar with how powerful and savage they were, and was certain that if war erupted, the Spirit Stream sect wouldn't be a match for them. He could only imagine what it would be like to see so many faces he knew awash with blood, never to open their eyes again. The war would be one in which the Spirit Stream sect was wiped out, and the Bloodstream sect suffered severe losses. The truth is, we don't actually want such a war to happen. If we could prevent it, and maintain the full strength of the Bloodstream sect, then the Profound Stream sect and Pill Stream sect could be easily wiped out. Then, we would be much more confident in maintaining the strength necessary to defeat the Sky River Court. At this point, Song Jun's eyes shone with a mysterious light. Our biggest concern is this: when the Bloodstream sect finally moves to take out the Sky River Court, what would happen if the Spirit Stream sect suddenly allied with the Sky River Court? Then we would be wiped out for sure. No amount of promises, not even oaths sworn to the Tao of the Heavens, can be trusted when it comes to matters affecting the entire sect. Therefore, after much discussion, the patriarchs have chosen to send a diplomatic mission. If the Spirit Stream sect agrees, then we will promise not to fight them. The Spirit Stream sect will not be exterminated, nor will the Bloodstream sect suffer heavy casualties. To hear such words coming from Song Jun's mouth caused Bezius Hun's heart to tremble. As far as he was concerned, the best outcome would be no war at all between the two sects. However, that agreement would involve the Bloodstream sect setting up an enormous spell formation on the Spirit Stream sect's portion of the Heavenspan River. That spell formation would seal their sect for 1,000 years. During those 1,000 years, anyone would be able to enter, but no one would be able to leave. Disciples of the Spirit Stream sect would be unable to go out into the Eastwood continent, and the Spirit Stream sect's portion of the Heavenspan River would waste away to some degree. Their spiritual energy would grow weaker. However, it would only be for a short 1,000-year period. Afterward, the Bloodstream sect would be in a stable position in the Middle Reaches, and would undo the seal. That is the only circumstance in which we could trust the Spirit Stream sect, and the only way to prevent war between the two of us. Not a single person from the Spirit Stream sect would die, and the Bloodstream sect would definitely succeed in rising up to a new level. By the time Song Jun finished explaining everything to Bezius Hun, she was almost panting. As for Bezius Hun, great waves of shock filled his heart. From what he knew, it seemed unlikely that the Spirit Stream sect would agree to such terms. To be sealed for 1,000 years was basically a prison sentence. Most frustrating of all would be the situation after the 1,000-year period ended. However, from the standpoint of the Bloodstream sect, there seemed to be no other options. They didn't want to go to war, but there was no way they could put faith in simple promises or agreements. They could only trust a powerful magical seal. Bezius Hun was a bit at a loss. It was a weighty matter, so much so that he felt almost as if he were being suffocated. He wasn't sure what choice the Spirit Stream sect patriarchs would make. Would they go to war? Song Jun smiled. Very well, there's no need to think too much into the deep things. The patriarchs will handle everything. In the end, there will be war, the question is only who will fight. After chatting a bit longer about trivialities, she could tell that Bezius Hun was a bit stunned. She didn't seem upset. After all, it was only natural to react in such a way to news like this. In fact, when she had heard the information a few days ago, and realized that bitter war would be coming, she had also been shaken for some time. With that, she dismissed him. However, even as he turned to leave, Song Jun suddenly seemed to remember something, and said, "Zoom, I was lying. For the entire time I've practiced cultivation, I've never had any Taoist partners to pick from. In fact, I've never even had a Taoist partner." She wasn't really sure why she felt the need to explain such a thing, and after the words came out of her mouth, she found them to be so outrageous that her face immediately turned bright red. "Huh?" Bazius Hun said, stopping in place and looking back at her. When he saw her flushed cheeks and lovely dimples, she looked even more charming than before. Another deadly move, he thought, gasping inwardly. Ducking his head, he hurried out of the Immortal's cave. The whole time, he was thinking that the two moves she had used after her transformation were quite formidable. In fact, he had felt almost powerless to resist them. Some time later, he was back in his Immortal's cave, where he sat down cross-legged to think about everything that Song Jun had told him. Finally, he sighed. Is there really no other way? Chapter 213, Fiddling Master Colds and Art. 3 days later at dawn. Bazius Hun was not in a very good mood. The more he thought about war breaking out between the two sects, the worse he felt. On top of that, he now realized that the only reason he was going along on a diplomatic mission was because of his own stellar performance to the Grand Elder. Were it not for that, he could have taken advantage of her absence to sneak into her Immortal's cave and search for the relic of eternal indestructibility. However, after reminding himself about how strictly guarded it was, he shook his head. Inwardly, he was scowling miserably, but to everyone who looked at him, he simply looked cold and sinister. After leaving his Immortal's cave, he went down to the bottom of Middle Peak, where a few cultivators were already gathered. There were a dozen or so there, many of whose faces went grim as soon as they laid eyes on him. A few had no reaction, though. Master God Diviner was one of the cultivators in the group. As soon as he saw Bazius Hun, his expression flickered. Suddenly seeming to remember something, his eyes turned icy, and he gave a disdainful snort. Before, he had been scared of Bazius Hun, but considering the Dao oath he had made to young Lady Zumai, making him one of her subordinates, his fear had been significantly reduced. Everybody is backed by someone powerful, he thought, chuckling coldly. Let's see you try to cause trouble for me now. Bazius Hun wasn't paying attention to the various looks given him by the other cultivators. He chose a spot near the back of the group to sit down cross-legged. There had been a couple others sitting in the area, but as soon as he arrived, they respectfully made room. Nightcrypt's name had already spread near and far. Before much time passed, more beams of light appeared. There were people in all levels of the Foundation establishment stage, and after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Grand Elder Song Jun appeared, escorted by 2 Bloodstreak elders. Everyone rose to their feet and clasped hands in greeting. However, it was to the shock of everyone present that the previously smoking hot Grand Elder Song Jun was wearing different clothing than usual. She no longer seemed overtly sexy, but rather, somewhat conservative. Of course, her fundamental good looks hadn't changed, and in fact, her new style made her seem, not less beautiful, but more so. All of the cultivators present were surprised, and many of them looked at her with wide eyes. Song Jun smiled faintly, her eyes glistening. Many people were dazzled, and as for Bazius Hun, his heart began to beat faster. Song Jun looked over the group, and when her gaze came to rest on Bazius Hun for a moment, her eyes suddenly widened into an angry glare. Another tricky move, he thought, even more nervous than before. He immediately upped his level of vigilance. He was coming to find that Song Jun was really hard to figure out. 3 days before, she had been smiling like a flower, but now she was glaring at him. Even before he could begin to analyze the situation, Song Jun's voice echoed out for all to hear. All of you will be accompanying the Patriarch on a diplomatic mission to the Spirit Stream sect. Be on your best behavior, and don't lose face for the Bloodstream sect. She was no longer smiling, and her serious tone provoked nods of response among the crowd. It was at about this time that a blood cloud appeared near Ancestor Peak. Thunderous rumbling sounds could be heard as the cloud rapidly grew to 300 meters in size. Then it began to float down in their direction. Standing atop the cloud was an old man wearing a violet robe. He had a tall crown on his head, and despite his age, stood ramrod straight. He seemed threatening without being angry, and had a shocking aura that filled everyone with a sensation of madness and profundity. The Son Clan Patriarch. Bazius Hun thought, a tremor running through him. He immediately bowed his head. The old man seemed completely impossible to judge, as though a single strand of divine will from him could cause unending torment. The other cultivators in the area were also shocked, and clasped hands respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. Everyone has assembled, I see, the Son Clan Patriarch said. Very well. It's about time to leave for the Spirit Stream sect. As his voice echoed out from the cloud, he looked down at the group. That simple gaze caused everyone to feel as if winter were raging inside their bodies, as intense coldness seeped into the depths of their hearts. Bazius-hun was a bit shocked. Including this old man, he had now seen 2 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect, the first one being Patriarch Limitless. Of the 2 of them, Bazius-hun was of the opinion that Patriarch Limitless was not quite as frightening as the Song Clan Patriarch. Oh, that's right, he thought. Patriarch Limitless just recently became a patriarch. He's not as strong, and is also younger than the Song Clan Patriarch. This guy is an old hand, his cultivation base must be terrifyingly powerful. He's probably lived for years and years. Suddenly, he gasped as he realized that his body had been grabbed by some invisible force, and was now flying through the air. Up he went, and in the blink of an eye, was on top of the blood cloud. To his surprise, although the surface of the cloud was fluffy, it was resilient. Looking down, he could see all of the Bloodstream sect below him. A moment later, the blood cloud shot off into the distance. Soon, the ground was speeding along down below. From what Bazius-hun could tell, even if he went all out, he couldn't even go a third as fast as this. So, this is a patriarch, he thought, swallowing hard. Looking around, he saw all of the other middle peak cultivators around him, including Master God Diviner. None of them seemed to be taking things in stride as well as Bazius-hun. Their faces were ashen, and they were clearly shocked. Only Song Jun and the 2 Bloodstreak elders seemed calm. Sitting cross-legged at the very front, surrounded by a spinning vortex, was the shocking and enigmatic Song Clan Patriarch. He was close enough now that they could see his flowing white hair and wrinkled face. There were even some brown age spots on his face. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Bazius-hun became accustomed to the speed, and examined his surroundings more closely. There was a defensive spell formation set up that protected the surface of the cloud, ensuring that only a bit of a breeze lifted his hair, and nothing more. For some reason, he felt a very mysterious excitement at the idea of being able to go back to the Spirit Stream sect as Night Crypt. He suddenly started thinking about everyone he knew. I wonder if I'll see Big Fatty Jong, he thought. Will he recognize me? Hey. And what about Huziomai? What if I went and called her little sis Night Crypt? And there's Juzinki, Zubake, and Ghost Fang. The more he thought about everyone, the more he smiled. Even as he reveled in his excitement, a cold snort broke his train of thought, and he looked over to see Master God Diviner sitting not too far away, a disdainful and cold expression on his face. What are you looking at, Master Snortloth? Bazius-hun said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's ears perked up. They had been feeling a lot of pressure because of the Patriarch and the Grand Elder, and hadn't dared to do anything other than sit quietly. Now that they saw something going on between Night Crypt and Master God Diviner, they instantly started to get excited. That was especially true considering the sarcastic words Bazius-hun had just uttered. Many of them gaped in shock, temporarily unsure of how to react to hearing the words Master Snortloth. What did you just say? Master God Diviner snapped, rage burning in his heart as he glowered at Bazius-hun. You don't like that name? Bazius-hun replied coolly, his expression indifferent. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you liked to snort. You've already snorted a bunch of times at me so far. If you snort one more time, I'm going to call you Master Snort. Of course, his words were just bait. Master God Diviner ground his teeth, and as for the other cultivators, some of them actually started laughing out loud. A moment later, Master God Diviner chuckled coldly. You. Humphrey. So what if you have some sword chi? You and your clowning around make it impossible for anyone else to practice cultivation. You piece of garbage. It's only a matter of time before you get killed by young Lady Zumai. Bazius-hun stuck his chin up proudly. You claim you have skill in divining things, you charlatan? You're nothing but a scam artist. Divining my ass. Let me tell you what. Night Crypt knows everything about the starry sky and the yellow springs. With one glance, I can figure out everything there is to know. With one flick of my sleeve, I could turn Master Snort into dust. With a patriarch present, no one would dare to start fighting. Bazius-hun loved it when talking was allowed but fighting was not, and in such situations, feared no one. As soon as the biting words left his mouth, eyes went wide among the onlookers. Only now did they understand how gifted Bazius-hun was with the tongue, although they couldn't help but look down on his bragging. As for Master God Diviner, everyone could see that, despite his rage, he was no match for Bazius-hun in a war of words. How shameless of you. Humphrey. Gritting his teeth, Master God Diviner snorted coldly, but before he could say anything else, he was interrupted by Bazius-hun. See? You snorted again, didn't you, Master Snort? Listen, we need to talk this through. Stop with the snorting, okay? If you're snorting all the time at the Spirit Stream sect, people might think you're a pig transformed into human shape. That would be a big loss of face. He sighed. You. Master God Diviner wasn't sure why, but every time he ran into this person, his rage burned almost beyond control. The fact that he was tongue-tied in front of so many people got him so mad that he leapt to his feet. Bazius Hun's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved his right index finger, already starting to converge blood chi. When Master God Diviner saw that, his heart seized with shock. He had only stood up. He never imagined that his opponent would attack just because of that. It was in that instant Grand Elder Song Jun's cold gaze flashed over toward them. Enough. She said coolly. Master God Diviner, sit down over there. Night Crypt, you sit next to me. Taking advantage of the moment, Master God Diviner sat down. He was just about to snort coldly when he thought back to Bazius Hun's words from just now, and held back. Inwardly, his hatred grew. Everyone else sat straight and tall, inwardly envious of Bazius Hun. Not only did he get to sit next to the Grand Elder, that got him closer to the Patriarch. As of this point, all of them realized that they should try to seize opportunities more often in the future. Grand Elder, I'm fine right here. Bazius Hun said, shrinking back a bit. Why don't I just before he could finish, Song Jung stared at him icily and interrupted, get over here. Chapter 214, I'm back. Bazius Hun could do nothing more than glare one final time at Master God Diviner, and then begrudgingly stand up and walk over to the Grand Elder. Further up ahead, the Song clan Patriarch sat there, his back straight, radiating the sensation of a vicious wild beast. Bazius Hun couldn't help but sweat and get even more nervous than before. Big Sis Song, you look really pretty today. He said quickly. The two Bloodstreak elders sitting nearby looked over with strange expressions on their faces. Even the Song clan Patriarch seemed surprised, and frowned. Song Jun blushed slightly, then glared at Bazius Hun. Enough with the smooth talk. Sit down and be quiet. Bazius Hun was growing increasingly confused by Song Jun's odd behavior. It was very different than how she had acted 3 days ago. After much thought, he still couldn't come up with any reasons why she would be behaving in such a way. Finally, he just sat there looking around, and occasionally glancing down at the ground. Soon, he saw a boundless mountain range down below. From this vantage point, the towering mountain peaks seemed to make up a spell formation. The Luotian Mountains. He thought. This was the area that lay between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. More accurately, it was the border of Spirit Stream sect territory. I can't believe we got here so quickly. Shocked, he looked down at the blood cloud. As it sped through the Luotian Mountains, powerful fluctuations seemed to rise up from the mountains, surrounding the blood cloud, locking down onto it, and following it as it proceeded along. Clearly, the Spirit Stream sect was in control of the Bloodstream sect's movements now. The Song clan Patriarch's expression was the same as ever as he sat there meditating. Bazius Hun thought about it for a moment, and came to the realization that the Bloodstream sect's diplomatic mission must have come about only after initial communications with the Spirit Stream sect. As the blood cloud sped along, Bazius Hun watched the familiar scenery speeding past. He saw a huge giant, a rock-like bird, and an enormous crocodile splashing in the Heavenspan River, only half of its gigantic body visible. When the gigantic creatures saw the blood mist, they shied away from it, as though it contained some powerful entity that terrified them. Shocked, Bazius Hun looked over at the Song clan Patriarch. However, he didn't say anything. The familiar scenery whizzed by, and soon they were closing in on the Spirit Stream sect. Bazius Hun's heart instantly leapt. Even as Bazius Hun reveled in his excitement, Song Jun's voice drifted into his ears. I heard that you had quite a few girlfriends in the Bloodstream sect over the years. Is that true? Her voice was cold enough to pierce his bones, like a chill air that left Bazius Hun shivering. He looked over in shock at Song Jun, who simply snorted coldly. Rising to her feet, she ignored Bazius Hun as she walked over to confer with the Song clan Patriarch. The Bloodstreak elders did the same thing, and suddenly, Bazius Hun's anxiety increased. Feeling more wrong than ever, he now realized why Song Jun had treated him so coldly. It's only been 3 days, and that shrew actually did a background check on me? Sighing in his heart, he thought back to the romantic escapades of imposter Night Crypt, who hadn't even been able to accurately recount how many there had been. Before long, the blood cloud began to slow down, and the Spirit Stream sect spread out in front of their eyes. The Bloodstream sect disciples rose to their feet, radiating brutality and power as they looked coldly at the Spirit Stream sect. At the same time, pillars of light shot up from the 8 mountain peaks of the Spirit Stream sect, creating an enormous vortex in the sky. Deafening rumbles echoed out as heaven shaking, earth-shattering energy surged. The south and north banks of the Spirit Stream sect both erupted with power, making heaven and earth seem like a raging sea filled with towering waves. Within the vortex, an eye appeared, which radiated boundless pressure as it stared at the Song clan patriarch on the blood cloud. The people from the Bloodstream sect became like rowboats on a stormy sea, hovering on the verge of collapse because of the surge of energy of heaven and earth. Their faces flickered, except for that of the Song clan patriarch, whose expression remained calm the entire time. Slowly, his eyes opened, and in that instant, two beams of explosive light shot out. Mountain toppling, sea draining power spread out, and as the patriarch rose to his feet, he flicked his sleeve and took a step out into midair. When his foot landed, he was in front of the heavenly vortex up above. Apparently, he was single-handedly resisting the boundless power therein. A white-robed, middle-aged man stepped out from the turbid eye in the middle of the vortex. Clasping hands, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Song Yunwen." Bazius Hun immediately recognized him. It was the same man who had appeared to offer assistance on the day Bruiser had come to life. He was one of the patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect, a man with unfathomable energy that seemed roughly equivalent to the Song clan patriarchs. "Fellow Taoist Li Zimo." The Song clan patriarch smiled as he clasped hands in greeting. The two of them exchanged a glance, and then stepped into the vortex. Bazius Hun took a deep breath. Although he'd always taken the Song clan patriarch to be amazing, it was now extremely clear how incredible he was. Obviously, he wouldn't have come to the Spirit Stream sect alone if he weren't completely confident in his own strength. As the patriarchs entered the vortex, beams of light shot out from both the south and north banks of the Spirit Stream sect as numerous figures gathered in front of the blood cloud. The person in the lead was not Shenyu Ondong, but rather, Zhu Mixian. Next to her was the old woman from Iris Petal Peak, who was flanked by Bane Lai and some other young woman that Bazius Hun had never seen before. Next to Zhu Mixian were Big Fatty Zhang and Blue Tan Lai. Further back were several dozen Foundation establishment cultivators from the south and north banks. Virtually all of them were familiar to Bazius Hun, especially those whom he had assisted in the Fallen Sword Abyss. "Middle Peak Grand Elder, you have come from afar to visit," Zhu Mixian said with a smile. "The sect leader is in secluded meditation, so I've come to receive you. Please, follow me." Zhu Mixian's gaze swept over the crowd and seemed to linger on a few particular individuals, Bazius Hun included. Song Junun smiled slightly and replied, "Peak Lord Zhu, there's no need for such courtesy. Please lead the way." With that, she stepped off the blood cloud. Bazius Hun and the other cultivators from the Bloodstream sect followed close behind. The gazes of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators were not welcoming. Although the Bloodstream sect cultivators had their murderous auras, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators' eyes flickered with killing intent. Clearly, this generation of Foundation establishment experts from the Spirit Stream sect had all experienced fighting and bloodshed. They had a large number of Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators, and although Song Junun had been aware of this fact, the sight of it caused her eyes to widen. Song Junun and Zhu Mixian took the lead, chatting conversationally, but simultaneously probing each other for information. As for the two Bloodstreak elders, they were accompanied by the old woman from Iris Petal Peak. The other cultivators were all escorted by various people from the Spirit Stream sect, who seemed to be forcibly restraining themselves. Bazius Hun was joined by no ordinary cultivator, but rather, by North Bank chosen Bane Lai. His expression was somber, his gaze penetrating, and he seemed to be constantly on guard as he proceeded along next to Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun sighed. For some reason, he suddenly felt the intense urge to call out greetings to everyone he knew. The group flew into the Spirit Stream sect to Mount Deoseed. After landing, the people from the south and north banks stared icily at the group from the Bloodstream sect. A somber, murderous aura was slowly building up. "Ah, it's so great to be home. Especially when nobody can recognize you." Bazius Hun looked around excitedly, and his gaze was drawn repeatedly back to the unfamiliar young woman who accompanied the old woman from Iris Petal Peak. She was strikingly beautiful, and Bazius Hun was surprised that he had never seen her before. "Looks like the North Bank must have some new blood," he thought, feeling more than ever like a member of the senior generation. Sighing in satisfaction, he looked over at Big Fatty Zhang. "I can't believe Big Fatty Zhang is in the 10th level of chi condensation," he thought, sighing emotionally. However, every time Bazius Hun turned his attention to a different person, Bane Lai would get very nervous, and would tense up vigilantly, and seem to radiate a brutal, bloodthirsty air. He couldn't help but be shaken by the various stories he'd heard about this night crypt. According to the rumors, this night crypt is particularly vicious, he thought. He cuts people down like scything wheat. He's quite the womanizer, and apparently has very low standards. People say he loves the taste of human blood, and demands to drink it every day. Furthermore, he won't rest until he's sated his desire for women. On a daily basis. This guy is a complete and utter devil. Not only does he have a multifarious personality, He's completely and utterly brutal. Damn it. He's looking at junior sister Fang and Big Fatty Zhang. Just what is he planning? Even as Bane Lai's anxiety grew, Bazius Hun looked over at him and smiled. To Bane Lai, Nightcrypt's smile seemed cruel and ferocious. But then he realized that even as Nightcrypt smiled at him, he raised his eyebrow, almost as if he were flirting. Bane Lai gasped, and his expression flickered. No need to get nervous, Bazius Hun quickly said. If he hadn't said anything, nothing would have happened, but since he did, Bane Lai's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and a magical item shimmered into being. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. Other Spirit Stream sect cultivators could detect what was happening, and looked over menacingly at Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun frowned. As far as he was concerned, he had just been saying hello to an old friend. However, even Song Jun and Zhu Mixiang could sense what was happening. When they looked back, Zhu Mixiang's eyes widened. Big Fatty Zhang and Lu Tanlai looked over with grim expressions, and even the old woman from Iris Petal Peak reacted similarly. Everyone from the Spirit Stream sect had heard information about the infamous Nightcrypt, and had even seen pictures of him, so they immediately recognized him. That was especially true of Lu Tanlai. With a challenging gleam in his eyes, he flew over toward Bazius Hun, whereupon he took his place next to Bane Lai. Clearly, Nightcrypt's reputation in the Spirit Stream sect was one of complete and utter ferocity. Bazius Hun glared at Lu Tanlai. Things weren't like they had been long ago in the Spirit Stream sect, and Bazius Hun couldn't believe that Lu Tanlai would actually have the gall to challenge him openly. Who might that be? Zhu Mixiang said, pretending not to know. That's my junior brother Nightcrypt, Song Jun replied with a smile. Then she changed the subject. I've heard that the Spirit Stream sect's legacy echelon designate reached Heavendale Foundation establishment? Would it be possible to pay Bazius Hun a visit? Chapter 215, Divination with the Snap of a Finger. Even as Bazius Hun was staring in shock at Lu Tanlai, he heard Song Jun mention his name, and his ears twitched. He wasn't the only one. The other cultivators from the Bloodstream sect went completely silent and looked over at Song Jun. Bazius Hun was completely infamous in the Bloodstream sect. Not only had he stolen Heaven String energy from Song K, he had slaughtered countless of their fellow disciples in the Fallen Sword Abyss. For these and other reasons, he was a very important figure who is quite well known. Grand Elder Song, your timing is a bit off, Zhu Mixiang said sadly. Junior brother Bei is currently in secluded meditation. Song Jun smiled. Shaking her head, she sighed wistfully and said, I heard Bazius Hun is a mysterious and enigmatic figure, a unique genius. What a pity that I won't be able to meet him. Her good looks combined with her display of emotion made her seem extraordinarily attractive. Although Zhu Mixiang was gorgeous in her own way, she seemed almost average in comparison to Song Jun. The crowd from the Bloodstream sect were well aware of how terrifying Song Jun could be, so they quickly bowed their heads. However, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators hadn't been prepared for Song Jun's beauty, and couldn't help but look over at her, somewhat dazed. Lu Tanlai's eyes shone especially brightly. Zhu Mixiang's eyes glittered as she said, Grand Elder Song, with a natural-born charmer like you in the sect, how do Bloodstream sect disciples on Middle Peak ever focus on cultivation? Her words instantly shook the Spirit Stream sect cultivators out of their reveries. Bazius Hun sighed. Feeling more proud than ever, he suddenly wished he could rip off his mask and tell the vixen Song Jun, enough with your scheming, Song Jun. Lord Bei is right here. He looked over a bit contemptuously at Lu Tanlai, who still seemed to be partially in a daze. Then he congratulated himself on his wisdom of getting Song Jun to change clothes. If she had worn the smoking hot outfit she used to wear, Lu Tanlai would likely have coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Even as Bazius Hun sighed inwardly, Song Jun covered her mouth with her hand and laughed lightly. Seemingly unaware of the sarcasm in Zhu Mixiang's words, she looked over at the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect and said, I heard that Bazius Hun started out on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Peak Lord Zhu, do you think it would be possible to go take a quick tour? Zhu Mixiang had no reason to refuse. In fact, her mission was to show the Bloodstream sect people around. With a nod, she led them toward Fragrant Cloud Peak. As they neared, a beam of light flew toward them, within which was a young woman. She wore a long blue gown, and was exceptionally good-looking. She almost looked like a celestial goddess. She was none other than Zhuzinki. Many of the Bloodstream sect disciples recognized her, and their expressions turned very serious. Greetings, Peak Lord, she said calmly, hands clasped respectfully. Then she looked over at the people from the Bloodstream sect. Zhu Mixiang smiled and said, Zinki, this is Grand Elder Song Jun from Middle Peak and the Bloodstream sect. Would you mind showing us around Fragrant Cloud Peak? Zhuzinki nodded, then led the group onward. They started at the foot of the mountain, taking a route that had already been planned out in advance by the sect. Everything that the Bloodstream sect was able to see had been specially arranged by the Spirit Stream sect for certain reasons. Even the disciples who they encountered along the way had been placed there by special arrangement. Bazish-hun looked around at Fragrant Cloud Peak, at all the plants and trees, at Shuzinki as she led them along, and sighed inwardly. I, Bazish-hun, really have become too famous. Everybody has heard about me. Even Song Jun came from far, far away just to meet me. I really need to keep a lower profile. Being famous is really annoying. He sighed the whole way. Eventually, about halfway through the tour, Song Jun frowned slightly and said, Peak Lord Zhu, fellow Taoist Zhu, since Heaven Tao Foundation establishment expert Bazish-hun started out on Fragrant Cloud Peak, do you think it would possible for us to take a look at his old immortal's cave? Shuzinki frowned and looked at Zhu Mixiang. Zhu Mixiang's eyes glittered, and she returned Song Jun's gaze with a smile. I've heard of someone from Middle Peak in the Bloodstream sect, she said, someone called Master God Diviner, an expert in consulting the heavens. Considering the excellent reputation of this fellow Taoist, what do you say we let him perform some divinations to locate the immortal's cave of my junior brother Bei? Zhu Mixiang looked over at Master God Diviner. Master God Diviner's expression was cold and aloof, and inwardly he was feeling very proud of himself. Song Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, but after some thought she turned to Master God Diviner and nodded. Master God Diviner cleared his throat, reminding himself that this was his chance to shine, and that he had to take advantage of it. He had to show off his abilities to the fullest extent. I might not have powerful combat magic, but when it comes to divining things from the heavens, I'm the best there is, and nobody even dares to call themselves second in line to me. Glancing contemptuously over at Bazish-hun, Master God Diviner took a few steps forward. As everyone from both the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect looked on, he lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. At the same time, his eyes seemed to flicker with the shining light of augury. Muttering to himself, his hand flashed faster and faster, and images seemed to be flickering through his eyes. But then a mist seemed to cover his eyes, making it impossible for him to see clearly. So, it's protected by a spell formation. Master God Diviner said, chuckling coldly. Apparently he was prepared for this. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a grey chunk of bone that radiated the power of time. Pressing down hard onto the piece of bone, he performed more auguries. Grey wisps of smoke rose up from the bone, which Master God Diviner breathed in. Off to the side, Zhu Mixiang and everyone else was watching with bated breath. Master God Diviner's face slowly turned very pale, and beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Moments later, his eyes opened wide. To his surprise, none of his efforts so far had produced any results. Not even his ancient chunk of bone was capable of penetrating the Spirit Stream sect's terrifyingly powerful spell formation. It was so strong that it resisted all intrusive augury magics. In fact, he could tell that if he performed any further auguries, he would be hit with a backlash that would severely drain him mentally, and potentially even wither him to the point of death. Not daring to continue any further, he gave up. Eyes flashing, he looked over at Bazish-hun, who seemed to be enjoying the show. Killing intent rose up inside of Master God Diviner. Stepping back, he turned to Song Jun and clasped hands formally. Along the way here, Junior Brother Nycrypt said that he knows everything about the starry sky and the yellow springs. He said that he could wave his sleeve and figure out everything there is to know. Although I, Master God Diviner, cannot determine the location of Bazish-hun's immortal's cave here on Fragrant Cloud Peak, perhaps Junior Brother Nycrypt can divine its location. With his immortal divination magic, he will surely be able to succeed with little effort. Isn't that right, Junior Brother Nycrypt? With that, he stared coldly at Bazish-hun. Bazish-hun was a bit taken aback. He had merely been enjoying the show, and had never imagined that the shameless Master God Diviner would pull him into the matter after his own failure. Master God Diviner's pale, sweaty face made it clear how difficult, and even dangerous, it would be to perform auguries here. Zhu Mixiang looked over curiously at Bazish-hun. Shuzinki's gaze was ice cold, and the others from the Spirit Stream sect had very serious looks on their faces. As for the group from the Bloodstream sect, all of them seemed very interested in what would happen next. Song Jun frowned, and was about to say something when Master God Diviner laughed coldly and said, Junior Brother Nycrypt, on the way here you said you knew everything about everything. What's wrong? Too scared to perform auguries now? Could it be that everything you said before was mere boasting? If you can divine the location of Bazish-hun's immortal's cave, then I, Master God Diviner, will gracefully concede defeat. In fact, I'll even bow to you as an inferior. In response to Master God Diviner's words, silence reigned. The Spirit Stream sect seemed pleased to see the infighting between members of the Bloodstream sect, especially between two famous individuals like Nightcrypt and Master God Diviner. As far as they were concerned, it was a good thing. On the Bloodstream sect side, they were just as willing to see Nightcrypt make a fool of himself. That was especially true considering how Master God Diviner had worded things, which ensured that none of them would say a single word to intervene. Song Jun's eyes narrowed further. She was not happy at all about what Master God Diviner was doing, and it caused her eyes to shine with cold light. Seeing everyone looking at him, Bazius Hun blinked. How could he not know the location of his own Immortal's Cave? Furthermore, it wouldn't hurt at all to take everyone over to see it. There was nothing inside to look at anyway, considering it had long since been reduced to ruins. Therefore, he proudly stuck his chin up and looked contemptuously over at Master God Diviner. Clearing his throat, he took a few steps forward and coolly said, "Fine. I, Nightcrypt, have always preferred to keep a low profile. I was never interested in revealing my true skills and abilities here in the Spirit Stream sect. After all, once I do, it will surely lead to countless headaches. However, since Master God Diviner is taking things so seriously, then I guess I have no choice than to perform some divination." Waving his sleeve, his eyes began to show with a profound light, and he seemed to seethe with explosive energy. His hair suddenly whipped about in the air, but instead of performing incantation gestures or muttering to himself, he simply closed his eyes and raised his hands into the air. It almost seemed as if he were communing with heaven and earth, becoming one with the world around him. The sight caused Master God Diviner to chuckle coldly under the belief that Bazius Hun was simply trying to dazzle everyone with meaningless tricks. I couldn't detect even the slightest fluctuations, he thought. What makes you think you can divine anything? One breath of time after another passed. After about 20, Master God Diviner's smile grew even colder, and the surrounding cultivators were starting to feel a bit skeptical. But then, Bazius Hun's eyes snapped open, and they shone with bright, mysterious light. Without any hesitation, he pointed off into the distance. "There. Follow me." Striding forward, he led the crowd through fragrant Cloud Peak until they reached a location that seemed to be nothing more than a pile of rubble. "This is Bazius Hun's Immortal's Cave," he declared proudly, his voice so decisive that it could sever nails and chop iron. "Are you joking?" Master God Diviner said in a bitingly cynical voice. "This pile of rocks is Bazius Hun's Immortal's Cave?" Even as he began to laugh coldly, he suddenly felt as if something were off. Looking around at the Spirit Stream sect cultivators, his eyes widened. Zhuzinki's jaw had dropped, and Zumixian was gasping. Big Fatty Zhang trembled visibly, and the other Spirit Stream sect cultivators seemed equally taken aback. All of them were looking at Bazius Hun, their eyes shining with indescribably bright light. Obviously, they were surprised, shaken even, by the enigmatic performance of Nightcrypt. That was especially true of Zhuzinki and Zumixian. They were familiar with the workings of the spell formation, and couldn't imagine how powerful a divination magic would have to be to penetrate it. When the Bloodstream sect people saw the expressions on the faces of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators, they realized that Nightcrypt had correctly divined the location of Bazius Hun's Immortal's Cave. Instantly, their hearts swelled with shock. Although most Bloodstream sect cultivators could perform a bit of divination magic, most of them were complete novices. It was rare for someone like Master God Diviner to come along who could master the arts. And yet, Nightcrypt had just completely crushed Master God Diviner. It was a completely shocking turn of events. Song Jun was equally stunned. Looking over at Bazius Hun, her expression grew more complex than before. Never could she have imagined that he would actually successfully perform the divination. Master God Diviner was flabbergasted, and began to tremble in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. Chapter 216, All-Knowing. Off to the side were Banelai and Lutanlai, who had taken responsibility for keeping an eye on Nightcrypt. Their pupils constricted from the pure shock they felt at seeing the power of his divination magic. The area went deathly quiet, and all eyes were riveted on Bazius Hun. Bazius Hun stuck his chin up proudly, reveling in the astonishment. Master God Diviner seemed nearly shocked to death, and was trembling on the verge of collapse. His discomfort and incredulity was like music to Bazius Hun's ears. "How dare you try to compete with me, puny masters snort," he thought. "Humphrey. In any other sect it would have been impossible, but the Spirit Stream sect is my home. Don't tell me you're going to try to get me to do some more divinations? I could walk around with my eyes closed and not get lost." Bazius Hun felt more wonderful than ever. His dream of always being the center of attention was being realized now more than ever. Just when Bazius Hun was about to step down from his pedestal of triumph, Master God Diviner's face twisted into a vicious expression, and he shrieked, "Hold on a second. Nightcrypt got lucky just now. Anybody can see that the violet chi rising from this Immortal's Cave is beyond ordinary. I refuse to believe that he found it by divination. All of a sudden, Song Jung frowned, and the group from the Spirit Stream sect hesitated, and began to wonder if a divination had truly been performed. Bazius Hun immediately stopped in place and glared at Master God Diviner. Don't believe me, huh? Fine. I'll just have to convince you. Snorting coldly, Bazius Hun closed his eyes. This time, he took even longer than before, and even as people's suspicions deepened, he suddenly opened his eyes, which overflowed with bizarre, swirling light. His expression seemed even more solemn than before, and he even radiated a deathly, somber aura. His gaze settled onto a nearby immortal's cave, which he pointed at and said, that immortal's cave was struck by lightning in the past. Zhu Xingqi's pupils constricted. The immortal's cave that he was pointing at had been hers when she was in the inner sect, and had been destroyed by lightning because of Bazius Hun's pill concocting. She wasn't the only one that realized this. The other cultivators from Fragrant Cloud Peak all remembered what had occurred, and their expressions flickered. The Bloodstream sect cultivators were once again shocked. They couldn't see any signs that lightning had struck the area, and yet clearly, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators' silence spoke volumes. Shockingly, Nightcrypt had yet again performed a successful divination. Master God Diviner gritted his teeth and was about to offer a response, but Bazius Hun wasn't finished. Expression flickering with odd light, he looked more closely at the immortal's cave and then took a deep breath in through his nose. I can sense the lingering aroma of makeup. If my divinations are correct, this immortal's cave was not only struck by lightning, it belonged to a female disciple. He swished his sleeve proudly. Then, to the shock of the surrounding cultivators, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and declared, "Furthermore, my divinations reveal that the female disciple was a top beauty in the sect. Hold on. Let me divine her name. She was a young woman surnamed Zhu." He abruptly spun in place to look at the shocked Zhu Xingqi. After examining her closely, he pointed at her. This was your immortal's cave." The Spirit Stream sect cultivators immediately cried out in shock and disbelief. Bainlai and Lutanlai gasped, and Big Fatty Zhang trembled even harder than before. Zhu Mixiang's eyes flickered with cold light. She wasn't sure whether this Bloodstream sect cultivator had actually performed a divination, or whether he had access to inside information. Either option was shocking in its own way, and killing intent toward Nightcrypt suddenly rose up inside of her. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xingqi's gaze turned icy, and she nodded. That nod caused the Bloodstream sect cultivator's eyes to widen even further. As for Master God Diviner, he felt like his mind was being struck by lightning, to the point where he didn't know what to say. How could this be possible? He thought, trembling, mind reeling. He still couldn't believe that what he was seeing was the truth. After all, he hadn't sensed even a trace of a divination aura, and yet, Nightcrypt had obviously divined the information correctly. Song Jung looked more enlivened than ever. Her background check into Nightcrypt had revealed that he occasionally performed divinations as an inner sect disciple, and yet, she could never have imagined that he would be even more powerful than Master God Diviner. Bazius Hun felt more proud of himself than ever at the reactions he was getting. Enlivened, he stepped forward and took the initiative to lead the group through Fragrant Cloud Peak. That role should have been taken by Zhu Mixiang or Zhu Xingqi, but now, Bazius Hun would close his eyes, take a few steps, then open them and explain matters that left the Spirit Stream sect in shock. Of course, Bazius Hun was careful to only reveal appropriate information, and nothing confidential. Stopping near a crack in a boulder, his expression turned serious, and he said, "And here? The cracks in these stones seem odd. Hold on, let me perform a divination." Yes. It seems that snakes once emerged from these rocks. Lots of them. Tons in fact. This place over here was also struck by lightning. Heavens! How many areas on Fragrant Cloud Peak got hit by lightning? He led the group along, stopping here and there to point out various locations. Eventually he reached 10,000 Medicine's Pavilion. Looking around with a sigh of admiration and utmost respect, he said, "I can sense a powerful aura here." Apparently, some consummately powerful individual once stood in this exact spot, looking down upon all creation. He must have been the #1 master of plants and vegetation. Soon, they were at the mission's office, where Bazius Hun let out an exclamation of shock. Aha! This must be the mission's office. At some point in the near past, a domineering individual swept through the missions here. I can sense the aura of a bird here, some sort of a huge bird. Something seems very odd here. According to my divinations, many chickens went missing from this location. As he led the group through Fragrant Cloud Peak, offering commentary here and there, the group from the Spirit Stream sect was left more and more stunned. Everything he said was correct, without even a single mistake. It was almost as if Nightcrypt had once lived in the Spirit Stream sect. Zhu Xingqi was left panting. Lu Tanlai and Bainlai saw the expression on her face, and were more shocked than before. As for Zumixian, the coldness in her eyes grew more intense. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak was equally shaken. The things that Night Crypt were describing were all trivial matters, and yet it was still shocking that he knew so much information. People began to guess how he was doing it, and some of them even speculated that he might have infiltrated the Spirit Stream sect at some point in the past. However, the Bloodstream sect cultivators were aware that Night Crypt had never been to the Spirit Stream sect, which left them all completely shaken. Master God Diviner felt like he was being inundated by lightning. He was completely taken aback. He could tell that the Spirit Stream sect's grand spell formation was activated, and would prevent even the slightest bit of augury magic. Even when he tried to release a bit of it, he felt like he was being suffocated. And yet Night Crypt was so powerful that he could walk along performing auguries the entire way. Furthermore, he was using some sort of magic that Master God Diviner couldn't even detect. The casual way he went about it was completely and utterly shocking. Master God Diviner even started to doubt his own abilities. To the people from the Bloodstream sect, there was only one explanation: Night Crypt had skill in divination that could shake heaven and earth. After touring the length and breadth of Fragrant Cloud Peak, Bazius Hun felt more pleased than ever. Everyone else seemed to be in a daze, even unsettled. It was at that point that Big Fatty Jong looked over at Zumixian and noticed a certain look in her eyes. Without any further hesitation, he stepped forward and pointed at Bazius Hun. "Senior Night Crypt," he growled. "Since you're so good at divination, why don't you reveal some information about me?" Everything went completely silent. The Bloodstream sect cultivators looked over at Bazius Hun, and Master God Diviner's eyes suddenly began to shine. "Divining information about inanimate objects is easy." Master God Diviner chuckled inwardly. "Divining information about people is much more difficult. I refuse to believe that Night Crypt could be so ridiculously powerful when it comes to divining information about people." Bazius Hun looked at Big Fatty Jong, a strange expression on his face. Realizing that he couldn't just back down now, he closed his eyes, and his expression turned solemn. Big Fatty Jong was inwardly very nervous. However, Zumixian had clearly indicated that he needed to test out Night Crypt. As he looked at Night Crypt there with his eyes closed, Big Fatty Jong's heart began to pound. After about 10 breaths of time passed, Bazius Hun opened his eyes, and looked over at Big Fatty Jong. "Voice cool," he said, "you have a good life, young man. You come from a rich family, and will have incredible good fortune in the future." Big Fatty Jong was a bit taken aback. Bazius Hun hadn't said much, and actually, there was no way to refute any of his words. Big Fatty Jong looked over anxiously at Zumixian. Although Zumixian seemed to be smiling, her wariness of Night Crypt was only growing. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators. The words spoken by Night Crypt just now had been pleasing to the ear, and were virtually impossible to criticize. Gritting his teeth, Big Fatty Jong said, "Your divination is you used to be fat?" Bazius Hun interrupted. "Very fat. You started out in the ovens, and then by chance you became an outer sect disciple." "Let me divine some more information." "Yes. You faced many twists and turns along the way, and came to be an outer sect disciple because of matters pertaining to profit." Big Fatty Jong gasped, and his hair stood on end as he looked at Bazius Hun. Almost all of his secrets had been instantly seen through. Everyone else from the Spirit Stream sect stood there in shocked silence. Seeing how Night Crypt had single-handedly astonished all of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators, Song Jung covered her mouth and laughed charmingly. "Everyone says that Bazius Hun from the Spirit Stream sect is breathtaking and peerless with his Heaven Dao Foundation establishment," she said. "However, from what I can see, Night Crypt from the Bloodstream sect, with a mere mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivation base, seems a complete match. Regardless of whether it's his shrewdness, his cultivation base, or his latent talent, he seems just as stunning as Bazius Hun. What a pity that Bazius Hun is in secluded meditation, otherwise they could have a bit of a competition to see who is more spectacular." Bazius Hun's heart immediately began to pound. How could he possibly have a competition with himself? Have his left hand fight his right hand? Looking down at his hands, he blinked a few times. Chapter 217, Beast King. The Spirit Stream sect cultivators' expressions were the same as ever, but inwardly they were laughing derisively. As far as they were concerned, what made Bazius Hun the most powerful was not his cultivation base or his battle prowess, but his disastrous medicinal pills. Big Fatty Jong looked over contemptuously at Night Crypt and thought, "You can tell at a glance that this monster Night Crypt is good at nothing more than fighting and augury. How could he possibly compare with Bazius Hun? If they competed, Bazius Hun would toy with him like a cat toys with a mouse. Bazius Hun would just toss out some medicinal pill, and Night Crypt would be wiped out of existence so cleanly you couldn't bury him." Bazius Hun felt a bit embarrassed as he looked around at the Spirit Stream sect cultivators. There was no need for him to even speculate what all of them were thinking, and it made him sigh sadly. Having two identities is a real headache. I guess you can only blame my outstanding nature. Bazius-hun shook his head and sighed. Zumixiang smiled slightly, but didn't take the bait. Instead, she led the Bloodstream sect cultivators on a simple tour of Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak. No matter what anybody said, Bazius-hun refused to perform any more divinations. He followed along at the end of the line, allowing these two mountain peaks to impress the Bloodstream sect people with their might. By this point, the Bloodstream sect was starting to understand how powerful the Spirit Stream sect was. After completing the tour of the South Bank, they headed toward the North Bank. At that point, Zumixiang relinquished the lead to the old woman from Iris-Petal Peak. The old woman was relatively reticent, and didn't say much as she led the way. However, before Songjun and the Bloodstream sect cultivators could even step onto the North Bank, the battle beasts threw their heads back and roared. Heaven and earth trembled as an enormous shockwave rolled out. Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of the Bloodstream sect disciples, and Songjun's eyes widened. To have so many countless battle beasts releasing such explosive auras was something none of them took lightly. Although the battle beasts didn't actually appear in the open, their aura was so powerful that it created an intense pressure that weighed down on the Bloodstream sect forces. It actually made it impossible for them to proceed onto the North Bank, leaving them stuck between it and Mount Deoseed. My apologies, the old woman said coolly, her eyes flashing with cold light. The North Bank of the Spirit Stream sect is a bit lacking in manners. Diplomatic missions usually go to the South Bank. Your request to visit the North Bank caught me a bit off guard, Grand Elder Song. Bazius-hun felt somewhat shocked. Looking at things from the perspective of an outsider, the Spirit Stream sect clearly seemed to be soft on the outside, but as hard as steel on the inside. That dichotomy was epitomized by the South and North Banks. The South Bank seemed soft and warm, but the North Bank was hard and tough. They complemented each other, using different methods to threaten and unnerve the enemy. Songjun's face was a bit pale. She knew the Spirit Stream sect was strong, but had never imagined that they would be this powerful. Back on the South Bank, the spell formation seemed to pulse with soft warmth, and yet, was filled with biting power. It had been very shocking. In contrast, the North Bank was impossible to even enter. The strength emanating from the battle beasts made it such that any person who desired to go to war with the Spirit Stream sect would clearly need to be prepared to pay a heavy price. And that was only what the Spirit Stream sect was allowing the Bloodstream sect to see. They are gentle and reserved, but also powerful and unyielding, Songjun thought. Clearly they are capable of being merciless. How threatening. Plus, they certainly have unfathomable powers held in reserve. Behind her, the others from the Bloodstream sect were speechless, their hearts filled with pounding waves of astonishment. Bazius-hun suddenly felt proud of the Spirit Stream sect, including both the South and North Banks. Furthermore, he couldn't help but grin inwardly when he looked over at the North Bank and began to search among the various ores for bruisers. Please don't take offense, the old woman said. Fellow Taoists from the Bloodstream sect, I'm afraid we really can't continue on with a tour of the North Bank. The North Bank is a bit crude, and it would be horrible if the battle beasts got out of control and started eating people. She smiled, although to the people from the Bloodstream sect, it seemed quite intimidating. After a moment of thought, Songjun said, that's fine. However, even as she smiled, a howl rose up from the North Bank that instantly caught the attention of everyone present. It seemed to crush the auras of most of the other battle beasts, and as it spread out, the North Bank disciples were shocked to discover that their own battle beasts began to tremble in response. The beasts looked up, seemingly more violently agitated than before, more brutal, and more energetic. It was as if they were being incited as a group, their spirits rising as they howled. A powerful energy caused a mountain toppling, sea-draining force to rumble toward the Bloodstream sect forces. The massive blast caused the faces of the Bloodstream sect cultivators to fall. As they edged backward, Songjun's pupils constricted, and she also fell back. The old woman from Iris-Petal Peak also seemed shocked as she looked over at the North Bank. From the jungle beneath the four mountain peaks, a violet beam of light shot up into the air at high speed. A moment later, an enormous beast appeared in midair. It was fully 30 meters long, with the body of a horse, the head of a dragon, the scales of a lizard, and the feet of a pangolin. More shocking of all was that its teeth radiated a seven-colored glow. As for its solitary horn, it looked just like the heaven horn ink dragons, long and sharp. Even more astonishingly, violet flames roiled out from its four-clawed feet. A single glance at the flames would shake one down to the soul. They roiled out in all directions, covering an area of 300 meters, creating a huge violet sea of flames. Anyone who looked at the beast within that sea of flames would be shaken to the core, and would most likely gasp in alarm. It seemed like the king of battle beasts, and its appearance caused all of the other battle beasts on the north bank to howl at full force. It seemed almost as if they would heed the call of this king of beasts to charge into battle at any moment, regardless of what their masters ordered. They seemed to be hovering on the brink of losing control. This beast who had just appeared was none other than Bruiser. Bazius Hun's Bruiser. The instant Bruiser appeared, the cultivators from the Bloodstream sect felt their minds reeling. Gasps could be heard, and expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. That was especially true of Song Jun, whose face fell. One of the Bloodstreak elders gasped, "Beast King. How could this be happening? I can't believe a Beast King has appeared. Heavens. In the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world, there are only two Beast Kings. One sleeps beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River, the Heavenspan Divine Crocodile. The other is a death beetle that lives in the depths of the earth. That's not a Beast King. It's only a juvenile. But once it grows up, it will definitely be a Beast King. I never heard of any sect raising its own Beast King." The group from the Bloodstream sect felt their scalps going numb. Even Bazius Hun was shocked. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at Bruiser, whose cultivation base was unexpectedly comparable to the early Foundation establishment stage. He remembered that when he'd left the Spirit Stream sect, Bruiser had been roughly in the 10th level of chi condensation. Clearly, he had made a lot of progress since then. Furthermore, all of the battle beasts of the North Bank seemed willing to take orders from him. Although Bazius Hun had sensed something to that effect was possible, now it was more clear than ever. Even the old woman from Iris Petal Peak hadn't been prepared for Bruiser to make an appearance. The truth was that Bruiser's current state was only a sign of what was to come for the North Bank. Back before he had reached the Foundation establishment level of power, he had been incredible. And yet, he had completely surpassed all expectations, and reached Foundation establishment smoothly and naturally. He hadn't required any assistance, be it a Foundation establishment pill or Earth string energy. He just naturally progressed to an energy and battle prowess comparable to Foundation establishment. Even the patriarchs had been shocked, and realized that they had underestimated Bruiser from the beginning. At that point, they realized that he didn't have a 6th order bloodline, he actually had a 7th order bloodline. In the lands of Heavenspan, such creatures were called Beast Kings. If Bruiser kept maturing, there was a high likelihood that he would become a true Beast King in the future. The matter had shaken the entire Spirit Stream sect, and they had even arranged for a new place for Bruiser to live. However, he refused to move out of the Beast Conservatory. That was his home, and that was where he enjoyed romping about and playing. However, he would often stare off into the distance. All the Spirit Stream sect disciples knew that he was waiting for someone to return. The woman from Iris Petal Peak was shocked, but couldn't bring herself to scold Bruiser. Normally, Bruiser would stick to the Beast Conservatory, caring for it like a watchdog. Even when he emerged to play, he wouldn't erupt with such fearsome energy, and he definitely wouldn't fly up into the air like a king. Before the shock in the hearts of the cultivators could fade, Bruiser threw his head back and roared. The flame beneath his feet flared, and it was with a wild joy that none could detect that he charged toward the group from the Bloodstream sect. As he closed in, flames surging around him, the countless battle beasts from the North Bank burst into motion, flying up into the air to join Bruiser as he charged the group from the Bloodstream sect. From a distance, they were so numerous that they blotted out everything beneath them. The Bloodstream sect cultivators' scalps began to tingle as intense sensations of deadly crisis rose up in their hearts. Song Jun began panting. Even though she was in the late Foundation establishment stage, seeing a Beast King like Bruiser left her completely shocked. The Spirit Stream sect really does have a Beast King. The truth was that the matter wasn't a huge secret. Word of the Spirit Stream sect's Beast King had spread to some degree. Because of Song Jun's status, she had long since received reports on the matter. However, to see it in person gave her a completely different feeling of threatening danger. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak seemed shocked, and immediately attempted to intervene. "Bruiser, what are you doing? Back down." However, her words seemed to do no good. There was only one person in Bruiser's eyes. His father. Despite the fact that Bazius Hun was masked and in disguise, there was something inside of Bruiser that enabled him to instinctively identify his father. There was no person more dear to him in the world. Chapter 218, Negotiations Fall Apart. Bazius Hun looked at Bruiser in shock. Beneath his mask, he was smiling warmly. The fact that Bruiser was so powerful left him elated. Furthermore, the exclamations of shock around him got him even more excited. As of this moment, he wished that he could loudly announce, "That's my Bruiser." However, Bazius Hun knew that such a thing wasn't possible. He remained within the group of Bloodstream sect cultivators, giving Bruiser a look that only the two of them would be able to understand. "Be a good boy and go back. Dad has a few matters to handle, then he'll come for you." Bruiser suddenly halted in place. He was smart, and had been well trained by Bazius Hun. It only took a moment of thought for him to understand what Baziashun wanted. He bared his teeth at the Bloodstream sect people, radiating an air of incredible ferocity. Then, his gaze shifted to Song Jun's chest, where it lingered for a long moment. Although few people present knew what that look meant, Baziashun understood, and he couldn't help but sigh one more time and then glare at Bruiser. Growling, Bruiser bowed his head and then turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The other battle beasts let out powerful howls and then returned to their masters' sides. The mountain toppling, sea-draining energy from moments ago faded away until it couldn't even be detected. In that moment, something else happened that no one else detected. Someone in the crowd on Iris-Petal Peak was looking up at Baziashun in the Bloodstream sect forces. It was a pretty young woman in plain and simple clothing. A very strange look could be seen in her eyes, and her face was very pale. However, none of that lessened her beauty, it only made her seem more worthy of pity. The young woman smiled, but covered it with her hand as she murmured to herself, "So, big bro, you're in the Bloodstream sect." A strange flicker of light passed through her eyes. That girl was none other than Gongsun Wanner, who had gone missing in the Fallen Sword Abyss. During the time that Baziashun had been spending in the Bloodstream sect, she had returned to the Spirit Stream sect. In the moment that Gongsun Wanner looked at Baziashun, the Heaven Dao aura within him stirred. Sensing that someone was looking at him, he glanced down to try to determine who it was. At the same time, the old woman from Iris-Petal Peak smiled, thinking to herself that all of her years of spoiling Bruiser had finally paid off. A single order from her had sent him away. "My apologies," she said. "Ladies and gentlemen, I think it would be best if we stayed away from the North Bank." Although her expression was somber, she was inwardly delighted. Song Jun took a deep breath to calm herself. Although she had been aware that the Spirit Stream sect possessed a Beast King, seeing it with her own eyes left her shaken in a completely different way than before. According to the secret reports, the Beast King was raised by Baziashun, she mused to herself. He reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment, and gained enlightenment of the water-swamped kingdom. Who exactly is this guy? If only he were a cultivator of the Bloodstream sect. Song Jun wasn't in the mood for any more touring. Just when she was about to respond to the old woman from Iris-Petal Peak, a cold snort echoed out from the sky above. An enormous vortex appeared, out of which strode the Song clan patriarch, surrounded by flickering flames. He was followed closely behind by Li Zimo, who had a look of regret on his face. Expression grim, the Song clan patriarch looked back into the vortex, and then at Li Zimo. "Make no mistake, fellow Taoists from the Spirit Stream sect. If war breaks out, the fighting will not stop until the bitter end." The person to respond to the Song clan patriarch wasn't Li Zimo. An ancient, somber face appeared within the vortex, a face that seemed to radiate boundless years of time. When he spoke, the mere sound of his voice caused ripples to spread out in all directions. "Your demands are too harsh, fellow Taoist Song. The Spirit Stream sect would rather go to war than be slowly strangled for 1,000 years." This man was none other than the first-generation patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect, Frigid sect. The Song clan patriarch snorted coldly and looked away. Swishing his sleeve, he summoned a blood cloud, and then waved his hand at the Bloodstream sect cultivators. "We're leaving," he said. Baziashun and all the others flew up into the air and landed onto the blood cloud, which seethed as it shot off into the distance. A moment later, not a trace of it could be seen. Everything happened so quickly that the people from the Spirit Stream sect were completely taken aback. The face which had just appeared in the vortex watched as the blood cloud shot away, and his expression turned grimmer by the second. "Should we stop Old Man Song?" Li Zimo asked slowly. A moment later, the first-generation patriarch replied, "Old Man Song has an extraordinary cultivation base. Among the 8 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect, his battle prowess rates in the top 3. The fact that he visited us alone indicates that he came prepared, especially for tricks. If we provoke him, he certainly won't be bound by morality in his counter-strike." Whether the most important factor was the first or the second, no one could tell. Li Zimo hesitated for a moment. Unable to bear the thought of how many casualties war would bring, he softly said, "Brother Frigid sect, the Bloodstream sect doesn't want to go to war either. You can see that from their demands. They've already backed down as far as they can. Why don't we, Zimo? You're being too soft-hearted." "At the moment, soft-heartedness won't benefit anybody. I know that many lives will be lost if we go to war. The Spirit Stream sect doesn't want such a catastrophic event to occur. That was why I initially agreed to Song Wenyun's demands that we not go to war. Even if it means missing out on a huge opportunity, we could avoid the destruction of our sect, and the loss of many lives among the younger generation." Frigid sect's ancient voice seemed tired, although no one could hear his words other than Li Zimo and the other patriarchs. "We agreed not to attack the Bloodstream sect, nor to join forces with the Sky River Court. Those are demands we could meet. However, there is no way we could agree to the erection of a spell formation on the Heavenspan River. If we allowed the Heavenspan River to dry up in our area, all in order to prevent a catastrophe, the spiritual energy here would grow scarce. Over the course of 1,000 years of being sealed, the cultivation bases of everyone inside the seal would stagnate. Progress would be impossible, and it would only take a few hundred years out of that 1,000-year period for the Spirit Stream sect to wither away into death. Even if the sect still existed 1,000 years later, we would be weak beyond compare. We would simply be giving up our own right to decide our fate, and allowing anyone to come along and destroy us. Fate would be like a sword hanging over our necks. Besides, in 1,000 years, the Bloodstream sect would be completely different than they are today. They would be a great sect in the Middle Reaches, far more powerful than they are now. At that time, they might feel pity on us, and honor their agreement from before. But if they didn't feel like it, they could destroy us as easily as turning over their hand. Within the eyes of the founding patriarch, it was almost possible to see all those future deaths. His voice sounded very grim. Being sealed for 1,000 years would avoid deaths in the moment, but the truth is, it would only be delaying our inevitable destruction. We're actually in a much better situation now, with all the different variables at play. If we do go to war, we might not be able to defeat the Bloodstream sect on our own, but with the cooperation of other forces, we would have a chance. Zymo, sometimes we patriarchs have to look at the bigger picture, not just the events playing out right in front of us. We have to take the future into consideration. It would be better for the Spirit Stream sect to go out fighting in battle, than to gasp and wheeze our way into death 1,000 years from now. Clearly, there is only one path for us. The founding patriarch seemed very tired. After he was finished speaking, he faded back into the vortex. Soon, the vortex itself dissipated. Li Zymo hovered there silently for a moment, the desire to do battle slowly building up in his eyes. Just as the founding patriarch had said, standing and fighting held the hope of survival, whereas hiding away only ensured a tragic end later on. Eventually, orders from sect leaders in Yuandong were sent to both the south and north banks. The sect's grand spell formation will be activated, along with all the formations in the Luotian Mountains. All disciples must return to the sect immediately to begin preparing for war. Meanwhile, the blood cloud shot along at top speed in the air between the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect. The cultivators from the Bloodstream sect were scared witless. Even the Song clan patriarch's face seemed ashen as he sat at the front of the cloud, frowning in thought. When everyone pondered the words spoken by the Song clan patriarch when he left the vortex, they realized that the discussions with the Spirit Stream sect had not ended well. Apparently, war between the two sects could break out at any moment. That in turn made the return trip to their own sect seem that much more fraught with danger. Master God Diviner's face was pale as he looked down into his lap and performed auguries. Baziash Hun also maintained his silence. He knew the big picture, and he knew why the Spirit Stream sect had made their choice. He sighed inwardly. Huge matters that affected the entire sect were things that he didn't qualify to participate in or interfere with. He could only turn his head and look back at the Spirit Stream sect, his heart aching with worry. Song Jun sat next to the Song clan patriarch at the front of the cloud, her face a mask of vigilance as she scanned the road ahead for potential danger. Everyone else on the cloud simply sat there silently. Time passed. Eventually, the cloud passed through the Luotian Mountains to arrive in Bloodstream sect territory. At that point, the Song clan patriarch's eyes snapped open, and they shone with profound coldness. Not a single ambush had occurred, and in fact, the instant they left Spirit Stream sect territory, the Luotian Mountains began to rumble, and a cascade of light shot up into the sky. A huge barrier now existed, clearly demarcating the boundary between the two sects. After a moment, the Song clan patriarch murmured, "Well played, Spirit Stream sect." Deep in his eyes could be seen both regret and respect. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and 3 motes of light flew out, which transformed into 3 shadowy figures. There was one that Baziash Hun recognized immediately. It was none other than Patriarch Limitless. So they didn't intercept us? Those 3 figures were illusory projections of patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect. As soon as they appeared, the cultivators on the cloud clasped hands in formal greeting, Baziash Hun included. Then he looked up, shocked at the strange fluctuations emanating from the shadowy figures. "I put myself up as bait," the Song clan patriarch said softly. "Whether because of their righteousness or their suspicions, they allowed me to leave. That in itself is a type of domineering fearlessness. The Spirit Stream sect is indeed a worthy adversary." The other 3 patriarchs maintained their silence. As for Patriarch Limitless, he looked off in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect and shook his head. Sighing softly, he said, "It's too bad. We can't trust them, nor can they trust us." Chapter 219, Mid-Foundation Establishment. The blood cloud seethed and churned as it shot back to the Bloodstream sect. Everyone was wrapped up in their own thoughts, and no one spoke. Bezius Hun was most taciturn of all, although he would occasionally turn to look back in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect. By the time he got back to his Immortal's Cave on Middle Peak, it was evening. He sat there quietly until it was late in the night and the moon hung high. Unfortunately, the matter of war between the two sects was something he had no say in. It was a game being played between the patriarchs of the two sects. He felt tired. He didn't even like to think about fighting and killing, but he also knew that sometimes, certain things couldn't be avoided, no matter how much you wanted to. He shook his head in frustration. The only thing he could do now was get to the Relic of Eternal Indestructibility before the war started, and then get back to the Spirit Stream sect. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down, then began breathing exercises. Blood chi began to rise up and flow toward him as he continued to advance through the first level of the Undying Heavenly King. That first level was the 10 Mammoth's Berserk Ghost Body, and because of his constant cultivation, he was growing more and more powerful. By now, he had the power of 2 Berserk Ghosts. After the power of 10, he would break past the first level and transform his Berserk Ghost Body into the Heavenly Demon Body. At the same time, the Heaven's Pan River water in his first spiritual sea was continuously being absorbed. By now, less than half remained, and from the look of it, it wouldn't take much longer before that portion was fully absorbed. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. During that time, the Bloodstream sect continued to make preparations for war. Of course, war was no laughing matter. Once it started, it would be difficult to stop, and everyone knew that the future of the two sects were involved. The Bloodstream sect wasn't completely united in its desire to wage war. There were 8 patriarchs, and of that group, 4 were of the mindset that war should be avoided if possible. That group consisted of the Song Clan Patriarch, Patriarch Limitless, and 2 other patriarchs. However, one faction, made up of 3 patriarchs, were staunchly for the war. One of the patriarchs, Taoist Sage Droughtflame, had similar standing to the Song Clan Patriarch, being one of the most powerful experts of the older generation. His words carried much weight. Taoist Sage Droughtflame and the other 2 patriarchs in his faction were very much for declaring war. The fact that the Song Clan Patriarch and his faction had so many problems with the war led to friction between the 2 groups. The person who had the final say in the Bloodstream sect was the Arch-Patriarch of the generation, and he hadn't said a word on the subject. His opinion on the matter was of vital importance, but even he seemed to be hesitating. As the discussions and friction between the patriarchs persisted, the Bloodstream sect as a whole continued to prepare for war. Eventually, the day arrived in which the final bit of Heaven's Pan River water merged into Bezius Hun's first spiritual sea. Rumbling sounds filled him that only he could hear. He began to shake, and could sense that his first spiritual sea was shining with boundless golden light. Cracking sounds emanated out, and a moment later, his first spiritual sea began to crystallize. Crystallized spiritual sea. Bezius Hun shivered. Panting, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then pushed his hands down onto his Dangshan region. Instantly, the crystallization process sped up, and the cracking sounds grew more intense. Moments later, his entire first spiritual sea had become solid. Instead of liquid, it now was a mirror-like crystal. In the instant that it completely crystallized, it erupted with a power 10 times the level of the original spiritual sea. That power filled Bezius Hun, causing him to tremble, and making him feel completely different than before. In Mortal Tao Foundation establishment, there was only one spiritual sea. In fact, there was so little water in it that it was more like a spiritual lake. Only Earthspring Foundation establishment cultivators could use tide flows to form multiple spiritual seas. The difference between spiritual lakes and spiritual seas was one reason for the huge disparity between Mortal Tao and Earthspring Foundation establishment. When it came to advancing through the Foundation establishment stage, the crystallization of the spiritual seas was the hallmark of mid-Foundation establishment. The crystallization was a major transformation that caused the basic foundation to become 10 times stronger. Because Earthstring spiritual seas were already vastly more powerful than Mortal Tao spiritual lakes, the disparity between the 2 levels of Foundation establishment only grew greater from that point on. At the same time, the number of Earthstring tide flows affected the number of spiritual seas, and that in turn made the difference between those different levels even more clear. When it came to Earthstring Foundation establishment, 3 crystallized spiritual seas marked the mid-level. To reach Lay Foundation establishment, one had to reach 6 crystallized spiritual seas. The Great Circle of Foundation establishment was 9. Of course, people with 9 spiritual seas were as rare as phoenix feathers or Kylan horns, so the above standard would apply only to them. The same general principles applied to the other levels of Foundation establishment. For example, in Mortal Tao Foundation establishment, the Great Circle was a single crystallized spiritual sea. However, that level of power was, at best, the same as a single crystallized spiritual sea of Earthstring Foundation establishment. That was one of the main reasons why it was virtually impossible for any mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivator to reach core formation. It was the same with Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators who only completed a single tide flow. However, because they had a true spiritual sea, it was theoretically possible for them to crystallize it and break through to the next cultivation stage. However, the likelihood was very small. When it came to 2 spiritual seas, that likelihood increased. 5 spiritual seas was considered the standard, and anyone with 7 was deemed highly likely to succeed. 8 spiritual seas was very rare, and even more likely to break through, and those with 9 were considered 90% likely to break through. However, all of that pertained to mortal Dao and Earthstring. When it came to the extremely rare peak of Foundation establishment, those cultivators who used Heaven String energy to create a Heaven Dao or were not only 10 times as powerful, but their crystallized spiritual seas could crush Earthstring Foundation establishment. That was especially true of Baziush, who had achieved 9 tide flows. Essentially, he could crush any and all fellow Foundation establishment cultivators. In early Foundation establishment, the disparity wasn't as obvious. However, mid-Foundation establishment involved an explosive increase in power, and once in the great circle of Foundation establishment, he could be called invincible. Crystallizing the sea is a sign of stepping into mid-Foundation establishment. Excited, Baziush took a deep breath. The crystallization didn't stop with the first spiritual sea. It continued on into the second spiritual sea, which immediately began to show signs of solidifying. Intense cracking sounds filled his mind for the following several hours. His cultivation base grew explosively, and soon, his second spiritual sea was crystallized, and the process progressed to the third. The process continued until the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight landed on the earth below, rumbling sounds filled Baziush, and his eyes snapped open. At that point, he could feel a level of spiritual power coursing through him that vastly exceeded what it had been before. Now that he had 3 crystallized spiritual seas, every breath he took seemed to fill his surroundings with thunderous booms. He now felt like the simple wave of his hand could crush everything around him. Furthermore, his forehead tingled with pain, as though his heaven-span dharma eye wished to open. Baziush had the intense premonition that if he did open that eye, it would erupt with shocking fluctuations. Eyes glaring, he burst into motion. Spiritual power surged through him, and rumbling sounds could be heard as he turned into nothing more than afterimages. A moment later, he was outside in front of one of the blood trees. The blood tree shivered and began to rattle off fawning praise. Unlike usual, Baziush didn't pay any attention to the tree. Instead, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pointed out, causing streams of blood chi to converge into a blood sword. I can form blood swords way faster than before. Excited, he mentally recalled Middle Peak's secret magic, the blood annihilation world. After performing another incantation gesture, he waved his hand, and even more blood chi converged in the area, and another blood sword appeared. Things weren't over yet, though. A third blood sword appeared, swirling around him, causing the entire area to surge with a bloody, murderous aura. Intense pressure also weighed down in the area, causing all of the blood trees to tremble. In mid-Foundation establishment, I'm not limited to 1 blood sword. I can summon 3. And furthermore, I can even combine them together into 1 larger sword. Eyes flashing, he performed another incantation gesture with his right hand, and the 3 blood swords merged together into a gigantic blood-colored greatsword. Even when the blade was still forming, its energy fluctuations were filled with brutality and madness. Everything in the area trembled, and even before it could finish forming, Baziush waved his hand to dispel the sword and the pressure. According to the description of the secret magic, if I can summon 6 swords, I'll be able to step into late Foundation establishment. Although I cultivate the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, because of the Undying Live Forever technique, once I reach late Foundation establishment, I can use the Blood Annihilation world along with it. Baziush was very pleased with how quickly had progressed from early Foundation establishment to mid-Foundation establishment. Some of that was because of the medicinal pills the mysterious sect had given him, but another reason was the blood chi in the bloodstream sect. Not only could he rapidly cultivate the Undying Heavenly King, it also provided benefits to his cultivation base. Baziush clasped his hands behind his back and stuck his chin up. Looking very proud of himself, he thought about how incredible he was with his 3 crystallized spiritual seas. Of course, if he could reach 6, or 9, then he would be even more powerful. Chapter 220, Holy Pill Wall Fragment. Taking advantage of the darkness of night, Baziush left Middle Peak. Going down to the bottom of the giant's hand, he actually left the bloodstream sect and went to the bank of the Heavenspan River. Considering his current status and level, getting some Heavenspan River water wasn't very difficult. All he had to do was make up a random reason, and the cultivators guarding the way would let him pass. After arriving, he collected 10 drops of water. Soon, he had a small cup full, which he carefully took back to his immortal's cave and then began to absorb. A few days later, the water was inside of him, above his 4th spiritual sea. At that point, he ended this session of cultivation. Next, I need to fully merge the Heaven's Pan River water into my spiritual sea. Once that happens, I can step into late foundation establishment. Excited, he left his immortal's cave, hands clasped behind his back as he soliloquized proudly to himself. Now that I'm in mid-foundation establishment, I'm even more awesome than before. Becoming a Grand Elder doesn't seem so impossible now. He looked up at the upper finger of Middle Peak. It was really depressing to know exactly where the relic of eternal indestructibility was, but be unable to reach it. He had long since given up any aspirations of somehow sneaking in to get the relic of eternal indestructibility. Song Jun's immortal's cave was too well guarded, and he had no confidence in being able to succeed. How can I actually become the Grand Elder? Challenge Song Jun. Bezish Hun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The challenge would only be secondary, though. First I'd have to win over the masses. Plus I need to convince the leadership that I'm important, that I'm a crucial member of the sect. That's the only way that I could successfully challenge Song Jun and then take over her position. Nodding to himself, he decided that this was definitely the right track to follow. With that, he stuck his chin up proudly. I'm already halfway there. If I want people to think I'm important, though, I need to do something that leaves everybody completely shaken. As far as he was concerned, it wouldn't be too difficult to do such a thing. He had already been in the Bloodstream sect for some time, and knew quite well that apothecaries were few and far between. The leadership of the sect placed a high value on them, and had even established certain sect rules to encourage disciples to walk that path. However, the very nature of the Bloodstream sect essentially doomed such efforts from the beginning. The Bloodstream sect was fundamentally a devilish sect, and most disciples viewed concocting medicine as a waste of time. They would much rather study techniques to increase their battle prowess. If they needed medicinal pills, they could simply go rob people from the Pillstream sect. If they needed magical items, they could take them from Profound Stream sect disciples. If they needed spirit beasts, they could get them from the Spirit Stream sect. Therefore, few people focused on concocting medicine. There were some who could, such as Imposter Night Crypt back in the day, but in a huge sect like this, they were completely insufficient to meet the needs of the sect as a whole. It's been a long time since I've concocted any medicine. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he began to chuckle. As his laughter drifted out into the night, the blood trees began to tremble, apparently because of the sinister nature of the laughter. However, before I actually concoct any medicine, I need to solve one problem. I did a bit of medicine concocting earlier, but if I suddenly do something too incredible, people will get suspicious. I need the right opportunity. With that, his eyes narrowed. Supposedly, the holy pill wall fragment here was actually robbed from the Pillstream sect 10,000 years ago, for the express purpose of allowing disciples to seek enlightenment of the Tao of medicine. Humphrey. I can just pretend to gain enlightenment there, and then start concocting some medicine. Then nobody will be suspicious at all. Once again, he laughed out loud proudly. He'd actually planned to do this for quite a while, and now, the timing seemed perfect. The following morning, he left his immortal's cave without the slightest hesitation. Leaving Middle Peak, he headed toward the area in the inner sect district where the holy pill wall fragment was located. Soon he arrived in front of the enormous stone stele that was as tall as 3 people put together. This was his second time coming here, the first being when he'd seen Zumai. At that time, Zumai had looked at him as if she were eyeing a bug. This was his second time, and even from a distance, he could see a few inner sect disciples sitting below the stele, looking at it thoughtfully. His appearance caused the inner sect disciples' expressions to flicker. They quickly rose to their feet and offered formal greetings. Not daring to be near him, they left, and by the time he was actually in front of the stone stele, he was completely alone. Rubbing his chin, he coughed dryly and sat down cross-legged. Feeling very comfortable with this sort of situation, he looked up at the wall fragment, and reviewed what Imposter Night Crypt had told him. 8,000 years ago, a genius rose up in the Bloodstream sect who was very adept in the Tao of medicine. After seeking enlightenment from this wall fragment, his ability to concoct medicine improved significantly. I guess that means the shrew Zumai was here to try to get some enlightenment, huh? He couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful of the idea. He was of the belief that although certain degrees of enlightenment were required when it came to medicine concocting techniques, it wasn't something that could come overnight. Constant practice was required, along with gradual progress. That was the way to achieve mastery. Although it was possible that enlightenment could be gained from this wall fragment, Bezish Hun was certain that it would be useless to a disciple who didn't have a basic understanding of medicine concocting to begin with. It should be enough to just put on a bit of a show so that people think I'm gaining enlightenment. Baziushan cleared his throat and then focused on the wall fragment, trying to reach the same mental state he'd stumbled into when he'd gained enlightenment from the beast statue in the spirit stream sect. I just need to imitate what happened back then, he thought. With that, he did his best to imitate his past facial expression. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the wall. Strangely, as he stared at the wall, it felt as if his mind were being drained. Although he was surprised, he did nothing to stop it from happening. 3 days went by. Quite a few inner sect disciples passed the wall fragment, and when they saw Baziushan, they noticed that his eyes were bloodshot, and his hands seemed to be moving. His expression was completely blank, which created quite an odd picture. Senior Knight Crypt, are you? Is he really gaining enlightenment? Heavens! It's been a really long time since anybody actually gained enlightenment here. Is Senior Knight Crypt really pulling it off? The inner sect disciples were shocked, and soon, word began to spread. Foundation establishment cultivators from all of the 4 peaks heard the news, and many went over to see for themselves. Another 7 days passed, during which time Baziushan's vision began to swim. In order to make sure everything looked as real as possible, he continued to stare at the wall for 10 days and 10 nights. Soon, he started to look as if he were in a daze, and actually, it was no farce. He really was zoning out. It was a deep and profound daze that actually looked like enlightenment, to the point where no outsider would be able to tell the difference. His mind was weakening. After all, he had just broken through into mid-foundation establishment, and had no way to quickly recover at the moment. The time he spent in a daze increased, until eventually he realized that he had spent almost half the day in such a state. By this point, he decided that he'd probably put on enough of a show. Just when he was about to finish up and put on a show of reaping some amazing reward from his efforts, a tremor ran through him. Before he could look away, his eyes went wide, and he suddenly stared fixedly at the wall fragment. He began to pant heavily, and his pupils constricted. He wasn't sure if he was hallucinating or not, but moments ago, just as he had been about to look away from the wall, he'd seen a blurry figure that appeared to be concocting medicine. From what he'd seen, the method was different from what he'd learned about the Tao of medicine. Whoa! A tremor ran through him. Settling down, he once again stared at the wall fragment, focusing all of his attention, which drained him even more rapidly than before. Moments later, his soul seemed to leave his body and enter the wall, to appear right next to that blurry figure. Upon closer inspection, Baziushan was certain that he was looking at someone concocting medicine. He wasn't sure of the exact type of spirit medicine that was being concocted, but the apothecary's methods were fantastic. Apparently, he wasn't even using a pill formula. He casually selected 2 types of medicinal plants, and then called upon the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression, not to force out the impurities, but cause transformations. A new type of medicinal strength appeared, a power which he imbued into other medicinal plants to alter them. He did everything in a completely smooth and natural way. Occasionally, the ingredients in the pill furnace would explode with force, at other times they were calm. Sometimes they seethed, sometimes they were as quiet as death. Regardless of the transformations or the eruptions of power, the apothecary maintained full control the entire time. He controlled every aspect with skill and deftness. This Tao of medicine was very different from what Baziushan had learned in the Spirit Stream sect. The apothecary in the wall fragment was on a completely different level. It almost seemed like the Spirit Stream sect's Tao of medicine was for amateurs, whereas what this apothecary was using were the methods of an expert. He's not concocting medicine, he's actually creating plants and vegetation. Baziushan forgot about the passage of time. He was completely focused on watching the shadowy figure in the wall fragment. Eventually, the figure finished concocting the batch of medicine, and opened the pill furnace. What appeared in his hands was a green medicinal pill that actually looked like a plant. Baziushan's mind filled with rumbling, along with faint comprehension. Before concocting medicine, you have to refine the plants and vegetation. Depending on the medicinal strength you seek, you search through countless medicinal plants. If you can't find what you're looking for, you make your own. The limits of the Tao of medicine rely only on the limits of your imagination, and your skill in concocting medicinal plants and vegetation. Baziushan felt like his mind was being struck by lightning, and he even began to shake physically. It was with deep and utter excitement that he immersed himself within the images in the wall fragment. At the same time, the holy pill wall fragment began to emit a green light. As the light grew more and more intense, it transformed into a green pillar that shot high up into the sky. The entire bloodstream sect was being shaken to the core. Chapter 221, The Tao of all creation plants and vegetation. The green pillar of light shot up into the heavens, causing everything to tremble. Even the blood chi in the area was blasted away. Instantly, the whole bloodstream sect was shaken. Middle Peak Grand Elder Song Jung was in the middle of meditating when suddenly, Her eyes opened. Shocked, she rushed out of her immortal's cave to look at the green light, and quickly realized that it was coming from the holy pill wall fragment. Night Crypt is over there seeking enlightenment. Don't tell me. Heart trembling, she flew into the air. It wasn't just her, numerous beams of light sped from the various mountain peaks toward the holy pill wall fragment. There were even streams of divine sense that flowed out from Ancestor Peak. Instantly, everyone saw Baziush-hun, in a deep trance, expression blank. He even seemed to be somewhat intoxicated. Anybody who looked at him could tell that he was in the middle of being enlightened by the wall fragment. Every few hundred years, someone succeeds in gaining enlightenment. But nobody has ever caused green light to shoot up from the wall fragment. I remember reading in the ancient records about how the Taoist blood sage received enlightenment 800 years ago. Green light appeared back then. Could it be that this is the same kind of enlightenment? I can't believe Night Crypt is so gifted in the Tao of medicine. I remember him concocting medicine a few times in the past. If he can gain enlightenment from the wall fragment, then in the future, the Bloodstream sect might have another Grand Master Apothecary. It wasn't just the Prime Elders who took note of what was happening. Two pairs of eyes flashed like lightning as they looked over at Baziush-hun. One of them belonged to Patriarch Limitless, the other, to the Song Clan Patriarch. Strange light could be seen in those eyes, and they seemed moved. Soon, it became apparent that countless figures were converging on the wall fragment, so the Song Clan Patriarch quickly said, Song-jun, stand as Dharma protector for Night Crypt. If anyone tries to interfere, kill them immediately. The Song Clan Patriarch's voice was as cold as ice, and rang out for all to hear. Immediately, the cultivators near Baziush-hun backed up, hearts pounding in fear. Some of them had actually been contemplating whether or not they should interfere, but now they pushed such thoughts aside. Song-jun took a deep breath. Clasping hands in respect toward Ancestor Peak, she took a few steps forward and sat down cross-legged next to Baziush-hun to serve as Dharma protector. Other cultivators who were under the personal command of Song-jun also sat down cross-legged, forming a wider perimeter, staring coldly at the other surrounding cultivators. With Song-jun serving as Dharma protector, and a warning having been uttered by a patriarch, the crowd began to thin. Soon, the area was very quiet. Word spread about Night Crypt gaining enlightenment from the wall fragment. During the following month, cultivators would come on a daily basis to observe what was happening. As for Song-jun, her eyes were increasingly bloodshot, and she also seemed in a daze, as if the only thing that existed were Baziush-hun and the wall fragment. Night Crypt reached inverse blood ancestral awakening, she thought, and also has terrifying abilities in divination. Now it seems he's a genius in the Tao of medicine. Lots of disciples study this wall fragment, but very few people can succeed, and even fewer provoke a reaction from the wall. Just what Tao of medicine is Night Crypt gaining enlightenment of? Her eyes glittered even more profoundly than before as she realized that yet again, her earlier assumptions about Night Crypt had been incorrect. He seemed simple enough, as if he could be judged at a single glance. However, Song-jun had to admit that what she had seen, and what she knew, was just the tip of the iceberg. How could a person like this slip through chi condensation completely unnoticed? Did he really spend all that time building up and preparing? No matter how she considered the matter, she couldn't come up with an answer. At the same time, the gleam in her eyes as she looked at Baziush-hun continued to deepen. Time passed. Another month went by, and Baziush-hun had forgotten about himself. He was completely focused on the apothecary, and his process of concocting medicine. He watched him over and over again, and the closer he examined him, the clearer the figure became. Eventually, the image turned into a different person, and soon, the concocting methods were different again. Generally speaking, theories regarding the Tao of medicine were the same. However, when it came to the plant and vegetation pills, or the pill concocting methods, they changed from person to person. The people changed, the methods changed, but the foundation was the same. A tremor ran through Baziush-hun as he saw one figure after another concocting medicine. Each one used the same general principles to form the exact type of medicinal strength they needed. It was as if a huge door were opening in Baziush-hun's mind. At a certain point, he subconsciously extended his hands and began to mimic what he was seeing inside the wall. As his hands moved, a green field of light appeared around him, which attracted the green light shining from the stone wall. Soon, the two were connected. Baziush-hun's mind filled with rumbling sounds as countless bodies of knowledge regarding the Tao of medicine flowed into his mind through the light. The group on Ancestor Peak was shaken, and based on the levels of their cultivation bases, they could actually sense what was happening. A legacy. No wonder the Pillstream sect has tried so hard over the years to get that wall fragment back. If the Taoist blood sage hadn't expressed his dying order to never return the wall for all eternity, it would probably have been sent back long ago. So this wall contains a legacy of the Pillstream sect's Tao of medicine. Now that I think about Doesn't the Pillstream sect also have a wall fragment? The Bloodstream sect patriarchs exchanged glances, and all of them could see how deeply moved the others were. Bazius Hun's mind was racked with pain as he accepted the legacy. He was left trembling, his eyes completely bloodshot, and he even cried out at the top of his lungs. However, he wasn't willing to give up. Even a glimpse at the knowledge of the Tao of medicine he was receiving was completely shocking. Use heaven and earth as the pill cauldron. Use all creation as the plants and vegetation. Bequeath soul seeds. Create medicines of good fortune. Bazius Hun's mind was battered by towering waves of shock. Suddenly, he thought back to the Pillstream sect disciple he'd killed, Fang Lin. The heaven-earth furnace cauldron he'd used was obviously what was referred to in the first line of the wall fragment legacy. He also thought back to what had occurred when Fang Lin died, and the face of the young man he'd seen, which resembled a yin-yang symbol. Apparently, Fang Lin had unknowingly been infected with a soul seed. One back in the heat of the moment, Bazius Hun had mostly ignored that young man with the yin-yang face. However, he hadn't forgotten the incident, and had always remained suspicious about it. Now, he realized that what he had seen was a manifestation of soul seed bequeathal. Furthermore, the legacy he was receiving now was the technique of all creation plants and vegetation. Heaven-earth furnace cauldron, all creation plants and vegetation, soul seed bequeathal. These three divine abilities were the fundamental Tao which served as the foundation of the Pillstream sect. Unfortunately, the Bloodstream sect had robbed them of half of their wall fragment. Perhaps the lack of the all creation plants and vegetation technique was why the Pillstream sect had been in a state of gradual decline for so long. By using all creation as plants and vegetation, the transformations of the plants and vegetation can be used to form any type of medicinal effect. A Tao of medicine like this is unimaginable. Bazius Hun was panting. Never could he possibly have guessed that his attempt to pretend to get enlightenment would result in him actually receiving a legacy magic. As the legacy was passed on, the light shining up from the wall fragment grew weaker and weaker, and the green glow around him grew stronger and stronger. A few days later, the light around the wall faded, and Bazius Hun's eyes snapped open. The intense green light around him caused rumbling like that of thunder to echo out. At the same time, the images of countless plants and vegetation swirled around him, continuously merging with each other, continuously transforming. The bizarre signs that the disciples of the Bloodstream sect were seeing left them shocked. It was easy to imagine how, even as soon as the following day, Nightcrypt's name would once again rock the Bloodstream sect. Even the other sects would surely hear about what was happening, and Nightcrypt would become even more famous in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. Nightcrypt. Song Jun murmured, rising to her feet. An expression of concern could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Bazius Hun. He was much thinner than he had been before, his face sunken in a bit, seemingly little more than flesh and bones. And yet, his eyes shone with brilliant light. He looked over at Song Jun and nodded. Before she could say anything, he said, "I need to concoct some medicine." He needed to take the information that was sinking into his mind and apply it to medicine concocting as soon as possible, to firmly fix the sensation of the all-creation plants and vegetation technique into his heart. Under the eyes of all present, he flew into the air toward Middle Peak. Even the patriarchs on Ancestor Peak had expressions of anticipation on their faces as they watched him go. Back in his Immortal's Cave, he immediately went into secluded meditation. He didn't have a lot of plants and vegetation on him at the moment, but it was without hesitation that he produced a pill furnace and began to concoct, not spirit medicine, but plants and vegetation pills. Through this process of concocting, he became much more confident in manipulating the plants and vegetation to produce specific levels of medicinal strength. The legacy branding in his mind grew deeper. He was so focused that he completely ignored matters like sleep and eating. At the same time, the exact effect he had hoped to produce within the sect could be seen. The Song clan patriarch arranged for large quantities of plants and vegetation to be delivered to him, along with piles of bloodflame stones. All of the resources of the Bloodstream sect were being called upon to ensure that Bazius Hun quickly mastered the legacy he had received. Many of the medicinal plants he was given were very rare, and would fetch exorbitant prices on the outside, or even be the subject of fierce fighting. But now, it was without hesitation that the sect handed them over. They even sent over an apothecary attendant, who respectfully said, "Grandmaster, the patriarch sent me to explain that this is only the first set of ingredients. More medicinal plants are on the way." Because of the steady flow of medicinal plants, Bazius Hun experienced no delays in his mastery of the legacy. As he concocted more plant and vegetation pills, his eyes shone with more intense light. At the same time, his skill in the Tao of medicine advanced by leaps and bounds. Bazius Hun was even delighted to discover that there were aspects of the frigid school medicine manual that he didn't understand before, but were now clear. In fact, there was an entire section on the first page that now made complete sense. I have the feeling that I can finally concoct a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Maybe even Tier 5. Tier 4 medicinal pills were a dividing mark between journeyman apothecaries and master apothecaries. Chapter 222, I must concoct medicine. I must concoct medicine. Bazius Hun's eyes shone with intense focus. The enlightenment he had gained from the holy pill wall fragment, and the abstruse information from the frigid school medicine manual, caused his skill in the Tao of medicine to break through from the point of being able to concoct Tier 3 medicines. He was now fairly certain he could concoct Tier 4 medicines. In the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world, Tier 4 spirit medicines were virtually priceless. Foundation establishment cultivators absolutely required them, the most obvious example being Foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills were Tier 4 spirit medicines, and were very difficult to concoct. In fact, anyone who could successfully concoct them would be viewed as a master apothecary. Master apothecaries were rare. The Bloodstream sect had been home to a few in the past, but not anymore. It was the same with the Profound Stream sect. Obviously, the Pill Stream sect had them, and in fact, they even had Grandmaster apothecaries, who were on a similar level as Prime Elders. Other than the Master apothecaries in the Pill Stream sect, the only other one was in the Spirit Stream sect, and that was Li Qingyu. But now, Bazius Hun was at the peak of the Tier 3 level, and was on the verge of breaking through to the Tier 4 level. Theoretically, the knowledge he possessed already gave him what he needed to break through. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand and opened the bag of holding that the sect had provided, which contained all sorts of plants and vegetation. Almost immediately, he gasped, and the more he studied the contents of the bag, the more shaken he was. Is this dragon spirit root? I can't believe it's over 700 years old. This is Peace Devil leaf. More than 400 years old. Revelation fruit. Tao Immortal blossom. It seemed like each of the medicinal plants he'd been given was more valuable than the one before it, and more rare. From the plants and vegetation he was being given, it was obvious how important the Bloodstream sect viewed him to be. It actually exceeded his expectations. He couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. On the one hand, the Bloodstream sect really had treated him amazingly. On the other hand, he couldn't forget that he was from the Spirit Stream sect. Even as he wavered back and forth about what to do, he looked at the most recent delivery, which included 2 bags of holding. One of them contained pill furnaces, the other contained the Bloodstream sect's unique Blood Flame stones. Blood Flame stones were similar to the Earth Flame crystals from the Spirit Stream sect, except even more domineering. The intense heat they emitted was a necessity for medicine concocting, and although they were unique to the Bloodstream sect, after some examination, Bazius Hun confirmed that they could produce 3-colored flame. Although he would have preferred fuel for 4-colored flame, 3-colored flame was still satisfactory. Finally, he made his decision. He would concoct pills, and secretly keep some of them for himself. As for the 4-leaf clovers he had harvested some time back, he still had them in his bag of holding. However, he didn't dare to use the turtle walk in the Bloodstream sect, for fear of mishaps. After looking closer at the bag with the pill furnaces, Bazius Hun was even more shocked than he had been by all of the valuable medicinal plants. Eyes wide, he said, "How many pill furnaces are in here?" Mind reeling, he counted over 100 pill furnaces. There were large ones and small ones, new ones and old ones. The mere sight of them left Bazius Hun's vision swimming. There were even a few dozen pill furnaces which were clearly magical devices, and others contained strong medicinal aromas that indicated they had been frequently used by apothecaries in the past. Did they rob all of these? He thought, rubbing his eyes. After further examination, he realized that almost all of the pill furnaces were marked with a symbol like a cauldron, which was the sign of the Pill Stream sect. Obviously, these were pill furnaces that the Bloodstream sect had robbed from Pill Stream sect disciples over the years. In addition to the pill furnaces, there were some jade slips in the bag of holding. After examining them, Bazius Hun's mind was yet again set spinning. It actually took quite a while for him to recover. Those jade slips were clearly incredibly valuable. They were inscribed with countless medicine formulas. Some of them were even Tier 5 formulas. Bazius Hun sighed emotionally, and his eyes shone with intense light. To have so many medicinal plants and so many pill furnaces right there in front of him left him completely excited. Rubbing his hands together, he immediately pulled out a pill furnace and some blood flame stones. After igniting the stones with some spiritual power, a blood-colored flame lit the room. Concoct medicine. Must concoct medicine. He didn't start with the Foundation Establishment pill. Instead, he studied the formula for something called a spirit-tempering crystallizing pill, after which he began to concoct it. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. Bazius Hun never went outside even once, and soon his hair was completely disheveled. He was completely immersed within his medicine concocting. He failed over and over again as he built up experience and performed experiments. He pursued new trains of thought, and every time he came up with a new idea, he would laugh out loud with joy. As his laughter echoed out of the immortal's cave, the blood trees shivered, and any Middle Peak cultivators who happened to be passing by would be surprised, but mostly dismissive. Most of the cultivators on Middle Peak had some sort of beef with Baziush-hun, although none of them would ever dare to reveal that publicly. However, as time passed, all sorts of gossip spread. So what if he gained enlightenment of the wall fragment? Does he really think he's going to concoct some sort of amazing spirit medicine? Humphrey. I heard that all of the plant and vegetation resources in the whole sect were sent over to Night Crypt. He's just digging his own grave. He is going to fail completely, or at best concoct some ordinary spirit medicine. Either way, he's screwed. Who cares about medicine concocting? I don't even understand why the sect thinks it's important. However, Song Jun and the 3 other Grand Elders, as well as the Prime Elders on Ancestor Peak, were filled with anticipation. Even the Song clan patriarch felt the same way, and was constantly looking over toward Middle Peak. 10 days passed. Baziush-hun's extended time in seclusion was being viewed with increasing derision by the Middle Peak cultivators. Of course, most of that was jealously. They were jealous of his relationship with the Grand Elder, jealous that the sect cared so much about him, and jealous that he was being gifted with so many plant and vegetation resources. However, his overall level of power was extraordinary, and everyone knew it. Because of the inverse blood ancestral awakening, he had already surpassed the power of Immortal Tao Foundation Establishment Dharma Protector. The Earthstring Foundation Establishment elders were starting to feel threatened, and even the late Foundation Establishment experts were worried. Another 3 days passed. Baziush-hun had been working at medicine concocting for a full month straight. Inside his immortal's cave, he was working like mad, his eyes bloodshot as he paced back and forth around the pill furnace. He never stopped concocting. He would draw upon the plants and vegetation he had access to as he aimed for the medical strength he desired. Each time he failed, he would see new hope for success. This time I'm definitely going to succeed, he said hoarsely, licking his lips and staring at the pill furnace. Several more hours passed, and then the pill furnace began to tremble. A medicinal aroma spread out, and Baziush-hun's eyes shone with anticipation. Moments later, though, his excitement turned into fear. What's going on? He said, eyes widening. In the instant that the spirit medicine was supposed to emerge, the pill furnace suddenly began to heat up. Apparently, the strength of the pill was causing instability, which was affecting the pill furnace itself. Even the blood flame stones were being influenced, which was causing the heat spike. Instantly, a sensation of intense danger filled Baziush-hun's heart. Cracking sounds rang out, and the pill furnace began to shake violently. Fissures spread out across its surface, which were filled with shining, blood-colored fire. From the look of things, the pill furnace was about to explode. A shocking force was building up inside, causing the pill furnace to bulge dramatically. It's gonna blow, he gasped, his scalp tingling. This was a Tier 4 spirit medicine, something far beyond Tier 2 or Tier 3 medicines. Even an exploding Tier 3 spirit medicine was completely shocking, but the idea of how much force the detonation of a Tier 4 spirit medicine would release caused Baziush-hun's pupils to constrict. From the aura that was emanating from the pill furnace, Baziush-hun could tell that it had force comparable to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. There was no time to sit around thinking about what to do. Shrieking, Baziush-hun reached out and grabbed the bulging furnace, then drew upon the full power of his cultivation base to burst outside and hurl it up into the air. Everybody watch out! He cried at the top of his lungs. The pill furnace sealed up above Middle Peak, and then exploded, releasing a thunderous boom that shook heaven and earth. A shockwave also blasted out, sweeping over everything in sight. As the pill furnace exploded, medicinal dregs shot out in all directions. Even more terrifying was that the burning shrapnel created by the exploding furnace rained down in all directions. Countless Middle Peak disciples were badly frightened, and rushed out to see what was happening. What's wrong? What happened? Is the spirit stream sect attacking us? In their shock, they looked up and saw flames streaking through sky like falling stars to land in various locations around Middle Peak. As each bit slammed into the ground, booms echoed out. Soon, cries of alarm rose up into the air. Wherever the destroyed remnants of the pill furnace landed, flames rose up. There were even some unfortunate cultivators who caught on fire and began to scream at the tops of their lungs. All of Middle Peak was thrown into chaos. Song Jun was shaken, and when she rushed out, she saw Middle Peak engulfed in flames. She could smell the acrid odor of a destroyed medicinal pill, and could also see the chunks of the pill furnace raining down. Is this what happens when you concoct medicine? She thought with a gasp. I can't believe medicine concocting is so terrifying. In her mind, medicine concocting should be a calm, peaceful activity, and even if something went wrong, there shouldn't be a huge disaster like this. If disciples of the Spirit Stream sect were present, they would definitely understand what was happening, and would probably even feel bad for the Bloodstream sect and say, disaster strikes once sect Uncle Bay starts concocting medicine. Chapter 223, Flying Furnaces Fill the Firmament. Baziushan's heart was pounding with nervousness. The exploding pill furnace had not only been shocking, but also a very close call. If I had been just a bit slower, it would have blown up my immortal's cave. But that's not the scariest part. I might have lost my poor little wife. That would have been a tragedy. Baziushan ducked his head down, trying to look apologetic to the furious crowd around him. He quickly made some adjustments to the cave spell formation, and then hurried back inside. There, he braced himself to face a mob, but after an entire day passed, nothing happened. Surprised, he waited even longer, but no one ever showed up. Weird. Oh well. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just keep concocting. Now why did that pill furnace explode? Sitting down cross-legged, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What he didn't know was that the reason nobody came looking for him was because of how people called him Night Devil. He was already completely infamous, and although people wanted to go call him to account, the way he had slaughtered people with the blood sword left them no choice but to grit their teeth and endure. Another reason was that, although the explosion had been a powerful one, and caused a lot of fires, other than that, it didn't really influence anyone negatively. 3 days later, Baziushan slapped his thigh. In the past, my Tier 3 medicines also exploded. But this time, the explosion happened for a different reason. When Tier 4 spirit medicines are in the final stages of condensing into a pill, they absorb chi from their surroundings, which leads to instability. It doesn't have anything to do with the bloodflame stones. The pill is being destroyed from the inside out. Panting, hair in disarray, eyes shining with enlightenment, he quickly rolled up his sleeves and produced a new pill furnace to work with. The concocting process went much more quickly this time. A day later, and the spirit medicine was already taking form. As it did, he paid close attention, and was also fully prepared for any outcome. Suddenly, the pill furnace began to turn bright red, and cracks started to spread out across its surface. A violent eruption was obviously building up, and the pill furnace even began to bulge in shocking fashion, even more dramatically than last time. Baziushan gasped. Waving his sleeve, he collected up the pill furnace and then raced outside, where he threw it high up into the air. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to call out a warning this time. A deafening boom echoed out as the pill furnace exploded, sending shrapnel in all directions, along with waves of violet-colored flames. Booming thuds then rose up as the pieces landed on the ground. At the same time, enraged roars could be heard. Again? What are you doing, Night Crypt? ? Night Crypt, are you really concocting medicine? If you want to kill us, why not just fight us? What pill is he trying to concoct? ? There were about 10 cultivators who were directly affected, and despite their rage, they didn't do anything other than gnash their teeth. They didn't dare to cause any problems for Night Crypt. Baziushan remained in his immortal's cave, terrified. However, after some time passed and nobody came to complain, he sighed and looked off into the distance. You people understand the situation, and choose not to cause problems for me. Don't worry. I promise this will be the last time. Taking a deep breath at how sincere he was in his efforts, he once again began to concoct. 3 days later. Damn it, what's wrong? Feeling like he was going insane, he rushed outside and threw the pill furnace up into the air. Boom. 5 days later. Boom. 7 days later. Boom. 10 days later. How could this be happening? He felt like he was going completely mad. This time, he threw an especially large pill furnace up into the air. Boom. During the 10 days that passed, Middle Peak was driven insane. Every day or two, another pill furnace would explode, raining down shrapnel and fire. Many places on Middle Peak were scorched to the ground. Many newly erected immortals' caves were burned to ash, and one cultivator after another was left screaming in rage. Eventually, not a single blade of grass or plant on Middle Peak was left unscorched. Although Master God Diviner's immortal's cave wasn't harmed, he did catch on fire at least once. The killing intent of the Middle Peak cultivators continued to build until it seemed like it might explode. The situation was a bit better on the upper finger. However, the fires eventually spread that far too, and the mid and late Foundation establishment cultivators there were slowly building up into a rage. All of Middle Peak was turning into a ticking time bomb. Night Crypt, are you looking to die? ? If I don't kill Night Crypt, then I'm not human. Damn it. Does this Night Crypt want to burn Middle Peak to the ground? He's not concocting medicine, he's trying to kill us. The unusually large pill furnace that he threw up into the air didn't actually explode until it landed. After it smashed into one of the blood waterfalls, a huge boom rang out, and masses of blood and water surged out in all directions. A miserable shriek rang out from Song Kei's mouth as he emerged, engulfed in flames. His hair and eyebrows were almost immediately burned away. Night Crypt! He howled, shooting toward Bezius Hun's Immortal's Cave. His actions caused the suppressed emotions of the other cultivators to erupt, and they joined him in shouting at the tops of their lungs. Kill Night Crypt. If Night Crypt doesn't die, then we'll all be killed. First he messed with the blood chi, then he chased that rabbit, and now he has these exploding furnaces. Night Crypt is a walking disaster. You're dead, Night Crypt. You destroyed my Immortal's Cave during the blood chi incident, then again because of the rabbit, and now again with the pill furnace. Never before had the cultivators of Middle Peak been united in such a way. 90% of the cultivators, from early to late Foundation establishment, raged with murderous oars as they shot toward Bezius Hun's Immortal's Cave, intent on joining hands to destroy it. Even if the sect prohibited such action, they didn't care. They were convinced that the sect wouldn't cause problems for all of the Foundation establishment cultivators on Middle Peak because of a single person. When Bezius Hun saw what was happening, his scalp began to tingle with fear. Even though he was already in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and was sure he could easily crush even a large group of opponents, it was a shock to see so many Foundation establishment cultivators racing toward him, including both mortal and earth string types, from the early to the late stage, all of them bristling with killing intent, and many without any hair or eyebrows. Song Kei was leading them all, a pack of hornets whose howls shook the mountain peak like thunder. Listen to me, people. Bezius Hun cried, face ashen from fear. Backing up, he tried to offer explanations, but his voice was drowned out by the howls of rage. As the people closed in, their cultivation bases surging with shocking power, they became like a wave of rage, upon which the rowboat which was Bezius Hun teetered on the verge of death. That was when a cold snort echoed from Ancestor Peak, a snort filled with frigid iciness. It pierced into the maddened minds of the mob, and all the cultivators who had been planning to attack Bezius Hun were instantly shaken to their souls. Only a Prime Elder or a Patriarch would be able to calm down such a large group of people so quickly. It didn't matter who it was that had just snorted, it left everyone shaking. Simultaneously, Grand Elder Song Jun appeared in front of Bezius Hun. Looking around coldly at the group of cultivators, she frowned and said, "Enough is enough. Night Crypt didn't do any of this on purpose. It's hard to avoid accidents when connecting medicine." The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators could say nothing in response. However, despite the fact that they feared and respected the Grand Elder, they were haughty and arrogant people by nature, and inwardly, were still just as angry as before. Even their eyes radiated a brutal coldness. The Patriarch agrees on this point. Song Jun continued coolly, her eyes radiating cold light. When the Foundation establishment cultivators heard that, they had no choice but to sigh bitterly. Biting their tongues, they turned to leave. Of course, their hatred for Bezius Hun still burned hot inside of them. All of them were thinking the same thing, you can't keep this up. The Patriarch's patience has a limit, and sooner or later, you meet a bitter end. Inwardly, they chuckled coldly, filled with expectation for the day that Night Crypt would be punished by the sect. After the crowd dispersed, fear still lingered in Bezius Hun's heart. Looking over at Song Jun, he slapped his chest and said, "Those people were being so unreasonable. I'm concocting medicine for the sect." Song Jun, who had already been turning to leave, looked back at Bezius Hun with a strange expression on her face. Then she shook her head. Even she would never have been able to imagine that pill concocting could prove to be so dangerous. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Night Crypt, you had better end up concocting a pill that pleases the Patriarch." With that, she gave him a deep look, and then left. She didn't want to go into any more detail than that. She was sure that Night Crypt would understand her meaning. The leadership of the Bloodstream sect cared about the result, not the process. If, in the end, Night Crypt was able to concoct a pill that pleased the Patriarch, then everything that happened along the way wouldn't matter. As long as he didn't go too far, they wouldn't just ignore the mishaps, they would shield him from the consequences. However, if he failed to produce a satisfactory medicinal pill, then he would be viewed as useless, and the sect would demand restitution. Essentially, the more useful he was, the more they would use him, and the more powerful he would be in the sect. Bezius Hun's eyes flickered. Naturally, he understood what was going on. He had came to understand the way the Bloodstream sect did things way back on Corpse Peak. They look at the result, not the process. He sighed. What a great sect. Coughing dryly, he returned to his Immortal's Cave and continued concocting. Back on Ancestor Peak, the Song Clan Patriarch was sitting in a large hall. Looking away from Middle Peak, he smiled at the two Prime Elders who were there to accompany him. All of them seemed quite pleased. Aren't Night Crypt's concocting methods a bit excessive? One of the Prime Elders said with the shake of a head. The other Prime Elder chuckled. Sounding a bit sarcastic, he said, "That's what bloodstream sect disciples are supposed to be like. Don't concoct pills like everyone else." You can see at a single glance that he walks a devilish path. Everyone else concocts pills as if they're drinking warm water. He concocts them with explosive flair. Chapter 224, This Isn't Betraying the Sect, Is It? 10 days passed. On 2 occasions, pill furnaces exploded, but there was nothing Bazius Hun could do about it. Reducing the medicinal strength seemed to be the only option. As far as Bazius Hun was concerned, these pill furnaces were simply too weak. After reducing the medicinal strength, and utilizing the all-creation plants and vegetation technique, he was gradually able to stabilize things, and in the end, managed to successfully concoct a batch of Tier 4 spirit-tempering crystallizing pills. Although only 5 pills came out, and they were all low-grade, they still contained far more spiritual energy than any other spirit medicine that Bazius Hun had concocted in the past. He could even feel the spiritual energy pulsing inside of them when he held them in his hand. They almost seemed intelligent. That was one of the unique characteristics of Tier 4 medicinal pills. After examining them closely for a bit, Bazius Hun started to get even more excited than before. Although he was confident that a pill like this would please a Prime Elder, it probably wouldn't be good enough for the Song Clan Patriarch. I need to increase my success rate significantly. Then the Song Clan Patriarch will definitely be convinced. Sticking his chin up proudly, he continued concocting with the techniques he had already perfected to some degree. He wanted more control over Tier 4 spirit medicine, and a higher success rate, similar to what he had with Tier 3 spirit medicines. It was with complete focus that Bazius Hun proceeded to ignore the outside world, and immerse himself in the Tao of medicine. Next, he selected another classic Tier 4 spirit medicine formula, Misty Spirit Incense. A few days later, a fragrant aroma rose up from the new batch of spirit medicine, and Bazius Hun's eyes immediately began to shine. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the pill furnace opened, causing a stream of green smoke to rise up into the air. Huh? What shocked Bazius Hun most wasn't the green smoke, it was the fact that no spirit medicine could be seen inside. What went wrong? He thought, shocked. He inspected the pill furnace carefully, but there was nothing inside, not even any medicinal dregs. It was almost as if the spirit medicine in the pill furnace had vanished into thin air. Thinking about the smoke, he looked around the Immortal's cave, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Frowning, he started working on another batch, determined to identify the source of the problem. The same thing happened with the next batch. It turned into green smoke again. Green smoke rose up, and within a few breaths of time, had completely vanished. No matter how he tried to capture it or prevent it from dissipating, it faded away. Interesting. Every Tier 4 spirit medicine seems to have a unique property to it. He wasn't discouraged. Quite the contrary. For the following month, he tried numerous methods to solve the problem. However, the dozen or so batches he completed during that time all resulted in a green smoke which quickly faded away. As Bazius Hun continued his research and study into the Misty Spirit Incense, the cultivators of Middle Peak were finally awakening from the nightmare that had been the exploding pill furnaces. However, before they even had a chance to rejoice, they found themselves sinking into another nightmare. The first cultivator to be struck with misfortune was Master God Diviner. About 10 days before, in the middle of the night, he had been performing an augury for someone when suddenly his face fell. To the surprise of the cultivators sitting in front of him, Master God Diviner rushed out of the room, face bright red. That night, he felt like he was about to fall to pieces. The following morning at dawn, his face was ashen. What's going on? I haven't eaten food for more than 10 years. How could I be having diarrhea? Clutching his abdomen, he tried to perform a divination, but before he could finish, a growling sound echoed out from inside of him. Soon, one cultivator after another was affected. Regardless of whether they were in their Immortal's caves or not, anyone on Middle Peak who breathed in the aura caused by the green smoke would be stricken with diarrhea. It didn't matter when or where they were. If it were an ordinary case of diarrhea, it might not have been a big deal. However, days passed, and the situation only continued to worsen. The ones who had it best off only ended up visiting the restroom 10 or more times per day, but for others, it was over 100. The cultivators of Middle Peak were starting to go crazy, and couldn't even imagine what sort of poison could be causing the situation. Some of the Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't handle it, and began to collapse unconscious. Someone's poisoned us. Damn it. What exactly is going on? This couldn't be Night Crypt, could it? A plague of diarrhea had struck the lower finger of Middle Peak. There was an invisible poison mist that seemed to affect any cultivator who encountered it, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. Soon, Middle Peak was virtually a ghost town. Everyone was on the verge of going completely insane, and yet barely had the energy to move. Unfortunately, It wasn't a problem that simply went away after a short time passed. Song K lay prone, listless and weak. He had visited the restroom so many times that by this point, he almost felt like a mortal. What's happening? People moaned. It must be Night Crypt. He's concocting medicine, and the aura is spreading out and doing this to us. More and more people began to come to the same conclusion. However, no one could even go to investigate. The diarrhea had gotten so bad that most people couldn't even leave their immortals' caves. Soon, the upper finger was being affected. Song Jun simply left, shaking in fear at the thought of medicine concocting. Just what kind of concocting is he doing? She sighed, looking down sympathetically at Middle Peak. How could it be so terrifying? Eventually, word spread to the other 3 mountain peaks, and the cultivators there began to laugh and joke about the matter. Some of them went over to the vicinity of Middle Peak to investigate for themselves, but they quickly returned and went into secluded meditation. Eventually, the cultivators of Middle Peak began to leave. Unfortunately, they could only crawl, so that was how they made their escape. They crawled slowly away, unwilling to remain behind any longer. Sadly, they had been severely poisoned, so even after leaving, the symptoms lingered. Everyone teetered on the verge of collapse, glaring in terror at Bazius-Hun's Immortal's Cave. If they had to choose between this and exploding furnaces, they would pick the furnaces. Night Crypt is so vicious. He's definitely getting revenge on us. Damn it. We shouldn't call him Night Devil, we should call him Plague Devil. Night Crypt the Plague Devil. As time passed, and the Foundation establishment cultivators simmered in suffering, their hatred for Bazius-Hun dissipated. Most of them resolved that in the future, they would do anything possible to avoid provoking him. He was truly a terrifying figure, and his tactics of cutting down his enemies with invisible medicinal pills was truly mind-numbing. Furthermore, quite a few cultivators changed their mind about the Tao of medicine, and decided that they should spend more time studying it. Even Ancestor Peak took note of what was happening. Of course, Bazius-Hun had no idea what was going on. Because he cultivated the Undying Live Forever technique, he wasn't affected at all, and was completely consumed in the Tao of medicine. A month later, he finally solved the problem of the green smoke, and succeeded in concocting the Misty Spirit incense. Then he went on to concoct some other Tier 4 spirit medicines. Eventually, he raised his success rate to 70%. By that point, he had run out of medicinal plants, and was forced to take a break. Spirit medicine in hand, he sighed and walked out of the Immortal's Cave. It was a bright, sunny morning, but for some reason, everything seemed unusually quiet. Bazius-Hun looked around and found that Middle Peak was completely empty. At first he was shocked, but then he was pleased. He had finally managed to concoct some medicine without affecting people in the area. Sighing again, he began to walk along through Middle Peak. Before long though, he started to get nervous. Why is it so quiet? He thought. Something seemed off. By the time he reached the bottom of the mountain, he hadn't seen a single person, or even detected any signs of life. All of the Immortals' caves seemed empty. Where is everyone? Blinking, he started to get even more nervous, and then picked up his pace. Soon, he caught sight of one of the Middle Peak Foundation establishment cultivators, hobbling along with the help of 2 inner sect disciples. When the cultivator looked up and saw Bazius-Hun, a tremor ran through him, and his eyes widened as if with fear as he raised a trembling finger to point at Bazius-Hun. Are you finished concocting? He asked. Huh? Bazius-Hun replied, a bit confused. Yeah, I'm finished. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cultivator shivered, then turned toward the inner sect district and yelled as loud as he could, you can all come out now. Let's go back to our Immortals' caves. Plague Devil is finished concocting medicine. Soon, cries of relief rang out from numerous Immortals' caves in the inner sect as countless figures appeared, supported by inner sect disciples. They all looked gaunt and sallow, their expressions simultaneously listless and excited. Are you serious? Plague Devil finally finished with his medicine concocting? The heavens do have eyes. We can finally go back to Middle Peak. Song K was in the crowd, his legs trembling as he glared at Bazius-Hun. He was unlike the rest of the crowd, he had not been cowed into fear, and still wanted to kill Night Crypt. Bazius-Hun scratched his head guiltily as the crowds of inner sect disciples helped the Foundation establishment cultivators on their way back to Middle Peak. For the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he watched hundreds of people passing him. Then Song Jun flew by overhead, and then circled around to land in front of him, mixed emotions on her face. Big sis Song, he said carefully. Finished concocting? She asked with a wry smile. Give me the spirit medicine, I'll take it to the Patriarch. Bazius-Hun quickly pulled 5 Tier 4 spirit medicines out of his bag of holding. They were only a portion of what he had concocted. The rest he kept to himself, naturally. Song Jun accepted them, and after examining them briefly, was clearly moved. She gave Baziush-hun a deep look, then smiled. Telling him to wait for her, she flew toward the top of Middle Peak. Baziush-hun was already feeling very nervous. He knew the rules in the Bloodstream sect. Although he was confident that he had done enough to impress the leadership of the Bloodstream sect, he was still a bit anxious. He waited for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, whereupon Songjun returned. A strange look could be seen in her eyes as she handed him a command medallion, then lifted his chin with her finger. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said, "The Patriarch wanted me to tell you that from now, as long as you don't betray the sect, you will be treated like a direct descendant of the Son clan." Baziush-hun's eyes sparkled at the thought of being to do virtually anything he wished in the sect. Feeling extremely proud of himself, he looked back at the lovely Grand Elder, and then reached out and lifted her chin with his finger. "Does this count as betraying the sect?" he said with a chuckle. Songjun's eyes went wide. In all her life, she had never encountered anyone who dared to flirt with her in such a way. She instantly blushed, but then her eyes flickered with cold light. "It seems I need to teach a bit about why Grand Elders are supposed to be respected." Chapter 225, Come Back Home With Me, Night Crypt. The command medallion was a gift from the Son clan patriarch, and was a guarantee that as long as he didn't betray the sect, he could do virtually anything he wanted in the sect. He could even kill people with impunity. Unfortunately, it was useless when dealing with Songjun. It didn't matter that he was in mid-foundation establishment, there was no way he was a match for someone like her, a top expert who was on the verge of reaching core formation. Of course, Songjun didn't attack him, she merely glared at him for a moment before turning and leaving. Over the course of the following days, news about Night Crypt successfully concocting a Tier 4 spirit medicine spread throughout the entire Bloodstream sect. Everyone, Prime Elders included, heard about the matter. Even the Blood Rippers, who were almost always in secluded meditation, caught wind of the name of Night Crypt. It was the same with the rest of the patriarchs. The Son clan patriarch seemed to take him especially seriously, and his attitude determined the attitude of the Song clan. Of course, the Song clan was a major force in the Bloodstream sect, with roots that ran very deep. Eventually, news about Night Crypt and his medicine concocting leaked out of the sect to the cultivator clans. Word even reached the Spirit Stream sect. Huyunfei and Baziush-hun's other friends were all struck speechless. Some of them couldn't help but think of Baziush-hun, but the idea that the two of them were connected seemed so preposterous that they quickly dismissed such notions. Either way, the stories about Night Crypt caused the other sects to view him as an even more important person in the Bloodstream sect. Some people even placed him on the same level as Song K. Of course, in the Bloodstream sect, things were different. A lot of people already viewed Song K as being inferior to Night Crypt. Not only did Night Crypt have terrifying battle prowess, he was also brutal, vicious, and had a devilish way of concocting medicine. Few people dared to even approach him. The fact that a pestilence of diarrhea had struck an entire mountain caused countless hearts to be struck with even more fear than before. His nickname soon changed from Night Devil to Plague Devil. The mere idea of how he would cut people down without even shedding blood was terrifying. Baziush-hun actually enjoyed the change in attitude. Most of the cultivators on Middle Peak were dead set on avoiding him at all costs. None were willing to provoke him, and although some still resented him, no major issues arose. As for the inner sect disciples, they thought of him as some sort of vicious wild beast. The mere thought of him would cause their legs to go weak, and based on the stories that circulated among them, he was the type of person who could wipe out an entire mountain peak if he wanted. However, Baziush-hun's life only went smoothly for a few days. Calling upon her authority as the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, Songjun issued a whole series of orders to him. She had him sweep all of the paths on Middle Peak, had him go repair all of the destroyed Immortals' caves, and told him to do other similar things. She found plenty of ways to control Baziush-hun, to the point where he was left scowling on the verge of tears. "So I slipped up one little time." Baziush-hun huffed. Just when he was finishing sweeping Middle Peak, he got another order from Songjun. He was now to scrub all garbage receptacles on Middle Peak. "I can't believe she's being such a bully. How come she can make a pass at me, but I can't do the same thing back?" Baziush-hun was brimming with anger. How could he go around scrubbing garbage receptacles, considering his status in the sect? It was at around that moment that a beam of light appeared off in the distance, which circled around and headed toward Baziush-hun. When he looked up, he realized it was the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak. "Hey there, Night Crypt, old boy," the Grand Elder said, laughing heartily. Landing near Baziush-hun, he walked over and saw the broom in Baziush-hun was holding. Eyes glittering, he said, "Being punished? I can't believe you actually dared to make a pass at Songjun." Although he was the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, he knew that Night Crypt was an extraordinary person who would likely become a patriarch. He had virtually limitless potential, and was also haughty and arrogant. Therefore, the Grand Elder had long since came to view him as a cultivator of the same generation as himself. Yeah, so what? Bazish-hun replied, glaring and sticking his chin up. She made a pass at me first. The Grand Elder looked around carefully, then lowered his voice and said, Night Crypt, old boy, you listen to me. Do you know what kind of person Song Jun is? She's a damned scorpion, that's what. Of all the guys who have dared to provoke her over the years, not a single one met a good end. In fact, years ago, when she was in the chi condensation stage, I personally witnessed how she dealt with someone who treated her improperly. She gutted him alive. Gutted him alive? Bazish-hun asked, gasping. The Grand Elder looked around furtively for a moment before continuing. Did you ever hear about Bloodmaster Sichuhao from Lesser Marsh Peak? A few years ago, he harbored malicious intentions towards Song Jun. She chased him all the way to Nameless Peak, and almost managed to gut him too. She guts Bloodmasters. Bazish-hun felt his scalp tingling like mad. He knew that in the Bloodstream sect, Bloodmasters occupied a very high position, similar to the sect leader. In fact, in some ways, they were even more powerful than the sect leader. The sect leader couldn't directly issue orders to the cultivators of a mountain peak, but a Bloodmaster could. Furthermore, only by reaching core formation and becoming a Bloodmaster could someone ever have a chance of becoming a Bloodripper. Bloodrippers were the most important force in the sect next to the Patriarchs. For various reasons, Bloodmasters were people who could drive countless other members of the sect into madness. Bazish-hun was more nervous than ever. After glancing up at the upper finger, he looked back at the Corpse Peak Grand Elder and said, What are you doing here anyway? Trying to scare me? Why would I want to scare you, Night Crypt, old boy? He replied, smiling broadly. I'm just telling you the facts. Hey, we've been friends since your days in the inner sect, haven't we? Such good friends. In fact, I even went to the sect leader and asked if it would be alright to invite you to Corpse Peak to concoct some medicine. If you do, then you won't have to follow any orders from that ogre Song Jun, right? How about this, take as much time to think it over as you need. Don't worry, I'll provide you with all the medicinal ingredients. Actually, they've already been prepared. After you're finished, you'll have my profound thanks. Oh, right. The Corpse Peak Bloodmaster said that if you agree to concoct medicine for us, he'll give you that emerald zombie you refined as a gift. The Corpse Peak Grand Elder slapped his bag of holding and produced a command medallion, which was none other than the device to control the emerald zombie. Bazish-hun looked at it and confirmed that it was the very control device which he had handed over, the one that controlled the emerald zombie. Of course, if he wanted to, he could invalidate the command medallion with a mere thought at any time. However, the idea of concocting medicine at Corpse Peak to evade the punishments of Song Jun seemed like a wonderful idea. He didn't agree right away though. Instead, he put a hesitant expression onto his face. You know, he said with a wince, whenever I concoct medicine, fellow sect members often suffer. I'll personally kill anyone who complains, the Grand Elder responded immediately. Night Crypt, old boy, rest at ease and concoct to your heart's content. As long as you can make me a tier 4 inverse blood corpse refining pill, then anything goes. Bazish-hun cleared his throat. He was about to continue to play hard to get when suddenly, a cold snort echoed out from the upper finger. Night Crypt, why haven't you started scrubbing yet? And then there's you, old fogey. What are you doing off of Corpse Peak? Why are you always interfering in my business on Middle Peak? It was none other than Song Jun. As soon as her voice rang out, Bazish-hun grabbed the arm of the Corpse Peak Grand Elder. I agree. When do we leave? Now, replied the Grand Elder, elated. Throwing his head back and laughing uproariously, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base, taking Bazish-hun with him as he shot toward Corpse Peak in a beam of light. At first, Song Jun's jaw dropped in shock. But then a strange fire began to rage in her heart, and she flew out to block the path of the Corpse Peak Grand Elder. Where do you think you're going, Night Crypt? However, it was at that very moment that a blood-colored beam of light shot out from Corpse Peak. It was a middle-aged man with a mane of blood-colored hair, wearing a long, blood-colored robe. Even his skin was the color of blood, and eyes shone with piercing light. Clearly, he had a Foundation Establishment cultivation base, and yet he emanated an energy that was no weaker than that of a Prime Elder. A single step put him directly in front of Song Jun. Jun, junior brother Night Crypt is a famous person in the sect. Even the patriarchs like him. It's fundamentally wrong to force him to do such menial, humiliating tasks. Junior brother Night Crypt has agreed to come to Corpse Peak to concoct medicine, so just calm down, we won't treat him badly. The man waved his right hand, and Corpse Peak trembled, as though it were resonating with him. At the same time, incredible pressure weighed down in all directions. Windcliff, I don't care if you're the Bloodmaster of Corpse Peak, what gives you the right to interfere in Middle Peak's affairs? Song Jun's eyes flickered with killing intent as she stared at the blood-colored figure, who was none other than Bloodmaster Windcliff from Corpse Peak. I'm not a useless piece of crap like Sichuhao. You're not getting past me. Windcliff took another step forward to block her path while the Grand Elder sped along toward Corpse Peak with Bazius Hun in tow. Night Crypt, come back home this instant. Song Jun shouted lividly. Seeing that Song Jun's path had been obstructed, and knowing that he was now safe, Bazius Hun shook his head vigorously and shot back. I'm not going back, no matter what you say. Are you coming or not? She cried, stamping her foot in fury. Not. He retorted with another shake of the head. Oh, look at you, Night Crypt. Think you're tough stuff now, huh? If you don't come back this instant, then you can forget about ever coming back. With that, she turned angrily and headed back toward Middle Peak. Fine. Bazius Hun said with an angry snort. I'm never going back. Then he turned and headed toward Corpse Peak. By this point, the Grand Elder was sweating as he looked first at Bazius Hun, and then back at the equally furious Song Jun. You too. He said hesitantly, starting to wonder exactly what had gone on between them. The exchange that had just gone on left the Corpse Peak Grand Elder, as well as Bloodmaster Windcliff, blinking in shock. Something about the whole conversation seemed a bit off. They weren't the only ones to have such a reaction. Any other cultivator who heard their argument couldn't shake the feeling that they were hearing a fight between a husband and wife. It was like a husband angrily storming out of the house and the wife cursing him the entire way. Chapter 226, Don't worry about anything. Song Jun returned to the upper finger of Middle Peak, her face a mask of rage as she flew over her blood lake and toward her immortal's cave. Before the door could even swing open like it usually did, she kicked it as hard as she could. A huge boom echoed out, and the door trembled as cracks spread out across its surface. That lousy Night Crypt. Thinks he's all grown up now, does he? How dare he say he won't come back home with me? She kicked the door again, and it collapsed into pieces, whereupon she stormed into her immortal's cave. The 4 attendants outside were shivering in shock. They had never seen the Grand Elder this angry. She had actually destroyed the door to her own immortal's cave. Soon, more bangs and crashes could be heard from inside as Song Jun threw things to the ground and smashed them into the walls. However, she was only partially done venting her anger. She sat down where she was, her face flickering with a certain hidden bitterness that even she didn't realize was there. Night Crypt, you ignoramus. I had you sweep the paths on Middle Peak and repair the Immortals' caves so that people wouldn't hate you so much. When someone makes a big scene like you did, people are bound to get jealous. Okay, so maybe asking you to scrub the garbage receptacles was a bit excessive, but all you had to do was come ask me, come beg me, and I would have let you off the hook. Song Jun was only getting more and more mad. But then you decided to collude with outsiders. I can't believe you ran away. You say you're not gonna come back? Fine. Don't come back for the rest of your life. She grabbed a nearby jug of alcohol and smashed it on the ground. The attendants outside exchanged embarrassed looks, then simply looked down at their toes and pretended they hadn't heard anything. Meanwhile, in Corpse Peak's Bloodmaster Temple, Bazius Hun was sitting there stewing in fury. In his opinion, Song Jun was being far too overbearing. What right did she have to ask him to do all those things? Was she in charge of whether or not he concocted pills for people? That shrew's temper is ridiculous. He grumbled. Bloodmaster Windcliff was sitting there in front of him, a strange half-smile on his face. The Grand Elder was also nearby, an equally odd expression on his face. The two of them exchanged a glance. By now, both of them were convinced that something was going on between Night Crypt and Song Jun. Take a deep breath, junior brother Night Crypt, said Bloodmaster Windcliff, smiling. Why don't we talk about the medicine concocting situation? Bazius Hun looked up. This was his first time actually getting a look at Windcliff. After examining him for a moment, he nodded. Recently, he had realized that, considering how famous he was, he should act a bit more arrogantly. First things first, he said, sticking his chin up. If anything bad happens while I'm concocting the pill, you people have to take responsibility. Don't worry about anything. Windcliff said. Smiling, he handed a bag of holding to Bazius Hun. Not only was he not put off by Bazius Hun's show of arrogance, he actually approved of it. What he cared about was the Tier 4 spirit medicine. As long as Night Crypt could concoct it, then it meant his own refined corpses could become more powerful. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Come, Night Crypt, old boy, he said. Let me show you to the Immortals' cave we've prepared for you. If it's missing anything, just say the word. With that, the Grand Elder gave a look to the Bloodmaster and then led Bazius Hun out of Bloodmaster Temple. Corpse Peak viewed Night Crypt as someone very important, and had arranged a special location just for him on the border between the lower and upper fingers. It was in a wide open area that had already been cleared of other cultivators. Of course, news that Night Crypt had came to concoct medicine had already begun to spread through Corpse Peak. Upon hearing the news, many of the Corpse Peak cultivators blanched in response. After thinking about the tragic fate of Middle Peak, they decided to be more vigilant than ever. I heard that the Blood Master and the Grand Elder personally invited Night Crypt over to concoct medicine. We definitely need to watch out. Night Crypt is also called Plague Devil. The terrifying way he concocts medicine is the talk of Middle Peak. There were some cultivators who didn't take the matter too seriously, assuming that the stories were mere exaggerations. Who cares about medicine concocting? Could it really affect us that much? That whole diarrhea thing only happened because they got careless. As long as we're on guard, nothing bad could possibly happen. Humphrey. Let's see what heaven-shaking, earth-shattering things happen when this Night Crypt concocts medicine. Regardless of the various reactions on Corpse Peak, the Blood Master and the Grand Elder issued orders that the area around Bazius Hun's concoction cave was forbidden. No one was allowed to get close. Bazius Hun was very pleased with all the preparations, especially the Immortal's cave they had prepared just for him. After the Grand Elder left, he sat down cross-legged in front of another hulking cross-legged figure, a green-haired corpse. Surprisingly, its hair wasn't incredibly long anymore. However, its fangs were just as razor-sharp as before, and it also had bone spurs sticking out of its skin. It had long, wicked-looking claws, and radiated a murderous aura that was completely shocking. This was Bazius Hun's Emerald Zombie. Clearly, the zombie was much stronger than it had been when he had first created it. Its skin looked tougher, and overall, it seemed more brawny and powerful. It had green eyes, and emanated an aura that made it seem strangely intelligent. Just looking at it caused Bazius Hun's hair to stand on end. Although he had personally created the Emerald Zombie, he still found it terrifying. Not cute at all. He said, glaring. Put those fangs and claws away, and shorten that hair a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Emerald Zombie shivered. Its fangs and claws, as well as the bone spurs, all vanished. As for its hair, it shrank down until it was almost invisible. Its murderous aura also faded a bit. It was still green, but now it looked a lot more normal. After a moment, it looked over at Bazius Hun, seemingly a bit sluggish. That's better, Bazius Hun said, pleased. With one last glance at the area outside of the Immortal's cave, he opened the bag of holding the Blood Master had given him, which was filled with a large amount of medicinal plants. Although there weren't as many as the Song Clan Patriarch had given him, they were equally valuable. There were even some plants which were more valuable than the ones the Song Clan Patriarch had provided, and of higher quality. It seems that Corpse Peak's Blood Master has quite a bit of resources on his hands. There were also plenty of blood flame stones and pill furnaces in the bag of holding, as well as a jade slip that had the medicine formula for the inverse blood corpse refining pill. Bazius Hun took the medicine formula and began to study it. Soon his eyes widened. The medicine formula was actually not very easy to understand, and there were many areas where the explanations were quite vague. Without true knowledge of how to concoct Tier 4 spirit medicine, it would be impossible to understand. In fact, even with such skill, the formula was still difficult. Thankfully, Bazius Hun's skill in the Tao of medicine had already reached the point where he could concoct Tier 5 spirit medicine. Therefore, after studying the formula in detail, he started to understand it. Eventually, he took a deep breath. This inverse blood corpse refining pill uses corpses as furnaces to brew corpse pills. 49 corpses have to be withered into the form of corpse pills. Then, the 49 corpse pills are combined together to make the inverse blood corpse refining pill. This is not a pill designed to be consumed by the living. It's meant to be fed to a refined corpse. With this pill, a shadow zombie could be upgraded to a core formation level flying ghoul. Strange light gleamed in his eyes as he looked at the medicine formula. This isn't a Tier 4 spirit medicine, this is more like Tier 6 medicine which has been simplified to some extent by some almighty practitioner of the Tao of medicine. Only by splitting it up into 49 smaller processes can it be successfully concocted by someone at the Tier 4 level. A simplified spirit medicine like this would be much weaker than the original, and would have a limited success rate. However, in combination with certain other techniques, the success rate could be pushed a bit higher. So, spirit medicines can be concocted in this way too, huh? Bazius Hun almost couldn't believe it, so he decided to continue to study the formula. Muttering to himself, he would occasionally look up at the Emerald Zombie. After years of refinement performed by the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, the Emerald Zombie had reached a battle prowess equivalent to the Great Circle of Chi Condensation. If it could make a breakthrough, it would be like a shadow zombie, equal to the Foundation establishment stage. It would be a big waste to give a spirit medicine like this to the Blood Master. It would be way better to concoct it and use it on my own zombie. But in that case, how would I explain things to Corpse Peak? I can only imagine what bad things might happen then. Rubbing his chin, he looked at the medicine formula. Eyes shining, he continued to do more research. Time passed. Half a month later, Bazius-hun suddenly looked up, panting. Eyes shining, he began to cackle maniacally. If I keep the first steps the same, but make some alterations to the final steps, I should be able to make a synchronization blood corpse refining pill. After refining the 49 corpses into pills, I can use my emerald zombie to serve as an enormous pill cauldron, and in the end reverse its blood flow. After the pill is finished, it will produce a secondary pill, a synchronization pill. I could give the synchronization pill to the Blood Master, and if he used it to successfully refine his corpse and break through, then my emerald zombie would be able to control it. Bazius-hun slapped his thigh, then threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Hair in disarray, expression one of excitement, he simply couldn't wait to try out this concoction method. After looking around, he began to chuckle derisively. So, this part was just a test, huh? You can't even create inverse blood corpse refining pills with a pill furnace. After some thought, he decided that the medicine formula really was a test. If he couldn't understand it, then naturally, he wouldn't be able to concoct it. Only after truly understanding the formula would he be able to truly concoct the medicine. With that, he rose to his feet and called over Corpse Peak's Grand Elder. When he arrived, he said that he needed 49 corpses, as well as more blood flame stones. The Grand Elder didn't seem surprised at all, but rather, began to laugh excitedly. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, and then waved his finger at the Immortal's cave. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a passageway appeared. Shockingly, the passageway led to an underground necropolis. Inside the necropolis was a lake of blood, surrounded by 49 zombies, all of which radiated murderous auras. Bazius-hun looked around. Hands clasped behind his back, he stuck his chin up and tried to look displeased. The Grand Elder clasped hands respectfully and said, "Night Crypt, old boy, this is the true place to concoct the medicine." By this point, he was completely convinced of Bazius-hun's skill in the Tao of medicine. The truth was that the Blood Master had given that very same medicine formula to many other apothecaries, and yet none of them had truly understood it. It was only because he and the Grand Elder had access to certain ancient records that they were aware of the true concocting method. And yet, Night Crypt had only used half a month to see through to the critical aspects. The Grand Elder was very excited. Seeing that Bazius-hun didn't look very happy, he politely clasped hands again. After offering an explanation, he handed over a large collection of medicinal plants, whereupon Bazius-hun's expression softened. "Please leave," he said coolly. "Without my permission, no one is to enter." Chapter 227, Mysterious Black Smoke. Corpse Peak's Grand Elder clasped hands and then hurried away, more confident than before that Night Crypt might be able to concoct the inverse blood corpse refining pill. However, after leaving, he hesitated for a moment, and then sat down cross-legged nearby. "I should stand guard myself to make sure there are no accidents." Having made up his mind, he even summoned Corpse Peak's 10 Bloodstreak elders over to stand guard with him. This was treatment that normally only a Blood Master would receive. Bazius-hun ignored what was happening on the outside. Deep in the necropolis, he paced about excitedly. In all his years concocting medicine, he had never concocted a major pill like this before. Anything tier 6 and higher is a high-level medicine. Bazius-hun took a deep breath. Ignoring the murderous auras emanating from the 49 corpses, he took some time to examine the lake of blood. The blood water in the lake contained a mixture of Heaven's Pan River water and with powerful blood chi. As for the 49 corpses, all of them had been specially selected, and even though they were only pallid zombies, they were all at the peak of chi condensation. Not a wound could be seen on any of them, and they possessed powerful corpse auras. After some observation, Bazius-hun was very pleased. He sat down cross-legged, and then used an entire day to meditate and get himself in the optimal mental state. When his eyes opened, he waved his right hand, sending medicinal plants flying out of his bag of holding. As they floated in front of them, he made grasping gestures, causing the plants to break apart and turn into liquid. More and more plants were added to the liquid, and as Bazius-hun observed the process, he called upon the all creation plants and vegetation techniques to analyze and adjust matters. Then he sent the liquid into the corpses around him. The medicinal liquid almost seemed to possess intelligence as it poured into the bodies of the zombies. The corpse pills created by each of the 49 zombies might seem identical, but actually, they all have minute variations. Generally speaking, the pills all need to be intentionally incomplete, with a tiny gap left. The most difficult part of the concocting process is using the gaps in all of the 49 corpse pills to bind them together. Then, their complementary aspects will merge together to form the final major pill. Sweat began to drip down Bazius-hun's forehead, but he didn't notice, as he was completely immersed in the concocting process. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. Things were quiet on Corpse Peak, and soon, the cultivators there started to relax. Many of them were starting to think that the cultivators of Middle Peak had really made a mountain out of a molehill when it came to Night Crypt's pill concocting. There didn't seem to be anything terrifying about it at all. An entire month went by, and nothing at all happened on Corpse Peak. By this point, the cultivators there were all very relaxed. As for the cultivators from Middle Peak, they were all shocked. After hearing that Night Crypt had gone to Corpse Peak, they had been prepared for a great spectacle. However, after 2 months passed, and Corpse Peak seemed the same as ever, the Middle Peak cultivators were starting to feel a bit resentful. How come we're the unlucky ones? I can't believe it. Nothing has happened at all now that Plague Devil is on Corpse Peak. Why are there no exploding furnaces? Why is there no diarrhea outbreak? This isn't fair. Don't tell me that Plague Devil has had a change of character. Another half-month passed. The cultivators of Corpse Peak were completely at ease, and some of them had even forgotten about the fact that Night Crypt was there concocting pills. But not the Middle Peak cultivators. They continued to stare at Corpse Peak, as if they refused to rest until they saw the place descend into misfortune. It was around that time that Baziush-hun finally finished with the first step of the inverse blood corpse refining pill. The 49 corpses had been sufficiently imbued with the proper medicinal plants, and now he began to use the blood flame stones to increase the temperature of the blood lake. Soon the medicinal liquid inside of the 49 corpses began to seethe. Another month passed, and the Middle Peak cultivators felt dead inside. They were furious at the unfairness of the situation, and were starting to think that Night Crypt didn't deserve to be called Plague Devil. But then, something happened. The 49 corpses began to slowly wither. As they did, Baziush-hun's expression brightened, and he performed constant incantation gestures, which, in turn, caused one gray corpse pill after another to rise up out of the lake of blood. The critical moment has arrived. Baziush-hun took a deep breath, then sent out a stream of thought, which caused the emerald zombie to open its eyes. Suddenly, 49 green hairs emerged from the emerald zombie, which spread out and pierced into the 49 corpse pills, then began to absorb them. The corpse pills rapidly withered, and soon transformed into nothing more than ash. All of their essence had been absorbed by the emerald zombie, and was transformed into 49 streams of flowing energy. Baziush-hun's expression turned very serious as he hurried over to the emerald zombie, where he waved his right hand back and forth through the air. Almost immediately, the emerald zombie became like a pill furnace, and the 49 streams of energy inside it began to form together into the inverse blood corpse refining pill. As he waved his hand, the emerald zombie trembled, and its expression twisted and distorted as violent bursts of energy began to pulse out of it. Baziush-hun's hair was in disarray, and he looked very nervous. He waved his right hand, and the emerald zombie suddenly flew into the air and then descended into the lake of blood. The blood lake almost immediately began to bubble and boil. Baziush-hun also flew up into the air, where he settled down cross-legged and began to perform double-handed incantation gestures. With every movement of his fingers, the lake of blood would erupt with blood chi, which poured into the emerald zombie. 3 days passed by in a flash. During that time, the 49 streams of energy inside of the emerald zombie seemed incapable of fusing together. Every time they were about to, they would spontaneously separate. The emerald zombie's body was beginning to shrivel, and some parts of it even seemed to be hovering on the verge of collapse. As it struggled, its fangs, claws, bone spurs, and green hair all appeared in full, and began to distort. However, it seemed impossible to restore them to their original condition. How could this be happening? Baziush-hun was starting to get very nervous. It seemed that if he kept going, the emerald zombie might be destroyed. However, he wasn't willing to allow this concoction to fail. He suddenly reached up with his hand and pushed down onto his forehead, causing his forehead to split open, and his heaven-span Dharma eye to appear. As soon as it did, he could clearly see the 49 streams of energy inside the emerald zombie, and how they were completely mixed and jumbled. The jumbled energy streams were apparently a result of the blood water in the lake of blood. Although the blood water was a precious material on Corpse Peak, Baziush-hun could now see how mixed and impure it was. At this critical juncture, the jumbled energy streams were polluting the emerald zombie and making it impossible for the corpses to merge together. Damn it! How come the blood water medicinal liquid is so impure? Baziush-hun was getting very nervous. He knew that, to most other people, the medicinal liquid in the blood lake could be considered unusually pure. Actually, the type of liquid most cultivators used in corpse refining was much less pure. But Baziush-hun cultivated the undying live forever technique, and his undying blood chi was the most authentic. That was why the blood lake seemed so impure to him. I need to figure out a way to purify it as quickly as possible. There's no time to waste here. I'm going to have to use drastic methods. Seeing that the emerald zombie wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, he gritted his teeth and waved his right hand. Instantly, 100 different types of medicinal plants appeared. Baziushan's eyes glittered as he made various mental calculations, and then began to fuse the medicinal plants together. By calling upon the all creation plants and vegetation techniques, he fused the plants, ignited them, and then sent them flying into the lake of blood. As they flew through the air, they transformed into a medicinal liquid. When that entered the blood lake, a powerful expulsion force erupted out, and the burning caused a black smoke to rise up and fill the area. The fire wasn't on the surface of the lake, but down inside. As it burned, vast quantities of black smoke roiled up, which merged into the walls. At the same time, the blood water in the lake was significantly reduced. It was a dangerous, crude method, and the black smoke was not only difficult to get rid of, but also extremely filthy. However, Baziushan didn't have any time for other considerations. It didn't take long for the burning fire to release more and more black smoke, which fused into the walls and spread out through all of Corpse Peak. As it did, the flame inside of the lake transformed from black to violet, and finally, red. More than 90% of the blood water was gone, and yet, the bit that remained had absolutely no impurities whatsoever. Baziushan performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, and the remaining blood water flowed toward the emerald zombie. As it merged into it, Baziushan howled. The 49 streams of energy finally fused together, and the corpse sores began to combine. As they did, they formed a vortex in the emerald zombie's Danshan region, whereupon the shape of a major pill could be seen. Baziushan was starting to get excited, and he was staring directly at the pill. He had resolved all of the issues that seemed like they might lead to a failure. It was at that point that he suddenly remembered the black smoke. Probably shouldn't be a big deal, he thought, looking over at the walls. The smoke had contained many impurities, and he felt a bit bad about that. He actually wasn't sure what might happen as a result. However, after reminding himself that he had repeatedly warned the Blood Master and the Grand Elder, who had subsequently guaranteed that there would be no problems, he felt a bit more at ease. He even rubbed his bag of holding, which contained the Song Clan Patriarch's command medallion, and felt even better. I haven't betrayed the sect, he thought. With that, he continued to focus on the concocting process. And that was when the strange things started happening on Corpse Peak. The first odd event to play out occurred with a young cultivator who was currently intently focused on his work refining a corpse. At the moment, the corpse was floating in a blood cistern in front of the young man. He didn't notice it, but a strange aura suddenly emerged from the wall and began to fill the area. Before long, the young cultivator began to tremble, and he ceased with his incantation gestures. Rising to his feet with a look of unprecedented seriousness on his face, he rushed out of his immortal's cave and then blasted a hole in the ground. After leaping into the hole, he began to bury himself with mud, all the way up to his waist. Raising both hands up above his head, he began to slowly sway back and forth. Chapter 228, Excuse me. Are you immortal grass? Strange incidents like this soon began to occur in other locations on Corpse Peak. Cultivators emerged from their immortals' caves, some of them with serious expressions, some of them howling out loud, some of them seemingly enraptured. A few even waved their arms around and laughed uproariously. One cultivator stood in front of a large tree, expression twisted with rage as he gesticulated wildly and howled, "Halt! If you make a move, I'll kill you instantly." Off in the distance, another cultivator with disheveled hair threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha! I've finally reached core formation. From now on, call me Prime Elder." There was another cultivator who stood stiffly in front of one of his own refined corpse, howling. Apparently, he thought that he was the refined corpse, and that his refined corpse was the master. Strange scenes like these played out everywhere. As for the cultivators who weren't affected, they looked around, expressions of shock and terror filling their faces. What's going on? Heavens! What's happening? Damn it! What happened? The unaffected cultivators almost felt like they themselves were going crazy. The shocking scenes playing out around them soon caused blank expressions to appear on their faces. Zuzioshan was in the crowd, flying along in terror until he happened to reach a large boulder. Looking around fearfully, he turned to the boulder and said, "Did you see? Something big is happening. All of the disciples are hallucinating. This is bad, we have to go tell the Grand Elder." After a moment of silence, Zuzioshan glared at the boulder. Why aren't you talking?" Another moment passed. Why you are a hallucination?" Looking terrified, Zuzioshan flew off in a different direction until he found a refined corpse. A tremor ran through him and he said, "Patriarch. Sir, you have to hurry. Something big is happening. Everyone is hallucinating." Even as Zuzioshan cried out in alarm, another Corpse Peak cultivator off in the distance suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Looking around with contempt and arrogance, he said, "Trifling bloodstream sect. How dare you challenge me, Bazish Hun. Listen up everyone. I am Bazish Hun, Heavendale Foundation Establishment Expert. Yes. Bazish Hun. He then proceeded to strut along arrogantly through the crowd, telling everyone he saw that he was Bazish Hun. All of Corpse Peak was descending into complete chaos. The Grand Elder and the Bloodstreak Elders all rushed outside in shock, and when they saw what was happening, they gasped. What's going on? Even as the Grand Elder began to rotate his cultivation base, the Corpse Peak Blood Master appeared up above, staring around in complete confusion. They're all hallucinating. The Blood Master murmured incredulously. As for the Bloodstreak Elders, they strode out to take control, but then their expressions turned blank. One of them clutched the sides of his head and began to weep loudly. Another squatted down, put his hands on either side of his head, and stuck his index fingers up like rabbit ears. After looking around quizzically, he began hopping around like a rabbit. Another of them ran off at top speed toward a certain immortal's cave where a young cultivator had buried himself up to the waist. The Bloodstreak Elder quickly squatted down next to the young cultivator and stared at him with a serious expression. The Blood Master and the Grand Elder felt their scalps tingling in fear. Then they looked over in the direction where Bazish Hun was concocting medicine, expressions of shock on their faces. Could all this be caused by Night Crypt's concocting? Even concocting medicine shouldn't cause something as terrifying as this to occur. The Grand Elder gasped, and just when he was about to say something, his expression suddenly went blank. Letting out a piercing cry, he stretched his arms out like wings and flew up into the air. Occasionally, he would swoop down and grab a cultivator, let out an odd cry, and then toss them back to the ground. Apparently, he thought he was an eagle. As he soared through the air, he would use his sharp eyes to spot cultivators down below, and then swoop down and grab them. The Blood Master's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. He immediately flew high up into the air, unwilling to be anywhere near Corpse Peak, his eyes shining with terror. How could this be happening? The people paying the closest attention to Corpse Peak were the cultivators of Middle Peak. As soon as things started to unravel, they flew over to take a look. When they saw the bizarre spectacle playing out, they began to gasp and back up, not daring to get too close. Plague Devil finally unleashed the whirlwind. This is horrifying. What's wrong with them? Don't tell me they're hallucinating? ? Hallucinations like that must draw upon their deepest desires. Heavens. I can't believe one of them keeps saying he's Bazish Hun. What does he want, deep down inside? To become Bazish Hun? Song K flew up into the air and looked over at Corpse Peak, gasping. The first person he saw was Zuzio Shan, who was prostrating himself in front of a refined corpse, calling it Patriarch. Shortly afterward, Zuzio Shan flew off in a different direction, reaching a relatively wide-open section of Corpse Peak, where he suddenly flopped to the ground and stopped moving. The Middle Peak cultivators weren't the only ones to notice that something strange was going on. Soon, people from Nameless Peak and Lesser Marsh Peak realized that something odd was happening, and flew over to check out the situation. When they saw what was playing out, they all gasped. Who is that one lunatic over there? He's actually making a pass at his own refined corpse. Isn't that the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak? Why is he screeching like a bird? Does he really think he's an eagle? Heavens. He's swooping down toward one of the Bloodstreak Elders. He missed him. Does that Bloodstreak Elder think he's a rabbit or something? And look at that guy who buried himself up to the waist. What is he doing? And what is that Bloodstreak Elder doing next to him? He's not even moving at all. The cultivators from the 3 other mountain peaks were flabbergasted. Eventually Song Jun appeared, and when she looked over at Corpse Peak, she gasped. As of this moment, the cultivators of Middle Peak felt mixed emotions regarding Night Crypt. For some reason, they got the feeling that he had actually treated them quite well. The worst they had dealt with was some exploding furnaces and a bit of diarrhea. The situation with Corpse Peak was simply terrifying. The Corpse Peak Blood Master felt like crying, but no tears would come. He looked around blankly at everything that was happening, and felt like he might go crazy at any moment too. Even as everyone was shaking in terror, Ancestor Peak finally took note of the situation. Meanwhile, the young cultivator who had first been affected, the one who had stuck his hands into the air and started swaying back and forth, suddenly looked at the Bloodstreak Elder who was squatting next to him, unmoving. The young cultivator was actually very curious about this. He had noticed the Bloodstreak Elder arrive earlier, but after much thought, couldn't identify him. Finally, he decided to ask directly, to dispel his confusion. After a moment of hesitation, the young cultivator asked, "Excuse me, are you Immortal Grass?" "No, of course not," the Bloodstreak Elder replied solemnly. "I'm an immortal chicken egg." Even as Corpse Peak was filled with pandemonium, Bazish Hun was down in the necropolis, howling at the top of his lungs. At the same time, His emerald zombie shivered as two medicinal pills appeared in its stanchion region. One of them was the inverse blood corpse refining pill, and the other was a smaller synchronization version. An excited expression appeared on Baziush-Hun's face. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the synchronization pill flew out. Capturing it in a medicinal pill bottle, Baziush-Hun examined it closely, and then got even more excited than before. It worked. Feeling very proud of his work, he collected up his emerald zombie and then pushed open the door of the necropolis. As soon as he walked out of the Immortal's cave, he heard the clamor off in the distance. However, considering that nobody had gathered near his Immortal's cave, he felt very much at ease. Seems the black smoke wasn't a big deal after all, huh? Sighing, he began to walk along the path, but then suddenly stopped in place. Some distance off was a blood-streak elder hopping along in his direction. Baziush-Hun stared in shock, and even wondered if he was seeing things. Heart-pounding, he rubbed his eyes and looked over to see a Foundation establishment cultivator laughing maniacally as he attacked a nearby tree. Then he saw a younger cultivator walking along on his hands. There was even one cultivator who he had never seen before, laughing proudly as he declared that he was Baziush-Hun. Strolling over with hands clasped behind his back, the man glared at Baziush-Hun and said, "Recognize me? I'm Baziush-Hun." Baziush-Hun's eyes went wide, and his scalp began to tingle. As he looked around, he realized that almost all of the cultivators on Corpse Peak were behaving very strangely. Why are they all acting so crazy? Fear rising up inside of him, he was just about to flee when suddenly, he saw Zuzioshan lying off in the distance, still and unmoving. As far as Baziush-Hun was concerned, Zuzioshan was a friend, so he hurried over to see if he could help. Just as he reached him, and was preparing to investigate, Zuzioshan's eyes snapped open. "Don't move," he whispered. "Everyone on Corpse Peak is crazy. They're hallucinating. I almost can't believe it, but I was just talking to a boulder a few minutes ago. I even thought a refined corpse was one of the patriarchs. Thankfully, I, Zuzioshan, have exceptional latent talent, as well as tons of magical items. That's how I recovered so quickly." "You're not crazy?" Baziush-Hun asked jubilantly. "Get out of here." Zuzioshan replied immediately. "Forget about me. I'm pretty sure all of this is happening because of that eagle up there. I'm trying to lure it down here, and then I'll kill it. Everything will be fine after that." With that, he peered up into the sky. Baziush-Hun subconsciously looked up into the sky, his mind spinning. Soon, he saw the Grand Elder, arms spread wide as he soared to and fro, occasionally letting out a piercing cry. Baziush-Hun looked around blankly. Meanwhile, everyone outside of Corpse Peak saw Baziush-Hun, and their eyes began to widen. That was especially true of Corpse Peak's Bloodmaster. He began to seethe with killing intent as he roared, "Night Crypt!" As the Bloodmaster's cry echoed out, blood-colored light surged out around him, and he shot toward Baziush-Hun like a beam of light. Within the blink of an eye, he was only about 150 meters away. Baziush-Hun's heart began to pound, and just when he was about to run away at top speed, Zuzioshan threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Eyes shining, he leapt up into the air. The eagle didn't come, but a blood chicken did. It was all worth it. Chapter 229, Plague Devil's name spreads far and wide. Howling, Zuzioshan flew up into the air and slammed into Bloodmaster Windcliff. Baziush-Hun used that opportunity to flee, although by this point he was getting a bit angry. "Windcliff," he shouted, "before I started concocting, I told you that there could be problems. You personally said not to worry at all. What do you think you're doing? You might be a Bloodmaster, but don't think that Night Crypt is afraid of you." He was actually very nervous, but he pretended to be simply furious, and even intentionally erupted with a murderous aura. At the same time, he raised his right hand up into the air, within which was a medicinal pill bottle. "This is the Tier 4 Inverse Blood Corpse refining pill you wanted me to make." In the middle of grappling with Zuzioshan, Bloodmaster Windcliff looked over at Baziush-Hun, and was forced to suppress the rage he felt. The truth was that he really had uttered such words. Although he had never imagined that the current situation would have resulted, he was a Bloodmaster, and was capable of being cold and callous. A moment later, his anger faded, and he smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed. "I was being a bit rash," he said. "Junior brother Night Crypt, none of this is a big deal. As long as the spirit medicine came out all right, then I'll keep my promise." Ignoring the implied threat in his words, Baziush-Hun threw the medicinal pill bottle toward Windcliff. Windcliff grabbed it and opened it, and was immediately moved. A look of joy even appeared on his face. Although Corpse Peak was in chaos, which was a bit annoying, the fact that the medicinal pill had been successfully concocted negated all other minor problems. "Many thanks," he said with a smile. Then, his eyes flashed with cold light as he shot toward Danzō Peak, where he conferred with the Prime Elders about a solution to the problem on Corpse Peak. Bazius Hun watched the Blood Master leave, and laughed coldly in his heart at how unreasonable the man was. Despite how Bazius Hun had been helping him with his medicinal pill, the coldness in his eyes had been more than clear moments ago. Humphrey, he thought. It's a good thing that despite being so honest, I'm very intelligent. If he doesn't use that inverse blood corpse refining pill, then it won't matter. But if he does use it, then I'll be able to take command of his refined corpse. Bazius Hun was very proud of himself. With the snap of a finger, he had reduced the Corpse Peak Blood Master to ashes. Sticking his chin up, he looked around at the crowds. The cultivators from the other 3 mountain peaks trembled as his gaze passed over them, and they quickly backed up and clasped their hands respectfully toward him. By now, everyone was terrified of Night Crypt. His medicine concocting techniques had long since exceeded the realm of divine abilities. He could cut down his enemies without even touching them. Outstanding people are always the center of attention no matter where they go. What a headache. Even as he was feeling very proud of himself, and sighing inwardly, he suddenly found himself looking into the eyes of Song Jun. The cold smile he saw on her face sent chills up his spine. Hey, Big Sis Song. Her eyes went wide. Oh, back to calling me Big Sis, huh? Snorting coldly, she spun around and headed back to Middle Peak. Everyone else in the area exchanged awkward glances and then began to leave. Soon, Bazius Hun was left alone, hovering there in midair. He was starting to get worried. Song Jun had clearly intended for him to see the look in her eyes, and all of a sudden, he was wondering what new tactics she might resort to in her desire to torment him. He sighed. However, he now had no choice but to go back to Middle Peak. He did his best to sneak back into his immortal's cave, where he sat down quietly, stewing in his anxiety. What am I supposed to do? This Song Jun really knows how to harbor a grudge. All I did was leave the mountain for a little bit, right? Rubbing his forehead, he continued to try to think of ways to smooth things out with her. Over the following days, he continued to ponder the issue. The situation with the hallucinations struck Corpse Peak quickly, but ended just as quickly. As the cultivators there recovered, they looked around blankly. Then they began to think back to everything that had occurred, and soon, angry shouts rang up. Night Crypt. Our enmity is irreconcilable. Night Crypt. I'm gonna kill you. The fury of the Bloodstreak elders burned especially hot, and all of them went directly into secluded meditation. As for the Grand Elder, as soon as he recovered, he threw his head back and let out an anguished howl. From that day forward, no one would ever dare to mention the word eagle in front of him ever again. He also chose to go into secluded meditation. However, there were even more extreme cases which had cropped up. For example, one young man had been under the belief that he was a corpse, and had tried to refine himself. Upon awakening, he let out miserable screams that echoed out near and far. Many of them wanted to kill Night Crypt, and yet nobody dared to step onto Middle Peak. All they could do was angrily gnash their teeth. Of course, at the same time, Night Crypt's nickname Plague Devil filled the entire sect. Eventually, word of Plague Devil spread far and wide. When Bazius Hun caught wind of it all, he was actually moved. Although his impression of the Bloodstream sect cultivators as being violent and short-tempered only deepened, he was also deeply grateful for how well the leadership treated him. Whenever he caused huge problems, he never had to deal with any consequences. As far as Song Jun was concerned, he had finally come up with an idea of how to handle her. The only option is to give her a gift, he thought, sighing. After much thought, he began to concoct some medicine. A few days later, he had produced a single green medicinal pill, which he placed in a pink medicinal pill bottle. Then he left his immortal's cave and began to nervously make his way toward the upper finger. Along the way, any Middle Peak cultivators who he encountered would respectfully clasp hands in greeting. However, he completely ignored them as he made his way along. Of course, the more coldly he treated them, the more it seemed to them that things were back to normal. Had he turned and smiled at them, their hair would have stood on end from fear. Before long, Bazius Hun was at Song Jun's Blood Lake. After making his way across the path to the area behind the Blood Waterfalls, he clasped hands and bowed. Night Crypt requests an audience with Big Sis Song. The 4 attendants standing guard outside the door exchanged glances, and then one of them went inside to report the situation. Another hurried forward to attend to Bazius Hun. By now, there were all sorts of rumors in the sect about the exact nature of Night Crypt's relationship with Song Jun. However, no one wanted to offend Night Crypt and get on his bad side. Bazius Hun waited for 2 hours, during which time the anger and anxiety in his heart built. It was evening before Song Jun finally agreed to let him in. The door slowly opened, and Bazius Hun strode inside, trying look ice cold and filled with veins of steel. As soon as he entered, he looked over at the huge hot spring, and yet, Song Jun was not inside. Instead, she was sitting behind a table in an adjacent hall, staring at Baziush-hun with an expressionless face. Apparently, she was still angry. "Didn't you say you would never come back?" she asked coolly. "And yet, here you are, back again. What are you doing in my immortal's cave?" She wore a long, violet gown, with her long hair coiled on top of her head and bound with a phoenix hairpin. Her garment was embroidered with black designs that made her seem particularly dignified. However, tiny droplets of water could be seen on her pearly neck, indicating that she had just bathed. Overall, anyone who looked at her would be hard-pressed to not want to ravish her on the spot. Baziush-hun blinked for a moment, then stuck his chest out and waved his sleeve. Expression cold, he frowned and said, "Enough." Song Jun's eyes widened. Never could she have imagined that Night Crypt would speak to her in such a tone. She slapped the arm of her chair, trembling in rage. However, that only made her seem more entrancing. She seemed on the verge of exploding. Her eyes were icy, and just as she was about to start cursing him, Baziush-hun snorted coldly and waved his right arm, sending a medicinal pill bottle flying toward her. Her rage did not lessen. With a cold laugh, she waved her hand, causing the pill bottle to shatter, and sending the medicinal pill flying out into the air. Baziush-hun looked her calmly in the eye as the pill landed on the ground and rolled off to the side. Slowly, his eyes seemed to fade self-deprecatingly. "I, Night Crypt, returned for one reason only, and that was to give you this pill bottle. I am completely destitute. All of the medicinal plants given to me by the Patriarch went into the pills I concocted for the sect. Because of that, I had no choice but to go to Corpse Peak to concoct medicine for Windcliff. Only then was I able to build up enough medicinal plants to make this single medicinal pill. It is a special spirit medicine that I concocted for the sole purpose of giving it to a special person. The medicine has been given, so I shall take my leave. Henceforth, you are the Grand Elder, and I am Night Crypt." His voice seemed bitter and filled with pain, as if the shattered medicinal pill bottle was a reflection of the state of his heart, and the fallen medicinal pill had transformed his kind feelings into nothing more than ashes. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply, then turned and strode toward the door, looking completely and utterly lonesome. Song Jung looked on in shock. She had assumed that Night Crypt would came to fawn ingratiatingly. In fact, the reason she had made him wait outside for so long, other than to give her time to bathe and dress, was to make sure he realized that it didn't matter if the Patriarchs liked him. On Middle Peak, she was the Grand Elder, and was not someone to be brazenly defied. To her surprise, however, he had started out by chiding her. Considering her pride and lofty position, it was impossible for her not to have been angered. When he tossed her the medicinal pill bottle, that anger erupted, and she destroyed the bottle. Of course she had noticed the medicinal pill rolling off to the side. But how could she ever have predicted the next set of words that would come out of his mouth? Song Jung looked down at the pill, and then looked at Baziush-hun bleakly walking out the door. For some reason, her heart suddenly seemed empty, which was a feeling that she had never experienced before. "Wait," she blurted. Baziush-hun stopped in place, then turned and calmly clasped his hands in formal fashion. "You have orders for me, Grand Elder?" His wording was very polite, without the slightest hint of passion or emotion. His expression was cold and grim, almost as if he had severed away his memories and buried them deep in his heart. Even more telling was that he had addressed her as Grand Elder instead of Big Sis Song. "You." Her face was ashen, and for some reason, her heart felt like it was in complete shambles. "If you have no pressing matter, then I shall take my leave." Expression the same as ever, Baziush-hun turned and left the Immortal's cave. It was only after he was some distance away, and off the upper finger, that he let out a long sigh. His heart was still pounding. This move should work, he thought. If not, then I don't know what else to do. He hurried nervously back to his Immortal's cave, sighing to himself about how annoying women were, especially powerful women, who were far more domineering than the regular type. Chapter 230, What If? She uses force? After Baziush-hun left, Song Jung was left alone in the Immortal's cave, somehow feeling irritated and depressed, all at the same time. And yet somehow, she didn't know how to give vent to her feelings. All she could think about was the image of him walking away, then turning and looking at her with a cold expression. "Night Crypt, you ignoramus," she growled through gritted teeth. Then she looked down at the medicinal pill on the ground and made a grasping motion, causing it to fly through the air into her palm. Upon closer examination of it, she was moved. It was a Tier 4 spirit medicine, not designed to improve the cultivation base or heal injuries. Instead, it contained a delicate, sweet odor that was quite pleasing to the senses. A Tier 4 spirit perfume pill. She muttered, shocked. Although she couldn't concoct medicine herself, she was an experienced and knowledgeable person, and could instantly tell that this spirit medicine was a spirit perfume pill, designed for use by female cultivators. Upon consuming the pill, one's entire body would emit a wonderful fragrance. It also caused one's skin to become more fair, and would remove old scars. As for versions which were tier 4 and higher, they would even purify the bones. Although the end results were common in nature, and could not lead to immortal transformations, it was enough to make any woman even more beautiful than she already was. A tier 4 spirit medicine like this, even one that was relatively useless to male cultivators, would fetch an exorbitant price if it went up for auction. Despite the fact that she was from the Song clan, even Song Jun wouldn't be able to get her hands on one easily. As she looked down at the medicinal pill, her face softened, and she thought back to what Night Crypt had just said. As she stood there quietly, she realized that her heart was trembling. After a while, the sensation passed, and an enigmatic smile appeared on her face. "You little rascal. You're just making a complicated pass at me, aren't you? That's what you've been doing from the beginning. Humphrey. I've seen everything there is to see, you impudent little child. You really think I can't see through your plan?" With a cold snort, she examined the medicinal pill again to ensure that it was pure. After confirming that it was safe, she consumed it. Over the course of the following days, Baziush-hun waited nervously in his immortal's cave, unsure of whether his manly show had been effective. One day, Song Jun arrived outside. He immediately rose to his feet to go out and receive her. He was just getting ready to put on a cold, manly front, and step out of the door, when she said, "That pill of yours got dirty, so I threw it away. I'm giving you a task. Concoct me something with sex appeal." Without another word, she turned and left. Baziush-hun was a bit taken aback. From the time she had arrived until the moment she left, it seemed like barely a moment had passed. Apparently, she'd only came to say one sentence. "What is that vixen up to? What's the meaning of this latest move?" After a moment, his eyes widened with shock. Then he sniffed the air, and his brows rose in amusement. "That's obviously the fragrance of my spirit perfume pill. I put extra jasmine oil in it. Anyone who ate it would naturally smell that way." He immediately felt relieved. The fact that she had consumed the medicinal pill and then come asking for him to concoct more pills indicated that their previous conflict had been resolved. Man, this vixen really has a lot of demands. What does she want a sex appeal pill for? Isn't she sexy enough as it is? I guess she wants more sexiness. Even as he shook his head, his heart suddenly flip-flopped, and his eyes went wide with a look of terror. Hold on. What does she plan to do with a sex appeal spirit medicine? Is she planning to consume it and then try to make another pass at me? Heavens. This vixen is terrifying. At first he got even more nervous, but after thinking about it for a while he realized that this way, he might not have to actually become the Grand Elder to get access to the relic of eternal indestructibility. If he had free access to Song Jun's Immortal's Cave, he would surely get a chance to secretly find the relic. Although the thought excited him, it also caused his heart to pound. What a sacrifice, though, he thought. She's a deadly vixen. I have to be very careful not to cause her to flip out. If I really mess up, then what would I do? I can't beat her in a fight, and if she tried to force herself on me, it would be absolutely terrifying. He blinked a few times, then put the matter to some more thought. Finally, he stuck his chin up. Expression one of pure righteousness, he flicked his sleeve. Fine. It's all for the chance to live forever. I'll just have to endure. If Song Jun turns out to be a true predator, I'll just have to endure. Grieving at how he was willing to sacrifice everything for the chance to live forever, he settled down to concoct medicine for Song Jun. He put a lot of effort into this batch. A few days later, a new spirit perfume pill came out of the pill furnace. This one was actually a mid-grade medicinal pill. It was specifically designed for female cultivators. Not only would it make the skin more fair and purify the bones, it would make the woman more attractive. Furthermore, she would emit a fragrant aroma that males would find fatally attractive. Holding the spirit medicine in hand, Baziush-hun sniffed it, and a fragrant aroma buffeted his face. Instantly, he could tell that it was an aroma a man might lose himself in, never to awaken. It worked, he said, seemingly drunk with passion. It took him a bit of time to recover, after which he took another whiff of the pill's aroma. By doing so repeatedly, he got used to the fragrance, and even managed to create another spirit medicine specifically designed to counteract the effects. After confirming that he had a powerful resistance built up, he looked at the pill in satisfaction, and he stared up into the sky. Looking profoundly melancholy, he said, "It's all for the chance to live forever." He emerged from his immortal's cave to find that the sky was already turning dark. As he began to make his way toward the upper finger of the peak, he continued to ponder whether or not he would submit if Song Jun went truly crazy. He was really torn about what to do. After he had been walking along for a while, teeth gritted as he agonized over what decision to make, his expression suddenly flickered as he saw a bald-headed figure on another nearby mountain path. It was none other than Song Kei. He had absolutely no hair visible on him, not even eyebrows, and was somewhat gaunt. He was just now coming back from a visit to his aunt. Although he had gone to her with some questions about cultivation, he had been criticized and taught a lesson. As such, he was in a foul mood. Almost as soon as Baziush-hun caught sight of him, he also noticed Baziush-hun. Their gazes locked, and Baziush-hun's eyes went wide. He hadn't seen Song Kei for quite a few days, and almost did a double take. He couldn't help but curiously blurt, What's with the new look? You're skinnier and hairless too? Only then did he suddenly realize why Song Kei looked like this, and then he saw the murderous look rising up in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he said, You look great, by the way. Much better than before. Really? Song Kei's eyes widened, and he subconsciously ran his head along his bald scalp as the hatred in his heart surged. All of the hair on his body had been scorched clean off during the recent incident with the exploding furnaces. Apparently because of the medicines that were part of the explosion, his hair still hadn't returned despite the passage of several months. Because of that, every time he examined himself in his copper mirror, his mood would sink dangerously. If that were the only thing he had to worry about, he might have been able to endure it. But then there was the half-month of diarrhea. On one occasion, he had visited the restroom more than 100 times in a single day, so the words Baziush-hun had just spoken seemed like naked provocation. In the Bloodstream sect, Song Kei had always been the type of person no one dared to provoke. Considering that he had met disaster 3 times because of Night Crypt, he suddenly snapped. That's it, Night Crypt! He shouted, stepping forward to block Baziush-hun's path. Ever since you came to Middle Peak, not even the animals can sleep easy. Everybody hates you. I'm gonna. Song Kei's rage actually sparked Baziush-hun's anger. He had just spoken quite conciliatory words. Besides, everything that occurred had been an accident. Therefore, he was forced to interrupt Song Kei. Quiet down, boy. Get out of my way and go play or something. Song Kei almost exploded. Night Crypt was talking to him the way someone of the senior generation might talk to a child. Throwing his head back, he howled and unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Eyes bloodshot, he reached out toward Baziush-hun with his right hand. Baziush-hun's eyes flashed with cold light. If he were dealing with anyone else, he might have been a bit nervous. However, he had already become familiar with Song Kei in the Fallen Sword Abyss, and even more so after having come to the Bloodstream sect. The instant that Song Kei's hand began to move, Baziush-hun took a step forward, reached out, and grabbed his forearm, then threw him headlong down path leading to the foot of the mountain. When the explosive fleshly body power of the Undying Heavenly King exploded out, Song Kei felt like he couldn't even control his own body. The air screamed past in his ears, and his mind reeled as he slammed into the ground and then tumbled head over heels down the mountain. Night Crypt! He screamed. He wanted to stop moving and right himself, but the force which had been unleashed was something he couldn't fight against. Baziush-hun straightened up his garments, then ignored Song Kei and once again began to ponder what to do if Song Jun tried to force herself on him. Such thoughts preoccupied him all the way to her immortal's cave. It didn't take too long for Song Kei to finally grind to a halt. Without a moment's pause, he shot madly back up the mountain, face ashen with rage and heart bursting with a desire to do murder. Although the terrifying force Baziush-hun had unleashed filled him with a sensation of deadly crisis, there was no way he would let someone of his own generation treat him that way inside the Bloodstream sect. This Night Crypt is wily and cunning. He's brought disaster to the sect, and is the subject of universal complaint on Middle Peak. He dares to curse people, but doesn't dare to talk reason? I don't care if the patriarchs favor him or if my aunt likes him. He's nothing more than an outsider, with no connections in the sect. I'm the firstborn son of this generation of the Son clan. I don't care what happens, I'm going to find my aunt and make an appeal to justice. She'll definitely drive this guy off. And even if she doesn't, she'll at least make him kowtow to me. Then he'll know who's boss. Gritting his teeth and fuming with anger, Song Kei raced at top speed toward the upper finger. Chapter 231, The Senior Generation Isn't Perfect? Song Kei sped along at top speed, radiating killing intent, completely confident that his aunt would take the lead in presiding over justice. She would either kill Night Crypt or force him to submit to Song Kei. I'm the firstborn of the Son clan. If it weren't for Baziush-hun from the Spirit Stream sect, I would have definitely reached Heavendal Foundation establishment. Then I wouldn't have to help Aunt Jun become Blood Master, I would have been able to take the spot myself. He was like a streak of light speeding toward the upper finger. Well, I can't do anything about that now. Besides, Aunt Jun only wants to become the Blood Master for strategic purposes, to make sure that Zumai doesn't take the spot. Just wait until I'm in late Foundation establishment, then I can fight for the position of Blood Master on my own. This fiddling Night Crypt. If I can make use of him in the future, I will, but if he refuses to accept my good graces, I'll kill him and make sure he never gets a proper burial." More confident than ever, he rumbled along through the upper finger toward Grand Elder Song Jun's Immortal's cave behind the Blood Lake. Once he was behind the waterfalls, he saw the 4 young guards. Instantly, their eyes snapped open, glowing brightly as they observed him approaching. Song-K didn't even pause. Just as he was about to enter the Immortal's cave itself, the 4 young attendants threw themselves in his path. One of those young guards was very well aware of the high position Song-K occupied. Even still, he didn't dare do anything other than try to block his path. Bracing himself, he said, "Elder Song, please wait a moment," for the fact that the young attendants were blocking his path caused Song-K to frown. Then his rage and killing intent soared, and he roared, "Get the hell out of my way. I have something to talk about with the Grand Elder." Usually, he never had any problems entering Song Jun's Immortal's cave. Considering his status, he didn't technically have free reign to come and go as he pleased, but for all intents and purposes, could. After all, Song Jun was quite fond of her nephew. But now the young attendants actually dared to stand in his way. Song-K snorted coldly, then pushed them aside and proceeded forward. The 4 young attendants' faces flickered, and they were of a mind to try to stop him. After all, they were fairly certain that it was important to keep the identity of the other person inside the cave a secret. However, they were not really capable of stopping Song-K. Before they could even react, Song-K was inside the door. Usually, Song-K wouldn't act so impulsively. However, this was his aunt, and he was also consumed by rage. Because of that, he had completely lost his usual cool. Besides, as far as he was concerned, he wasn't asking for anything outrageous. In the instant that he set foot inside the Immortal's cave, and before he could even get into the main hall, he heard his aunt laughing, a strange laughter that seemed both cheerful and chiding at the same time. Looking surprised, Song-K hurried forward. When he brushed the door curtain aside, a sight met his eyes that left him completely and utterly thunderstruck. As his mind spun, his jaw dropped. He almost couldn't believe the incredulous scene which was playing out right in front of him. There was his aunt, Song Jun, sitting on a chair, laughing lightly, her left hand covering her mouth the way a woman would in front of her lover. Nightcrypt sat next to her, clasping her right hand, studying it closely. He even seemed to be sniffing it delicately as he leaned over. Song-K was virtually struck mute. He felt like he might fall over from the shock, and even wondered if he was hallucinating. However, the scandalous image which was now burned into his mind couldn't be mistaken for anything else, and left Song-K stunned. The moment Song-K entered the room, Song Jun pulled her hand out of Baziushun's. Her smile vanished, and she coughed dryly. Expression somber, and looking very much like someone from the senior generation, she turned her gaze towards Song-K. "How rude of you to barge in like that," she said. "What's the matter?" Although she was trying to look like someone from the senior generation, her cheeks were still flushed. That combination of flirtatiousness and somberness made her unbelievably attractive. At the same time, she felt somewhat humiliated and angry. If any other person had burst in the way Song-K had, she would have punished that person severely. But Song-K was her nephew, so there was little she could do. Startled by Song-K's sudden entrance, Baziushun quickly sat up straight and proper. He actually felt a bit guilty for having been caught in the act. After giving Song Jun the spirit medicine he'd concocted, he had taken advantage of the moment to offer to read her palm. Song Jun had never forgotten his amazing performance in the spirit stream sect, and had immediately allowed him to take hold of her hand. Then he had showered her with praise and compliments, causing her to laugh in delight. Baziushun took a deep breath and sat in place, looking at Song-K just as somberly as Song Jun was. Song-K stood there panting for a long moment before he pulled himself together. Even still, he almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his eyes, his aunt was a lofty and magnificent figure, and yet here she was allowing a virtual stranger to grab her hand. Then she even laughed flirtatiously. Although all of that was completely beyond anything Song-K could ever have anticipated, he might have been able to accept it if the person who had just been holding his aunt's hand was someone other than the infuriating Nightcrypt. Song-K's anger began to rise to explosive levels, until he could hardly breathe. His eyes burned bright red as he glared at Baziushun and madly howled.